Hello, good evening, everyone. So I am expecting how many students mo? Ano? Can we start na? Okay. Teka lang, change lang tayo naman. Bale, I just got home from work. Tingnan natin. Okay. Okay ba yung audio ko? Hindi naman siya, hindi naman siya... You can unmute. Pwede ba kayo mag-unmute? Kung ano. Hindi ko kasi Okay. So I will be expecting students pa rin. Okay. So, try ko rin na let me check kung makakapag-screen share ako. Okay. Kita niyo na ba, guys? Okay. So wala ba tayong who will be acting as moderator? Okay. So for this evening, okay, I will be lecturing, by the way, for 3 consecutive nights. So for this evening, please join me in... Okay lang ba kahit nakaganyan? Okay lang ba sa inyo? Hindi ko makita yung chat eh. Okay. By the way, if you have what do you call that? Kung meron po kayong mga katanungan na kailangan po natin ng kasagutan, okay, you may just put it in with our chat box. Okay? So ilagay niyo lang po sa chat box and I will be answering that after my lecture. Okay? Hello po. Okay na po ba? Can we proceed our lecture? Okay. So for this evening, as instructed, I will be handling I don't think this is a final coaching. Okay. So I will be handling criminal law book 1 and criminal law book 2 for tonight. Okay. And I will be including also special penal laws. Kaya sana matiis niyo po ako na makasama ngayong gabi because I will be lecturing salient special penal laws, which I think malaki ang chance na itatanong po ito sa inyong board exam. Malaki po. Okay. So siguro I will discuss that in the latter part. Okay. So let's start our lecture for tonight. By the way, I am Professor Romnick Erice. I am a part-time faculty in various universities, review centers, and colleges, as well as a board reviewer. Specifically, I am handling law subjects. Okay. So if you have questions, guys, you may just type in with our chat box. Then I will be reading that during the break. Okay. So let's start. Okay. So I prepared at least I have to prepare mga 50 questions, okay, in criminal law book 1 and in criminal law book 2. Okay. I have a disclaimer here, guys, that whatever that I will be presenting with you, maybe this would be a copycat of some of the lectures that you had undergone. Okay. And I do acknowledge the rightful author of this one. So He is no other than one of my mentors. He is also a lawyer. Okay? So, if you have questions, I may be delighted to answer your questions as far as this subject concerns. Okay? So, for question number 1, which among the following is not an afflictive penalty? Okay? You have to realize in your board examination that you will be battling with multiple choice questions. Okay? Hindi po yan, ang kakaiba po sa ating board examination, hindi po siya katulad nung tinake namin, okay, when we are about to take the Philippine Bar Examination. Because the Philippine Bar Examination for lawyers, for future lawyers rather, ay essay. Pero sa inyo, multiple choice. Maraming nagsasabi ng mga estudyante na mas madali ang multiple choice. But I tend to dissent with that opinion, considering that if you will see, most government examinations are in multiple choice questions. Okay? Kung madali ang multiple choice, bakit karamihan ng mga government examinations, except the bar examination, are in multiple choice questions? Okay? So in multiple choice question, it is not proper just to get the correct answer, but you are tasked to get the best answer. Okay? Meaning, posible dyan, under the selection, makikita nyo dun sa choices niya ay more than 1 or 2 or 3 or every choices are the correct answer. But you have to select the best answer. Okay? Now, let's proceed with the first question. Okay? I want you to realize that in Criminal Law Book 1, this is my bet. Okay? This is my bet. Ito yung pusta ko sa inyo. You understand Articles 1 to 20 very well. You have to memorize word for word some of the provisions in the Criminal Law Book 1 for Articles 1 to 20. Then you jump with Article 25, which is which regard with regard to penalties, as you can see in the question. Also, you may jump with Article 48, okay, which talks about complex crime. Okay. Article 89 is extinguishment of criminal liability. And then Article 100, okay, it talks about civil liability, okay, arising from a criminal liability. Okay, so that's everything for Criminal Law Book 1. So you don't have to worry with the other provisions. You just have to familiarize. Pero dun kayo mag-capitalize sa Article 1 to 20, Articles 1 to 20, Article 25, Article 48, Article 89, tsaka Article 100. Okay? I hope that that's clear with you. Okay, now, in question number 1, you can see there, afflictive penalty. Okay? But, pag pinag-usapan natin yung penalty, kailangan maintindihan nyo muna yung konsepto ng Article 9 in relation to Article 25, 26, and 27. Okay? So in Article 9, you will see there what are grave, less grave, and light felonies. Okay? Ang sinasabi sa Article 9, grave felony siya when the penalty imposed is the capital punishment and the law prescribes afflictive penalty. Okay? Pag less grave naman, ang in-impose sa kanya ay correctional penalty. Okay? It is considered as a light felony when the penalty imposed is arresto menor. Okay? Yun po yung sinasabi ng Article 9. Okay? If you may remember. Okay? So, in this election, what is your answer? Okay? So, for question number 1, ang tinatanong po dito hindi yung afflictive penalty. But what is being asked here is what is not, which among the following is not, yung not po ang tinatanong dito. Hindi siya afflictive penalty. And it may be quite obvious, but the correct answer is letter D, arresto mayor. Because arresto mayor, simulan po natin yan sa pinakamababa. Ang arresto minor, light felony po siya. Okay? If sabihin naman natin na less grave felony, pursuant to Article 9, Okay? You may type in with the chat box kung ano po yung answer niyo. Okay? Para medyo interactive din tayo. Okay? Although I cannot read your answer, but at least you are participating. Okay? For less grave felony, dalawa yan, correctional penalty. Ang correctional penalty natin is aresto mayor at saka prison correctional. Okay? Tapos, pagdating po natin ng grave felony, mag-start po tayo sa prison mayor, reclusion temporal, reclusion perpetua, and the capital punishment which is death. Okay? I hope that's clear with you. Okay? Now, for question number 2, under the blank, the maximum duration of the convict's sentence, okay, shall not be more than 3 times the length of time corresponding the most severe penalties imposed upon him, which however shall not exceed 40 years. Okay. Ang itinatanong po dito kung ano yung legal basis niyan or what is that concept. Yun po yung kailangan natin maintindihan dito sa tanong na ito. Okay? Saan ba natin makikita yan? Okay? We can find that specifically in the revised penal code. However, we are talking about the answer to this question is letter. Okay? Mali yan. Dapat ang sagot yan yung letter D. Okay? Mali yung secretary ko sa pag-highlight. It is otherwise known as the threefold rule in the service of sentence. Okay? So, as we can recap, okay, if you are being sentenced, okay, so if you are being sentenced with a sentence, okay, you multiply the most severe, okay, the most severe penalty to 3, okay, and it shall not exceed 40 years. Pag sumobra yung pinaka-most severe with the 40 years, ano ang susundin mo? It shall be the 40 years. Kasi we are adhering to pro reo doctrine, whichever is when we talk about the pro reo doctrine, we are adhering to the concept of in dubio pro reo. When in doubt, rule for the accused. Okay. So kung mas magiging favorable yung 40 years, okay, kung kaysa multiply natin sa 3, it will be obvious that the maximum penalty shall only be 40 years. But if you will be asking, in reality, although ang crime committed ay halimbawa reclusion perpetua in its maximum period, okay, which is 40 years. In reality, wala na pong convict or wala na pong nakakulong, ang nakukulong ng 40 years and above, or sabihin natin na sinagad niya yung 40 years. And that is pursuant with the new GCPA law. Okay? Because of good conduct time allowance, bumababa yung, parang it's like a commutation of sentence. Therefore, we can say that it is now impossible to serve the maximum penalty of 40 years. So usually mga 40 years, makakalabas yan mga after 20 or 30 years. Okay. Pero exceeding 40 years or exacto 40 years, wala na po tayong ma-obserbahan ng ganyan. Okay? Now, for question number 3, okay, which law prohibited the imposition of the death penalty? What you can do here, if you don't know the special penal law number, okay, you try to eliminate the wrong answers. Okay? And if I will be taking this, if I don't know what exactly the number is, try kong magse-select ng mga try kong hanapin yan dun sa mga mula sa choices na alam ko. Like for example, letter A, okay? I know that Republic Act 9262 is the violence against women and their children. Okay, it's pretty obvious. Okay, now I'm doubtful with letter B. Hindi ko alam kung ano yan. So I may say that can be the answer. Pero try ko pa rin. Punta ko sa letter C. Republic Act 9165 is the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Okay? And it was further amended by Republic Act 10640. Okay? So, drugs yan. Yung letter C. Sure ako dyan. How about letter D? In my opinion, I'm pretty sure also that this is the JJWA. Okay, JJWA ang tawag namin dyan. Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act. Okay. Therefore, out of crossing out the possible choices, okay, ang tamang sagot dyan ay letter D. Okay, mali yung secretary ko sa pag-highlight. But the correct answer here is letter B. Bravo. Okay. Republic Act 9346. Ganito po ang history niyan. Bago po tayo nagkaroon ng 1987 Constitution, well implemented ang death penalty as a capital punishment. Okay? But due to the ratification and the enactment of the 1987 Constitution, the imposition of the death penalty is now put in is suspended. It was suspended sometime in 1987 because of the new constitution that we are still adhering today. Now, during the time of President, I think this is the time of President Ramos, okay, tumaas yung dami ng krimen. And according to the legislators, during that time, it is now to revive the imposition of death penalty. That's why they enacted Republic Act 7659. Okay? It calls for the restoration of the death penalty in the Philippines. Okay? And then, nagkaroon ng konting problema kasi noong 1987, okay, kasama na ding nabuo yung Commission on Human Rights. Human rights advocates discourage, okay, the imposition of death penalty because it is, according to them, barbaric. It is barbaric. It is inhumane. It is, bukod sa anti-life, it is not humane or proper. Okay? Kasi nga naman, halimbawa, yung taong nasa death row, sinabject mo sa death penalty, chances are, kapag ibinalik ka sa pamilya, sunog-sunog na, putok-putok yung katawan, di ba? Parang hindi na nga siya makatao. Yung pagpatay nga ng tao, hindi nga makatao. Tapos, ibabalik mo pa sa pamilya na ganun yung status. So, dinidiscourage yun. So, sabi nila, nag-isip ang mga legislators natin ng paraan para mas maging makatao daw yung pagpapatol ng parusang kamatayan. And by virtue of Republic Act 8177, the Lethal Injection Act, okay, instead of going with the Cilia Electrica, the usual Cilia Electrica, okay, ang nangyari na ngayon is by a lethal injection. So, una muna, pamamanhidin muna yung katawan, tapos patutulugin. After patulugin, it will induce a drug, okay, yung potassium chloride, it will stop the heartbeat. Okay, there are 3 elements of the lethal injection compound. Okay, may sodium thiopentothal, pancuronium bromide, and the most lethal one is the potassium chloride. Okay, so sabi nila para ma-comply natin yung human rights, okay, we will now be implementing lethal injection. But during the time of then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, ni-restore natin, meaning pinuhibit ulit. Okay? The death penalty was put into hold. It was prohibited. Okay? As the capital punishment of death penalty is now prohibited, meaning the status of death penalty in the Philippines is now suspended up to present. Okay. There are various debates concerning this one, and we don't know, baka in the years to come, i-restore ulit yung death penalty. But it's up to the legislators. Okay. Now, for number 4, okay, what is the first and the indispensable requisite of self-defense. Okay? So, guys, when I am teaching law subjects, specifically criminal law book 1, I see to it that my students are memorizing salient provisions of the revised penal code, including what you can find under Article 11, Paragraph 1. Okay? Ito yung tinatawag natin self-defense. Okay? And yung self-defense natin, ang acronym natin dyan, URL. Okay? Kailangan memorize mo yan. Kasi most of the time, magagamit mo yan. Okay? Especially kapag napa-enkwentro ka. Okay? Ang lagi mong tatanong sa sarili mo kapag nakapag-aral ka, yung gagawin mo ba, mag-a-accord ba siya sa self-defense? So, para malaman mo, you have to check the elements. Okay? Paano? URL. Yun ang lagay mo agad sa isip mo. There must be unlawful aggression. There must be reasonable necessity of the means employed to prevent or repel it. And letter C, there is lack of sufficient provocation on the part of the person defending himself. Okay. That's the 3 requisites. Yung letter D, hindi po siya requisite. Okay. So, hindi po requisite yan. Yung letter D, ng self-defense. Okay. Now, let's talk with letter A, which is unlawful aggression. Okay. The aggression, okay, made by the other party must be unlawful. But if the aggression was lawful, you cannot invoke self-defense. Okay? Kasi halimbawa, the police would be arresting you, okay, by virtue of a warrant of arrest. Okay? And as a means, okay, while you are being approached by the police, ang ginawa mo, pinaghiganti mo kagad yung sarili mo. Okay? Ang tanong, posible na ba na magkaroon ng self-defense? You're arguing that there is aggression. However, in my previous example, the aggression was lawful. Therefore, hindi mo po pwede nang invoke yung self-defense. Okay. For letter B, reasonable necessity, you have to make it a point that we have a concept of rational equivalence. Ano po bang ibig sabihin, sir, ng, or attorney, ano po bang ibig sabihin ng rational equivalence? Okay. When you talk about rational equivalence, you have to remember this is as simple as this example. When your opponent is unarmed, okay, meaning wala siyang dalang weapon, wala siyang dalang kahit na anong gamit, okay, it is a general rule that you cannot use a weapon. Okay. When your opponent has no weapon, okay, you have, under the law, no means of using a weapon too. Okay. Yun ang concept ng rational equivalence. Okay. Pero with ano yan may mga exceptions yan. Especially if, let's say for example, your opponent is attributed with special skill. Like for example, si Manny Pacquiao, ang kalaban mong kasuntukan. Okay. Si Manny Pacquiao, he is known to be a professional boxer. Okay. And in the eyes of the law, although he is bare knuckled, okay. Siya ay kamaulang yung pinangsusuntok niya. But in the eyes of the law, his hands or his fist is considered to be a weapon. Okay. Kaya kung halimbawa makipagsuntukan kay Manny Pacquiao would be first unlawfully doing an unlawful aggression and then susuntukin ka na sa mukha. Parang siguro papayagan ka ng batas, case-to-case basis, na gumamit ng weapon. Okay. Or also yung mga kapatid natin na marunong sa martial arts. Okay. So siguro, it will be, sabi nga ng batas yan when you have that skill, o kaya yung mga especially in cases of encounter, like you are dealing with ang tawag dito, a gun for hire, okay, or an ex-member of the police or the military. Under the law, it is required that to invoke self-defense, kailangan hintayin mo na yung firearm. Okay, halimbawa, this is my gun. I will be pointing this to you. Kailangan sinasabi ng batas para malinaw na maka-comply mo yung requisite na yan, kailangan hintayin mo na dumating sa'yo yung muzzle ng gun. Itutok sa'yo yung muzzle ng gun. Okay? But subject to certain exceptions. Like for example, hihintayin mo pa ba na yung isang tao na trained sa firearm, like for example, yung mga gun for hire, ex-members ng police, mga nag-awol na member ng police at saka ng military, hintayin mo pa ba na bumunot ka ng baril at itutok sa'yo? The answer to that is no. Okay? The moment na dinro pa lang nila yung firearm nila, okay, it is incumbent, okay, that you may shoot at them. Okay? Kasi sabi nila, with just snap of a finger, okay, you may be dead. Okay? And we're adhering to the concept of damned if you shoot, dead if you don't. Okay? So, dapat ganun din yung maging principle natin. And I think that is also my principle in life. Okay? Kapag ganyan yung nangyari. And lastly, letter C is lack of sufficient provocation on part of the person defending himself. Meaning, why are you being treated with aggression by your opponent? Paano naman kung inasar mo muna siya o kaya binato mo siya, dinuraan mo siya, okay? Kaya kanya inatake. Okay? So, the one who is invoking self-defense must not show provocation on behalf of his opponent. Now, let's go back to the essence of the question. What is the first and indispensable requisite of self-defense? From itself, ang tinatanong na agad dyan, no? The first, di ba? Ano yung kauna-unahan dyan? So, ang acronym natin, di ba, URL. Alam nga naman ng mauna yung R at saka yung A. Okay? So, the correct answer here is letter A. Okay? Now, I have to say this also that if someone would be invoking self-defense, okay, kailangan hindi mawawala yung unlawful aggression. Kasi the moment na nawala yung unlawful aggression, na X na yan sa elemento mo, although nagkaroon, hindi reasonable yung ginawa mong halimbawa, your opponent is not armed, you use your firearm or you use your knife, okay, hindi reasonable yung ginamit mong means. Pero wala kang lack of sufficient provocation. Pero napatunayan that there was no unlawful aggression. Okay? Since wala yung element number 1, hindi na siya mako-consider as incomplete self-defense. Okay? You have to learn that. Kasi kung halimbawa may unlawful aggression, okay, nag-exceed naman yung necessity na ginamit mo, o kaya may provocation on your part, it will tantamount to incomplete self-defense. Okay? Ang incomplete self-defense po ay isang mitigating circumstance. So, posibleng magpababa ng penalty. Pero, kung mawala yung unlawful aggression, okay, considering that one is an indispensable requisite of self-defense, okay, hindi na siya matitreat na self-defense or even incomplete self-defense kapag nawala po. Okay? I hope that you are learning. Okay? For question number 5, you cannot evade, okay, in memorizing terms in studying law. Okay? This is how we do it. Okay? Number 5, a blank exists when two or more persons come to an agreement concerning the commission of a felony and decided to commit it. Okay? So, what's your answer? I think this is very simple. And I think you can find this in Article 8 of the Revised Penal Code. Okay? So, the correct answer here is no other than, okay, mali na naman yung secretary ko, but the correct answer here is letter A. Okay? There is conspiracy or conspiracy. Okay? I have a professor in the College of Law, tawag niyan conspiracy. Kasi piracy raw ang tawag din sa ano, di ba? Bakit naging conspiracy? Okay. Anyway, when we talk about conspiracy, okay, there are two or more persons, okay, which who may be coming into an agreement concerning the commission of a felony, and it is important that they decided to commit it. Okay? Pero kung halimbawa, A, B, and C, ganito lang ano yan panglito sa exam eh. A, B, and C. Okay? A, B, and C agreed to kill D. Okay? What crime was committed? Okay? Or sabihin natin na, is there conspiracy between the three of them? Okay? It is premature for us to say that there is conspiracy. Okay? Considering that, in the facts given, wala pang sinabi na they decided to commit the crime of murder or homicide as the case may be against D. Okay? So, ang importante dito, nagsabuatan yung dalawa o higit pang tao at ginawa nila yung krimen. And what is the essence of conspiracy? The act of one becomes the act of all. So, say for regard that A, B, and C, okay, planned and agreed to commit the rape of D, okay? And during the incident, okay, si A at saka si B hinawakan nila yung kamay. But it was only C who did the penetration, okay, against the will of D, okay. So ang malinaw si D ay si C, okay, siya yung gumawa ng rape, okay, kasi he has the intent to penetrate. However, okay, since there, if the prosecution would be successful in establishing that there was conspiracy between A, B, and C, okay, the act of one becomes the act of all. Therefore, the answer to that is A, B, and C would be liable also for the crime of rape. Okay. Now, it is very important, especially in criminal prosecution, everyone, that if there is a theory of conspiracy, it must be proven in court. Hindi po pwedeng i-allege lang natin siya. Okay? It must be substantiated. It must be, there must be evidence, okay, which would be supportive of your claims of the theory of conspiracy. Absent that, okay, it will be treated that the one who perpetrated the crime is the only one responsible for the crime committed or the crime charge. Okay? Now, meron naman tayong isang question dyan na similar para naman sa letter C. Okay? When it exists, when one person proposes to another the commission of a crime and decided to commit it. Okay? Ang tawag naman po doon yung proposal to commit a felony. Okay? So, kapag halimbawa si A, sinabihan niya si B na gumawa sila ng krimen, okay, ibig sabihin nanggaling yung motibo sa paggawa ng krimen kay A, okay, A would be liable for the crime of proposal to commit a felony. Okay? However, as a general rule, mere conspiracy and proposal to commit a felony is not an offense. Okay? It is not a felony, rather. Why? Because we are adhering to the principle of nullium crimen nulla pena sine lege. There is no crime if there is no law punishing or prohibiting it. Okay? Ang exception natin dyan, when the law suggests the commission of such via conspiracy or proposal. Like for example, you are conspiring to commit treason. Okay? There is a provision under the revised penal code which prohibits the same. Okay? Or the proposal to commit terrorism. Okay? So, although there might only be mere conspiracy or proposal, but there are laws, okay, which prohibits the same. Therefore, they are punishable. Okay? I hope that everyone's learning. Now, for number 6, okay, it is that characteristics of criminal law which states that criminal law is binding on all persons who live or sojourn in the Philippines, regardless of sex, age, and nationality. Okay. Para madali natin matandaan, when we talk about the characteristics of criminal law, kailangan matandaan natin yung acronym. Ang acronym namin yung dati, Pilipinas Got Talent, PGT. Those are the characteristics of criminal law. Okay? Maraming nagkakamali sa klase ng tanong na ito. Okay. And I believe marami rin siguro sa inyong sasagot ng letter C, which is territorial. Kasi nakita nyo, di ba? Criminal law is binding on all persons who live or sojourn in the Philippines. Okay. So, pag yun ang naispatan nyo, okay, and you answer territorial, okay, that is the wrong answer. Okay. So, let's go back. There are the three characteristics of criminal law are general or generality. T is for territoriality or territorial. And P stands for prospectivity or prospective. Okay? So, hindi ko kayo masisisi guys kung halimbawa sinagot ko yung letter C. But if you answered letter C, territorial, that is the wrong answer. And huwag kayo ma-frustrate, okay? Alam ko, ngayon, marami pa rin ang nagkakamali sa inyo. Okay? Whenever you are answering with me. And siguro yan, part ng learning process natin yan. Hindi ko kayo i-compel na matutunan nyo kaagad. Okay? You may make mistakes here in the review, but not in the actual board exam. Okay? So, it's better to cry a river now. Parang yun nasasabi namin when I was in law school. Diba? It's better to cry a river now than to cry an ocean. Okay. Especially when you are taking the board exam already. Okay. So, the correct answer here is letter A. Okay. Ang itinatanong kasi dyan hindi yung binding on all persons only. Ang itinatanong dyan yung the criminal is binding. Okay. In the Philippine territory. But the question there is, ito lang yun. Ito lang ispatan dyan. Criminal law is binding on all persons. Bilugan nyo yung persons. Okay? Now, generality talks about who are liable under the criminal law. It answers the questions who. Okay? It answers who are the persons liable under the criminal law. Okay? Territoriality, it talks about jurisdiction. Okay? Or it is a question of where did the crime occur. Okay? And lastly, prospectivity, it answers the question when. Okay? Or it is a question of time. Okay? When did the crime occurred or happen? Okay? That's how you are going to answer that. Now, sir, ano pong ibig sabihin ng live or sojourn? Magkaiba po ba yan? Technically, yes, magkaiba po sila. When we talk about live, okay, meaning you are here for residence, okay? Ikaw talaga ay you are a native, you are a citizen, you are a resident alien, okay? You are an alien or you are a foreigner and staying here for good in the Philippines, okay? That's the concept of living. How about yung sojourn, okay? Sojourn talks about vacation or pleasure. So, said for example that a Chinese man, okay, who is in vacation in Boracay committed a crime. Okay? Ang tanong, under Philippine law, pwede ba siyang masampahan ng kaso? Is he liable? Although he is a foreigner who is just having his vacation in the Philippines, the answer is yes. Okay? Because the criminal law, according to the general principle, okay, the criminal law is binding on all persons. Okay, regardless of your sex, age, and nationality. Now, for question number 7, this is a related question, okay, with regard to the characteristics of criminal law. Okay, Article 366 is the second to the last article of the revised penal code. It says felonies and misdemeanors committed prior to the date of the effectiveness of this code shall be punished in accordance with the code or acts in force at the time of their commission. Okay. This illustrates one of the characteristics of the criminal law or the revised penal code, which is blank. Okay. Anong characteristic ng criminal law yan? Okay. How are you going to respond? So tatlo yung natin, di ba? Tatlo yung ating characteristics. Generality, territoriality, and prospectivity. Now, balikan natin ha. Generality, it answers the questions, who are liable? Okay. Territoriality is where did the crime happen or occurred? And prospectivity, it answers the questions, when did the crime was committed? Okay. So, in this selection, you can see, ayan o, sinasabi niya, no? Felonies and misdemeanors committed prior to the date of the effectiveness of this code, okay, shall be punished in accordance with the code or acts in force at the time of their commission. Meaning, kung gagawa ka ng krimen bago ang revised penal code, okay, ang sinasabi dyan, it is the old Spanish penal code which shall govern, okay, and not the revised penal code, okay, because we are adhering to the principle of letter B, prospective application. Okay. So, pag sinasabi natin prospective application, ano yan eh, lex prospicit non res spicit, meaning the law looks forward, not backward. Meaning, from the time na nagkaroon ng batas, okay, and subsequently, you committed a violation against that law, okay, therefore, it may be considered as a crime. That act shall be punished. Pero kung halimbawa, ngayon nagkaroon ng batas, okay, halimbawa, nagkaroon ng batas laban sa mga pogi, okay, pero previously, okay, pangit ka na nagpagwapo during, due to scientific discoveries, okay. So, it will be alleged that you committed a crime in violation of a law, okay, which was thereafter enacted. Ang tanong, pwede bang i-impose sa'yo yun? The answer to that is no. Okay? Because your acts was committed prior to the enactment of the law. Hindi pa pwedeng magkaroon ng retroactive effect ang ating criminal law. Okay? As a general rule. Because the law looks forward, not backward. So ngayon ang batas, gawin mo yan sa mga susunod na araw, okay, it will be punished. Okay. Yun ang concept ng prospective application. Now, article, I think this can be discussed in either Article 6, okay, sa stages of a crime. Okay. Now, material crimes are crimes that have 3 stages, okay, namely attempted, frustrated, and consummated stages, okay. So, matatagpuan natin yan sa Article 6. And I want you to memorize, okay. Kailangan i-memorize din natin yung provision na yan, yung Article 6. Okay. Yun yung konsepto ng material crimes. If there are 3 stages, there are 3 stages in the commission of a felony, the stages of execution, it is considered as a material crime. Pero, ang itinatanong dito, ano naman yung tawag doon sa crimes that are consummated in one instant? Okay? That is, it may not have an attempted or a frustrated stage, such as acts of lasciviousness, slander, false testimony, theft, okay? Meaning, there is no attempted and frustrated. It is only punishable whenever it is consummated. Okay. Anong tawag natin doon? So, dalawang magkalaban yan. Material crime, yung may stages, attempted, frustrated, consummated. At yung isa naman, kung consummated lang siya, okay, the answer to that is, it is a formal crime. Okay? So, yun yung kailangan natin maunawa. Material, pag sinabi natin material crimes, mayroong 3 stages. Okay? Pag formal crime, consummated only. Okay? Next, let's proceed. Number 9, as a general rule, light felonies are punishable only when they are blank. Okay? With the exception of those committed against persons or property. What's your answers? Okay. Consummated ba siya? Frustrated, attempted, or none of the above? Okay. This can be viewed or seen in Article 7. Okay, nandun yan, ng revised penal code. Okay? So let's go back. Okay? Yung light felonies, everyone, okay? It is deemed punishable only when they are, letter A, consummated. Okay. As a general rule, light felonies are punishable only when they are consummated. What is the reason under the law? Because those light felonies can be attributed with a small gravity. Okay. And maybe if you will be punishing frustrated and attempted, kumbaga mababaw nga yung mga batas na yan. Mga mabababaw nga yung mga batas na yan. Like for example, altering boundary marks. Okay. So it is punishable with arresto minor. So kung halimbawa, you committed that in frustrated or in attempted, parang mas mababa pa dapat sa arresto minor yung parusa sa iyo. And under the law, we may attribute that as not that hard, or meaning to say, lang yan, mga simpleng bagay lang yan. Okay? So, wag na natin patulan. Parang gano'n ang gusto sabihin ng batas. Okay? But there is an exception. Okay? An exception when are we going to punish light felonies? Okay? Although they are attempted or frustrated, is when it is an act committed, an act or omission committed against persons or property, pursuant to Titles 8 and 10 of the revised penal code. Like for example, you committed the crime of slight physical injury. Okay? Slight physical injury, ang binibigay dyan usually arresto minor. Okay? Pwede bang magkaroon ng attempted slight physical injury o kaya frustrated? Okay? Frustrated, attempted, or frustrated slight physical injury. Ang tanong, pwede ba? Okay? The answer to that is yes. Okay? Because these are within the exceptions. Okay? Considering that slight physical injury is a crime against person. Although slight physical injury is a light felony, okay, but considering that this is a crime against person, it now beholds that it is within the exception. Okay. Letter E. Okay. For number 10, one of the theories in criminal law which states that man is subdued occasionally by a strange and morbid phenomenon which constrains him, okay, to do wrong in spite of or contrary to his own volition. Okay? The answer to this question, it is what? So meron daw sumasapi o kaya meron daw nakaka-apekto sa pag-iisip ng tao. Okay? Kaya naaapektuhan yung kanyang full volition ng kanyang free will. Okay? What do you think is that? Okay? And that is no other than the positive theory or the positivist theory. Okay? So I will not dwell on this kasi sa tingin ko alam nyo na yan. Okay? Now, number 11. Blank is an act of sovereign power granting a general pardon for past offense and is rarely exercised in favor of a single individual. Yun lang bilugin mo, single individual. It is a sovereign power, okay? Okay. And it gives general pardon, okay, which is rarely exercised in favor of a single individual, okay? Pero hindi doon nagtatapos. And is usually granted to certain classes of persons, usually political offenders. Yun ang mas kailangan natin bilugan ng mas malaki. Yung they are considered as political offenders, okay, who are subject to trial but not yet convicted. Okay. So, what is this? This is the definition of letter D, amnesty. Okay. So, pardon, there are 4 known executive clemencies, okay, Meaning, ang presidente lang ang pwede pong gumawa nito. Ang acronym natin dyan, PARC, P-A-R-C. Okay. Pardon, amnesty, reprieve, at saka commutation. Okay. So, meaning to say, halimbawa ang presidente, siya yung nagbigay sa inyo yan. Okay? Binigyan ka ng kahit na doon sa executive clemency. Can you question that in court? The answer, there are various cases which was decided by the Supreme Court, and it states that because of being a president, okay, the law grants you a sovereign power, which is in the form of executive clemency. No one can question you from granting that. Okay? So, ano ba ang reason kung bakit tayo mayroong executive clemency katulad ng amnesty? Okay? Kasi daw, by way of granting executive clemency, we may cure the injustice or errors committed by the members of the judiciary as a form of check and balance. Kasi posibleng may mga na-misappreciate yung mga judges and justices. Okay? And the only way to save an innocent man is through the executive clemency. Okay? Kaya meron po tayo yun. Okay? I hope that everyone's learning. Now, for number 12, I think marami tayong marami tayong pagtatalunan dito. But I want you to realize the concept of this one. It is a rule regarding jurisdiction, okay, of a coastal state whenever a crime is committed aboard a foreign merchant vessel, whenever that merchant vessel is within the jurisdiction of that coastal state. Okay, according to this rule, such crimes are triable in that country, okay, unless their commission affects the peace and security of the coastal state. Okay? Meaning, as we can see here, jurisdiction vests with the nationality of the vessel. Okay? It is the flag or the state-bearing vessel which bears jurisdiction. Okay? And we are talking about what rule? The answer is, that is the English rule. Dalawa ang magkalaban dyan, English rule at saka French rule. Okay? Okay, parang mali ang secretary ko. Ang tamang sagot po dito ay French rule. Okay? So, tama ba? Aboard a foreign merchant vessel whenever that is within the jurisdiction of that coastal state. Okay? According to this rule, such crimes are triable in that country. Okay? Tama. This is the French rule. Okay? So meaning to say, it is the flag or the nationality of the vessel which determines jurisdiction. Ang magiging exception dyan, kung kailan hindi yung flag-bearing state, okay, yung flag or the nationality of the vessel which will dictate jurisdiction is when it already affects the peace and security of the coastal country. Said for example that in the Manila Bay, halimbawa, si A and B ay nanonood ng Manila Bay sunset, okay, dun sa Dolomite Beach. Tapos meron silang nakita na nakadaong dun na Japanese vessel. Dun sa Japanese vessel, merong Amerikano at saka merong isang Spanish, okay, na crew. Okay? So said for example, we are adhering to the French rule. Okay? Halimbawa, ang Pilipinas nag-a-adhere sa French rule. So halimbawa, on board a Japanese vessel, sa Amerikano at saka sa Spanish, halimbawa sila ay nagsaksakan dun sa loob. Okay? Nagsaksakan silang dalawa. Ang tanong, sino ang may jurisdiction under the French rule? Sabi nga dun, it is the flag or the nationality of the vessel which determines jurisdiction. Since they are on board, okay? Since they are on board a Japanese vessel, the Japanese law will be applicable in that case. Now, ibang usapan naman, ang exception doon sa French rule is, halimbawa si Amerikano at sa Spanish, nakita nila si A and B na nanonood ng Manila Bay sunset habang sila ay magka-holding hands. Na-insecure sila. Sabi ni Amerikano at saka ni Spanish, ni Spanish, mga walang niya kayo, wala forever. Ang ginawa nila, binulot nila yung baril. Tapos pinagbabaril nila yung lahat ng tao na nasa Dolomite Beach. Okay? Ang tanong, may jurisdiction pa rin ba yung flags, yung flag bearing state? The answer to that is the exception. Because it already affects the peace and security of the coastal state. Okay? Yun po ang sinasabi ng French rule. Okay? Now, in the Philippines, rather, we are adhering to the English rule, which states that whenever a vessel or the place or the territory of every country determines jurisdiction. If you are here in the Philippines, whether in water, in land, or in air of the Philippine territory, okay, you committed a crime, although you are on board a foreign vessel, okay, ang may jurisdiction ay ang Pilipinas. Okay? Kasi nandito ka sa ating territory. And what is the reason for guaranteeing the territorial application? Okay? Under the English rule. Because under public international law, we recognize international sovereignty. Okay? Meaning each country has their own laws. Okay? And other countries must respect their jurisdiction. Okay? So yun naman yung English rule. Okay? Kailan lang hindi magkakaroon ng intervention yung English rule? Okay? If the crime involves the internal management of the vessel. Halimbawa, yung example ko kanina, si A at saka si B, for example, ay si A at saka si Amerikano at saka si Spanish, okay, they are on board a Japanese vessel in Manila Bay. Halimbawa, nagsaksakan si A at saka si B. Nagsaksakan si Amerikano at saka si Spanish. Okay, patay si Spanish. Sino may jurisdiction? Philippine law o yung Japanese law? Under English rule. Okay, under English rule, it is within the Philippine law. Okay, kasi the ship or the vessel, although the actors are on board, okay, they are on board a foreign vessel, but they are within Philippine waters. Okay, the jurisdiction rests with the Philippine laws, with the Philippines, and Philippine laws shall be applicable. Kailan na magkakaroon ng exception sa English rule? Kapag it only involves internal management of the vessel. Halimbawa, nagkaroon ng sampalan between Amerikano at saka kay Spanish on board a Japanese vessel. Okay? Sabi nung flag-bearing vessel, okay, which is the Japanese vessel, dahil nagkaroon lang ng konting tampuhan tong dalawang kruko, baka pa pwedeng kami na lang yung magkaroon ng jurisdiction. Okay? Pero usually, bibihira yung chances na win-win natin. Okay. Next. I hope that everyone's learning. Number 13, acts and omissions punishable by law, specifically the revised penal code, are known as, you can see this in Article 3. Okay. The correct answer here is letter A, felonies. Okay. So, felonies refers to acts or omission punishable by the revised penal code. Okay? And felonies may either be committed by dolo, okay, by dolo or deceit, or culpa or fault. Okay? Yun yung elements niya. Okay? So, acts or omission punishable by the revised penal code is otherwise known as felony. Okay? If acts or omission is punishable by special penal laws, such as Republic Acts, presidential decrees, executive orders, okay? The technical term is not felony, but it is an offense. Okay? Whenever there would be an act or omission, which is punishable by ordinance, okay? Ang tawag naman po natin doon ay infractions. Okay? I hope that everyone's learning. Okay? Are you learning, guys? So number 14, who grants absolute pardon, the effect of which will extinguish criminal liability. Okay. The grant of absolute pardon under Article 89 is a way of extinguishing criminal liability. Okay. So, ang tanong dyan, sino ang nagbibigay, okay, ng absolute pardon? Okay. And when we talk about pardon, dalawa yung concept niyan. Pardon may either be given by the offended party and it may be granted by the president. Okay. So the answer here is letter A, the chief executive or the president. Okay. We are talking about executive pardon, not pardon by the offended party. Okay. Are you learning, guys? Now, number 15, there is blank. Okay. When the criminal act is performed with deliberate intent. Okay. So sana makuha natin to. Very ano lang to. Yung mga pinapakita ko sa inyo class na mga questions, usually these are just simple questions, okay? Which I think you have to master. Okay? Kasi dyan lang huhugot yung ating examiner. Ang gagawin lang nila dyan, usually gagawa lang sila ng mga scenario. Okay. Pero it is very important, and I think whenever you are doing a review, okay, kailangan wag niyo kakalimutan yung basic. Okay? So there is blank when the criminal act is performed with deliberate intent. The answer here is letter B. There is dolo or deceit. Okay? Let us remember the elements of dolo. Para masabi nating merong dolo or deceit or otherwise known as intentional felony, all of these requisites must be present. There must be FII, freedom of action. That's one. Number 2 is intelligence. And the most important one is intent. Kapag wala siyang intent, meron siyang freedom of action, meron siyang intelligence, pero walang intent, meaning no intention, but it resulted from imprudence, negligence, okay, lack of skill, and lack of foresight, that is fault or culpa. Okay. Yan. Number 16, when the wrongful act results from imprudence, negligence, lack of foresight, or lack of skills, okay, then there is blank. Okay. So, nabanggit na natin yung kanina. Okay. Dolo kung may freedom of action, intelligence, at saka intent. Ngayon, kung walang intent pero may imprudence, negligence, lack of foresight, and lack of skill, okay? Anong tawag natin doon? Ang tawag natin doon ay culpa. Eh wala yung culpa dyan. Ang translation ng culpa is fault. Okay? So, dalawa yung posibleng maging sagot dyan. Okay? You may see that B and C contains the same answer. Okay? They are the correct answers, B and C. However, for number 16, the best answer here should be letter B. You should be answering letter B. Not letter C. Mali yung sekretary ko sa pag-highlight. Okay? Ang sagot dyan, letter B. Okay? Yung fault sa letter B. Sir, bakit ganun? Eh parehas lang naman yung nakasulat sa letter B at saka sa letter C. Yun nga po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. In the multiple type of question, multiple choice questions, okay, we are not just seeking for the correct answer. The examiner, although nakasulat yan, B and C, parehas lang sila, hindi niya ha-highlightan sa kanyang key to correction yung B at saka si C. Okay? Ang gagawin ng examiner dyan, he will go after with the rules on multiple choice question. And under these rules, if there are two correct answers with the same spelling, okay, ang rule dyan, ang best answer is the letter or the number which precedes the other choices, the other similar choices, which in this case it should be letter B. Okay. Bravo. Okay. Next, number 17. These are circumstances which are grounds for exemption, okay, from punishments because there is one thing in the agent of the crime any of the conditions which make the act voluntary or negligent. Okay. So when we are talking about circumstances which should affect criminal liability, kailangan ma-memorize natin yung concept ng Articles 11 to 15, otherwise known as the JAMAA, justifying, exempting, mitigating, aggravating, at saka alternative. Okay? Now, in this question, what is the best answer? Okay? So, it is a ground for exception, okay? Or exemption from criminal liability. I think from there you can see that is the keyword already. It is a ground for exemption. Okay? Meaning, ano ba dyan sa mga penalty dyan, ay ano ba dyan sa mga circumstances na dyan, ang mag-exempt sa'yo from criminal liability. Dalawa lang yung pwede dyan. Yung exempting at saka justifying. Kasi yung alternative, it may either be aggravating or it may be mitigating. Okay? Mitigating is yung nagpapababa, aggravating is nagpapataas ng penalty. Now, ano yung ground for exemption? Okay? The answer here is letter A, exempting circumstances. Sir, anong pinakaiba ng justifying circumstance tsaka sa exempting circumstance? Okay? In justifying circumstance, the law would say that there is no crime committed and there is no criminal who made the intended crime. Okay? In the eyes of the law, there is no crime committed and there is no criminal. Whereas when we talk about exempting circumstance, okay, and in the eyes of the law, yes, we affirm that there is a crime which was committed. May nangyaring krimen. However, we cannot attribute criminal liability on the person, meaning there is no criminal. So, in exempting, there is a crime, but there is no criminal. Okay, yun yung konsepto niya. Naku, discuss na ito. Number 18. What do you mean by the Latin maxim, nullium crimen, nulla pena, sine lege? Okay. So, I hope that you are answering. There is no crime if the offender is able to bribe the police officer handling this case. There is no crime if the offender is able to bribe the fiscal prosecutor in this case. Ignorance of the law excuses no one from compliance therewith. And letter D, there is no crime if there is no law punishing it. Okay. What is the correct answer? It is letter D or delta. There is no crime if there is no law punishing it. Okay. So this goes my question. Okay. Whenever I am conducting my review, my simple question would go like this. What comes first? Ano ang nauna? Crime or law? Okay. So siguro, right now, you are doing your final coaching already. And I must say that if you answer crime takes place first, maybe you have a problem. Okay? Because we are adhering to this concept, nullum crimen nulla pena sine lege. Okay? Therefore, ano ang nauna? Crime ba or law? It should be the law. Okay? Kailangan may mauna munang batas bago natin masabi kung ano yung mga bagay na krimen. Okay? Yun ang gusto sabihin nitong Latin maximum. Next. Number 19. It is the moving power which impels one to action for a definite result. Okay? Dalawa yung po pwedeng maging sagot dito, guys. Okay? Pag nakita nyo yung ganyan, it is the moving power. Okay? Tanggalin nyo na yung malice, walang kinalaman yan. Tanggalin nyo na rin yung lack of foresight. Okay? So, dalawa na lang ang pagpipilian nyo dyan, yung intent at saka motive. Okay? So, the correct answer here is letter C, motive. Okay? The moving power or the compelling power why you did a crime is your motive. And in criminal prosecution, it is immaterial. I'm going to illustrate intent versus motive. Intent, that is your specific purpose or ano ba yung ginawa mo. Okay? Motive talks about your motivation. it is your moving power, it is your reason, okay, why you perpetrated the crime. How are you going to illustrate that? Kapag halimbawa, there is a crime of theft, okay, in the criminal prosecution of the culprit, it is important for the prosecution to substantiate the intent to gain. Kailangan may pakita ni prosecution na merong intent to gain. Yung tao ba na yan, nagnakaw ba yan? Okay. Yun lang ang kailangan sagutin ng prosecution. Yung tao ba na yan, nagnakaw ba yan? If the answer to that is yes, okay, there is intent to gain. Okay, yung tao, pwede siyang makasuhan ng theft. Now, yung motive doon sa example ko ay ganito naman. Ang motive is, bakit ka nagnakaw? Okay, sabihin mo, kasi po mahirap ang buhay, wala na po akong makain, etc. You are adducing that import. Okay, that is your motive. That is your moving power, or that is your compelling power. Okay, which propels or impels you to do the intended crime. Again, that is immaterial in the criminal prosecution. Hindi tatanungin ng korte yan. Okay? It is not relevant in your criminal prosecution. Okay? What is being proved in court is the intent, not the motive. Okay? Motive may only be contributory, specifically in the identification of the culprit. Okay? Pero it is immaterial in criminal prosecution. Okay? Number 20, okay. This can be found under Article 48. What crime exists when a single act constitutes two or more grave or less grave felonies, or when an offense is a necessary means of committing the other? Okay? Meron tayong first paragraph at saka meron tayong first sentence dito, at saka merong second sentence. Okay? But the correct answer here should be letter D, complex crime, under Article 48. Okay? So, complex crime can be divided into two, specifically in Article 48. Okay? Yung first sentence dyan, what crime exists when a single act constitutes two or more grave or less grave felony? That is what we call as compound crime or delito compuesto. Okay? Baka yun yung makita nyo sa inyong choices, delito compuesto. And meron din tayong tinatawag na delito kompleho. Okay? Delito kompleho or complex crime proper, ayan naman yung second sentence. Or it is when an offense is a necessary means of committing the other. Okay? Ulitin ko dalawa po yung complex crime under Article 48. May tinatawag tayong delito compuesto or compound crime. That's the first sentence. And the second sentence, that is the complex crime proper or delito complejo. Okay? Guys, pwede ba tayong mag-break kahit 2 minutes or 3 minutes? I'll just have to get my water. Okay. So thank you. Okay. So magandang gabi po sa inyo. Can we now proceed? Okay. Nababasa ko sa inyong chat box. Maraming nangangamba sa inyo. Okay? Maraming nangangamba sa inyo. Parang nahihirapan sila sa inyong darating na board exam. Siguro ako yung kakaiba sa lahat ng mga naging lecturer nyo. Okay? Kasi what I am going to say with you is, hindi totoo yung sinasabi ng ibang lecturer. For me, with all due respect with them, huwag kayong maniwala sa sinasabi nila na masyadong mahirap ng board exam. Okay? So, maniwala kayo sa akin na ang board exam parang mas mahirap pa yung mga exam na ginawa ninyo when you were in college. Okay? Okay? So, if time comes, sana maging examiner din ako. I'm looking forward also of becoming an examiner someday. Pero sa tingin ko, pag ako yung naging examiner, baka maghihirapan ko yung board exam. Kaya better to take the board exam now and pass the board exam. Kasi pag naging examiner ako, baka mahirapan natin. Okay? And siguro, gusto kong sabihin para condition natin yung mind natin. As you can see, okay? As you can see, ang mga pinapakita ko sa inyo example ay mga lang, basic lang, okay? Kasi alam ko marami na kayong mga examinations o kaya marami na kayong books na binabasa. Okay? Do not complicate yourself, okay? Especially nung ako in my personal experience when I took the bar examination, I have to read more than 8 hours a day. Numerous pages, countless pages. Pati cases binabasa ko 'yan word for word. Okay? And talagang sobrang hirap, especially kapag gusto mo talaga na ako talaga, personally, I really wanted to become a lawyer. Okay? So, talagang ginawa ko yung lahat. Ganon din kayo. When I was in your stage, okay, when I am reviewing for the board examination way back 2014, okay, talagang sinobrahan ko yung aral. Talagang aral ako ng maigi. Okay? Kasi natatakot ako na baka mamaya doon sa isang pahinay na hindi ko babasahin, baka doon lumabas yung tamang sagot. Okay? So, ang kailangan nyong gawin dyan, you have to compose yourself. Okay? Tapos, bawasan natin yung huwag tayong magkaroon ng, ayan, pwede yan, tama yung sasabi niyan, nag-aral ka ng 30 minutes, tapos maglaro ka pa, minsan-minsan lumabas ka, makipag-date ka, wala namang problema, magsimba ka. Okay? And sa tingin ko, the best time to study, you practice yourself to study early in the morning. Gawin nyo, mag-aral kayo ng umaga, magsimula kayo ng alas 7 ng alas 6 o alas 7 ng umaga. Okay? Matapos kayo hanggang alas 5. Pag after 5 p.m., kahit hindi na kayo magbasa sa gabi, wala nang problema yon. You practice yourself thinking every morning. Okay? Huwag kayong masanay na gabi kayo nagtatrabaho. Kasi ang inyong board examination ay ginaganap tuwing umaga hanggang hapon. Okay? Kaya dapat ganun ang natin, mindset natin. Ako when I was doing the bar review, yung review ko para sa bar examination, I see to it that I will wake up by 6 a.m. Okay? Pag 6 a.m., pagkagising ko, magbe-breakfast ako, mag-stretching ako konti, magpo-push-ups, ikot-ikot lang dun sa village, ganyan. Tapos by 7 a.m., kailangan nakaligo na rin ako, etc., nakakain. Tapos I'll start reading. Okay. Tapos yan, magpapahinga lang ako every once in a while. Okay. Pero kung katulad ninyo, hindi ko kayo dinidiscourage kasi kayo ay nagwo-work. Okay? When I was reviewing for the board examination also, nagtatrabaho rin po ako katulad ninyo. Okay? Yung pag-inom, pwede rin sigurong gawin yan. Pero wag mas madaming inom kaysa sa aral. Okay? So, tignan natin kung ano yung magagawa. At saka malaki yung paniniwala ko na you are in good hands. Okay? Na maraming salamat at nagtiwala kayo sa ACLE. Kasi yung pagtitiwala nyo sa review center nyo, okay, would be an edge for you to pass board examination. Do not just aim for 75, okay? Do not just aim for 75. Kailangan ang i-aim nyo dyan, dapat you should be aiming for the top, okay? So, ako noon, ang pinagpe-pray ko lang to guide you and to serve this an inspiration with you. When I was reviewing for the board examination, sinabi ko na yung pagpasa, nandyan na yan sa akin. So, ang pinagpe-pray ko kay Lord, sana Lord, makakuha lang ako ng 85% na average. Yun ang wish ko. Okay? Pero sobra-sobra yung binigay sa akin ni Lord. Kasi yung 85 na wini-wish ko na average, yun yung ibinigay niya sa akin na pinakamababang subject ko. And I got 2 line of 9s. Okay? And I think that I'm very fortunate. Okay. So I may not be I may not end as a top notcher, okay? Pero hindi kasi yun yung natin hindi yung goal natin. And I see the Lord has greater plans for us. Okay? So if you have questions, guys, you may add me in Facebook, you may message me. Pero ang gusto ko lang sana kung magme-message kayo sa akin, halimbawa may tanong kayo sa ganito, okay, concerning your board examination, tanungin niyo ako pag hanggang mga alas 7 ng gabi. Kasi pag mga alas 8, alas 9, alas 10, medyo allergic na ako sa mga nagme-message tas nagtatanong. Okay? Kasi oras naman ng pahinga ko 'yon. Okay? So, let's go back with our discussion. Okay? Mamaya balikan natin yung mga questions ha. I-up nyo lang. Okay? Number 21. Okay? Aberratio ictus simply means blank. Okay? So, in Article 4, Paragraph 1, sabi dyan, criminal liability is incurred by any person although the wrongful act is different from what was intended. Okay? Kita nyo yun. Class, yung pagpo-pronounce ko sa inyo ng mga words na yan, na-develop ko yan when I was studying. Okay? In the during my college days. Ganun ko sineryoso tong subject na ito. Okay? So hanggang naging naging law student ako, naging abogado ko, hanggang ngayon alam ko pa rin siya by heart. Okay? So, yung Article 4, Paragraph 1, it talks about 3 things. Okay? Meron tayong tinatawag na aberratio ictus, error in personae, at saka praeter intentionem. Aberratio ictus means letter A, mistake in the blow. Okay? Yun yung ibig sabihin ng aberratio ictus, mistake in the blow, aberratio ictus. Now, meron tayong tinatawag na, ano ba yung sabihin ng aberratio ictus? You are not the intended victim, but due to the blow, okay? Due to the attack or the assault exerted by the perpetrator, you may be killed or injured. Like for example, si A, tinutukan niya ng baril si B, okay? Pinutok niya yung baril with intent to kill. Tinamaan si B, patay on the spot. Eto magusimbala, tinamaan si C. That's the classic example. Ang tanong, si A ba liable ba siya dun sa pagkamatay ni C kahit hindi niya naman sinasadya? Or ang ultimate victim lang niya ay si letter B? The answer is yes. Okay? Kasi sabi nga dyan, criminal liability is incurred by any person although the wrongful act is different from what was intended. Okay? Which is mistake in the blow. Next, meron tayong concept of error in personae, which is mistake in identity. Okay? Mistake in identity, ang original victim ni A, si B. Okay? But due to darkness, okay, may ganito nangyari. Sa isang inuman, there was a case decided by the Supreme Court. Sa isang inuman, papatayin nung suspect yung original victim niya. Kaya lang sobrang lasing na lasing siya. And at the same time, madalim. Okay? Sinaksak niya yung isang tao kasi akala niya ito si B. But it turned out, the victim was killed. Sabi niya, dapat hindi daw siya managot kasi hindi naman daw na intensyon na patayin si C. And allegedly, ang kanyang allegation, dapat hindi daw homicide yung kaso niya, but instead, dapat daw reckless imprudence resulting in homicide. Sabi ng Supreme Court, No, there was or mistake in identity, and you will be liable still. Okay? Now, letter C is result greater than intended or praeter intentionem. Okay? Like for example, you would like to abduct your ultimate crush. Okay? So gusto mo siyang rapin but you cannot rape her inside the classroom. So ang ginawa mo, you forcibly abduct her. Okay? Kinuha mo siya. Okay? Mula dun sa classroom. And dinala mo sa iyong condominium unit. Okay? Kaya lang, wala ka namang, nung nadala mo na sa condominium unit mo, tinali mo siya. Wala kang intention na rapin siya. Ang gusto mo lang makasama siya for a day. Okay? Kaya lang sumisigaw siya ng tulong sa klolo. Ganyan. So, natakot ka na baka mamaya mahuli ka. So, ang ginawa mo, you placed her panty inside her mouth. Okay? Nilagay mo yung panty sa kanyang mouth. Okay? Para hindi siya sumigaw. Tapos pinagmamasdan mo lang siya. Kaya lang, dahil sa pinipilit niyang sumisigaw, tapos umiiyak-iyak na rin siya, hindi niya namamalayan na dahan-dahan niyang nalulunok na yung panty. Okay? And after some time, yung panty niya na isinubo mo sa kanyang bibig, this was a real case yung sinubo mo sa kanyang bibig, na-choke siya. Okay? And it resulted to the death of the victim. Now, can you be exempted from the death of the victim? Ang sabi mo, abduction lang dapat ang kaso mo. Okay? But the answer to that question is, you are still criminally liable. Because although ang sinasabi ko dyan, okay, the result is greater than intended, which is praeter intentional. But I have to I have sort of tawag dito, clarification. Yung the result greater than intended or praeter intentional, it is a mitigating circumstance. But not all of the time. Like for example, halimbawa, ang gusto mo suntukin mo lang yung tao, di ba? Gusto mo, niyaya mo na siya para suntukan tayo. Okay? Kaya lang in the process, pag suntok mo sa kanya, napangahan mo siya. Tapos sumalpok naman yung ulo sa gutter. Patay on the spot. What is the proper case to be filed against you? Okay? So, in that, if I will be the prosecutor, I will file a case of homicide against you. Because it is a general rule that whenever a victim died, okay, intent to kill is always presumed. Okay? Pero pwede mo rin i-argue na wala ka namang ginagawang kasalanan. Or hindi mo naman sinasadya na mamatay siya dun sa nangyari yun. Kasi ang intention magsuntukan lang. So pwedeng maging pinaka less na yung chances na maging reckless imprudence yun. Although, pwedeng ang mangyari yan, makonvict ka for the crime of homicide, pero bibigyan ng mitigating circumstance of praeter intentionem or the result greater than intended. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, hindi mo naman talaga sinasadya na mapatay siya. Pero, merong dinesisyon ng Supreme Court na kaso dyan. Yung mga fratman, okay, nag-conduct sila ng initiation rites. Okay? So, gusto nilang masubok yung kanilang magiging kapatid, yung kanilang neophyte, kung hanggang saan ang kaya niyang ibigay para sa kapatiran. So anong ginawa nila? Pinukpok nila ng paddle, okay? Nag-undergo ng initiation rites, okay? So sa kakapalo nila ng, ang tawag dito, ng paddle sa hita, okay? Nag-accumulate ngayon yung dugo doon sa kanyang kidney. Okay? Yun kasi yun yung nagiging dahilan. Kasi nga, tawag dito, yung lower extremities mo, ginagawa mo siyang numb. So, hindi na makapag-circulate ng maayos yung dugo. Ang magko-compensate dyan, yung kidney. Okay? So, yung kidney, it's, nag-malfunction yung kanyang trabaho, it result to the death of the neophyte. Sabi ng mga fratman na nag-undergo ng initiation rites, hindi naman po namin sinasadya yung pagkamatay niya. In fact, wala kaming balak na patayin yan. Okay? Pero there was a decision by the Supreme Court that if there would be hazing, okay, the mitigating circumstance of praeter intentionem is not availing. Okay? Yun ang decision ng Supreme Court sa kaso. Meaning, hindi pa pwedeng katwiran as mitigating circumstance yung praeter intentionem. Okay. I hope that everyone's learning. Okay? Maliwanag ba guys? Naintindihan niyo ba yung aking lecture? So I hope that ang goal ko dito sa lecture ko, hindi ko kayo i-overload ng hindi ko kayo i-overload ng information kasi I know yung ginagawa niyong pakikinig sa akin ngayon, extra effort niyo na lang ito. Pero yung effort niyo out of this review lecture, okay, whenever you are on your own, mas matindi pa yung in-exert niyo na effort. So isusupplement lang natin sila. Okay? For number 22, Rhea was driving her car, okay, when he bumped Mario, okay? Mario died as a result, okay? At the trial of the case, the prosecutor was able to prove that Rhea had mens rea when he bumped the victim Mario. Hence, the information for reckless imprudence resulting in homicide was dismissed and a new information for murder was filed against Rhea. Now, ang haba ng tanong, pero ito lang ang tanong. What is meant by mens rea? Ano ibig sabihin ng mens rea? Let's see the choices. Letter A, it means that Rhea had menstruation at the time of the crime, which might exempt her. Letter B, it means Rhea had her monthly period at the time of the commission of the crime. Letter C, mens rea means Rhea is a man's woman. Or letter D, mens rea simply means criminal intent. That is, the act of Rhea was intentional and not accidental. So I think, alam niyo sa board exam, malaki ang chance niyo dyan kapag meron kayong common sense. Wag niyong kakalimutan yung common sense in the board examination. Especially for law subjects, ha. Kasi, yung naman dyan, gagawin lang nila mahaba yung tanong, pero sinusubok lang kung hanggang saan nyo kayang basahin. Kung hanggang saan nyo kayang intindihin. So kung dyan, sa mga ganyang bagay, medyo tinamad na kayo magbasa, hindi na makukuha yung tamang sagot. Okay. So the correct answer is no other than letter D. Okay. Kasi yun lang yung may relevance dito. Yan lang yung may sustansya. Okay. Next, number 23. What kind of executive clemency wipes away the guilt of the convicted person? As the name implies, okay, it is exercised by the president subject to certain constitutional limitations. In the language of the Revered Luis B. Reyes book, it is an act of grace proceeding from the power entrusted with the execution of the laws which exempts the individual on whom it is bestowed from the punishment the law inflicts for the crime he has committed. Napakahaba kung babasahin mo. Okay? Pero ang tinatanong lang dyan, what kind of executive clemency? Di ba kanina nabanggit ko sa inyo, may 4 klase ng may 4 na klase ng executive clemency. Pardon, amnesty, reprieve, commutation. Ano ba yung wala doon? Yung parol, tanggalin niyo na yung parol. Walang relevance yun kasi hindi siya executive clemency. Okay? Now, it is a kind of executive clemency which wipes away the guilt of the convicted person. Okay? What do you think is the answer? Ano ba yung nagpapawalang sala sa iyo dyan? It is letter A. Pardon. Okay? So, napakadali lang. Number 24. Okay? What is incurred by one who commits a felony although the wrongful act is different from that which she intended? Sa tingin ko nabanggit ko na sa inyo yan kanina. Yan yung exact phrase na ginamit under Article 4, Paragraph 1. Ano daw yung nagagawa mo? Okay? So, the answer to that question is letter D. Okay? Criminal liability is incurred by any person, okay, who commits a felony although the wrongful act is different from that which he or she intended. Okay? Next, number 25. Number 25, what is that cause which in natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by any efficient intervening cause, produces the injury and without which the result would not have occurred. Okay? So, interplay ito. Marami rin tayo madidiscuss dito. Okay? So, memory works lang tayo dyan. Ano yan? Ano yung naiintindihan natin dyan? So, the answer to this question is letter C. That is proximate cause. Okay? How I'm going to illustrate proximate cause? Napakahaba niyan eh. Ang proximate cause, ganito lang yan. Merong cause at saka effect. Dapat may relationship, buti pa, sana all, di ba? Sana all may relationship. May relationship si cause dun sa effect. Halimbawa, si A, sinaksak niya si B. Okay? After some time, namatay si B. Dahil saan namatay si B? Dahil sa saksak. Okay? So, although, halimbawa, nag-survive si B for 2 to 3 days in the hospital, pero namatay siya because of the stab wound. Okay? The stabbing made by A is the proximate cause of the death of B. Okay? Yun ang gusto sabihin doon. Kasi may relationship ba yung cause dun sa effect? Okay? Yun ang ibig sabihin ng proximate cause. Now, dapat yan, it is natural and continuous sequence. Meaning, meron siyang relationship. Like in the case of people versus mananangkil. Hindi ko makakalimutan itong kaso na ito. Kaya dun sa mga lalaki na mga babaero, okay? Wag niyong mag-isip-isip na kayo, may pagkakataon pa kayo para magbagong buhay. Bakit anong nangyari dito sa case ni people versus mananangkil? Okay, si mananangkil, siya yung babae. Yung mister niya, isang gasoline boy sa sa building sa Pasay. Habang naka-duty, dahil alam niya na babaero yung mister, ang ginawa niya, sinabuyan niya ng gasolina. Tapos sinilaban niya. Okay? Sinilaban niya ng buhay. Okay? Ang swerte naman ni mister kasi nadala pa sa ospital. Nakasurvive for the next 2 weeks. Kaya lang, syempre, dahil nalapos yung kanyang katawan, etc., nag-develop siya ng pneumonia. Okay? So, initially, ang sinampang kaso kay mananangkil, frustrated parricide kasi hindi namatay yung mister niya. Kaya lang, after some time, after 2 weeks, namatay yung kanyang mister kasi nag-contract siya sa pneumonia. So, ngayon, yung prosecutor, pinapa-amend niya yung nag-file siya ng motion for leave of court to amend information and would be amending the charges from frustrated parricide to consummated parricide. Sabi ni mananangkil, teka lang, buhay pa yan eh. Tsaka hindi naman ako yung dahilan kung bakit yan namatay. Okay. Hindi naman ako yung dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon ng pneumonia. Yun ang kanyang allegation. Eh sabi ng Supreme Court, no, that is not correct. You are the proximate cause of the death of your husband. Why? Because the moment you burn him, okay, the moment na sinunog mo siya, okay, so chances are, dahil dun sa smoke ng gases, tapos dun sa pagkalapos ng kanyang balat, etc., may mga nasirang organ, and specifically the lungs, okay, nag-result to siya dun sa pag-contract niya ng pneumonia. There was a natural and continuous sequence, okay? Meaning, the burning of the body of your husband is in relation to his contraction with pneumonia, which is the cause of death. So, anong nangyari dito? Mananangkil was convicted for the crime of consummated homicide, consummated parricide. Okay. Now, meron din tayong tinatawag class, I think ba, ay wala, na yung letter A, efficient intervening cause. Magkaiba yan ha, you don't answer the same. Hindi magkaiba ang proximate cause at saka efficient intervening cause. Ang proximate cause, it is the relationship between the cause and the effect. Ito yung cause, ito yung effect. Ang efficient intervening cause, yan yung nagpapahinto. Meaning it breaks the cause and the effect. Okay? Ibig sabihin, dahil dun sa efficient intervening cause, hindi na nagkaroon ng natural sequence. How I'm going to illustrate that? Let's say, for example, A stab B. Okay? A with intent to kill stab B. Okay? But due to timely medical attendance, si B, nag-survive siya. Okay? So ano i-file mo na case against A? It should be frustrated homicide or murder as the case may be. So ngayon, after, halimbawa, 1 linggo siyang nagpalipas sa ospital, okay, ginamot yung kanyang stab wound, successfully nakauwi siya sa bahay nila. Okay? So nung nakauwi sa bahay nila, dumating yung kanyang mga tropa, masyado silang nagsaya. Sabi niya, pare, para ka ng ano, kumbaga sa pusa, may 8 buhay ka pa. Sabi, ang pusa kasi siya mambuhay, o baka ganun ka. So meron ka pang 8 buhay. Okay? Sabi niya, naku, wala na to, parang kiniliti lang ako nung ano, saksak sa akin. Sabi niya, talaga pare, parang kiliti, hindi naman pala masakit eh. Tara maglaro tayo ng basketball. Okay. So, makulit naman si B. O sige, tara pre, laro tayo. Na-miss ko na maglaro ng basketball eh. So maghapon naglaro sila ng basketball. Totoo to nangyari, this is a real case. Naglaro sila ng basketball. And after some time, bigla na lang nag-collapse si B. Okay? Nag-collapse siya. Then it turned out there was an excessive bleeding dun sa kanyang injured part, sa kanyang tiyan. Okay? Namatay si B. Ngayon, si A, originally sinampahan siya ng kasong frustrated homicide. Okay? Ginagawang consummated. Okay? Kasi namatay daw si B. Okay? A is the cause of the evil cause. Yun ang sinasabi nila. Okay? Sabi ng Supreme Court, hindi daw. Okay? Because there was already, the proximate cause was already broken by an efficient intervening cause. Okay? So, kung hindi ka naglaro ng basketball, kung matino ka ba namang tao at hindi ka pasaway ng hayop ka, hindi sana baka buhay ka pa. Okay? Kaya lang, dahil may mga pagkukulang ka, kaya ka namatay. Yun ang sinasabi ng Supreme Court. Okay? So, the concept of proximate cause can be adduced in the Spanish maxim, el que es causa de la cosa es causa del mal causado. Meaning, he who is the cause of the cause is the cause of the evil cause. Said for example, si A, okay? A, B, and C are on board a jeepney. Okay? Tapos nakasakay sila sa jeep. Tapos biglang, habang tumatakbo yung jeep, biglang sumigaw si A. Huwag kayong kikilos sa masama, hold up to. Okay? And because of that stimulus, narinig ni C, ang ginawa ni C, ay teka lang, bago yung aking iPhone 13, 1 terabyte fully paid. Baka mailigtas ko to. So ang ginawa niya, tumalon siya sa jeep. C jumped off the jeepney. Okay? And subsequently, he rolled in the road and was accidentally bumped by the following vehicle driven by D. Nasagasaan siya ni letter D. Ang tanong, who will be liable for the death of C? Si D ba na nakasagasa o si A? Okay? Ang sabi ng Supreme Court natin in that classic case, it should be the responsibility of A because he is the proximate cause. Okay? Without the announcement stated by A that he is held up, okay? He is holding up the passengers of the jeepney, C would not jump off the jeepney. Okay? And as a result, C was accidentally bumped by D. Okay? So, sabi diyan, el que es causa de la cosa es causa del mal causado. He who is the cause of the cause is the cause of the evil cause. Okay? I hope that everyone's learning. Natututo ba kayo, guys? So, watch out for my classic examples kasi in the PRB, yung Professional Regulatory Board for Criminology, if I'm not mistaken, may mga abogado, okay? And yun nga yung yun yung silent feature doon. Kapag halimbawa, syempre abogado 'yan, ang inclination niyan mga bagay na na may kinalaman sa batas, including jurisprudence. So, pwede nga maging example sa inyo, usually jurisprudence. Mamaya bababarin ko kayo ng jurisprudence pagdating ng Criminal Law Book 2. Okay? Number 26, the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefit Program of the DOJ is blank. Okay? In my first glance, hindi ko agad ma-spot dyan kung sino yung witness protection dyan. So I'm doing the elimination process. Okay. Letter A is the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Okay. RA 8294, I think this talks about firearms to eh. Amendment of the firearms law, the yung legal possession of firearms, PD 1866 as amended by Republic Act 8294. Okay? Yan yung yan yung tinatawag natin na na Robin Padilla law. Okay? Kasi Robin Padilla was charged in violation of PD 1866. Ang kanyang penalty noon ay 12 years na pagkakakulong. Okay? Kaya lang, malapit si Bong Revilla at saka si Robin Padilla. Yung tatay nila, si Ambrosio Padilla, nakalimutan ko yung pangalan ng tatay ni Robin Padilla, at saka si Ramon Revilla Sr. ay dating magkasama rin sa Senado. So nung nabalitaan ito na nakulong si Robin Padilla for violation of the firearms law, from 12 years, by virtue of Republic Act 8294, binabaan, ginawang 6 years. At that time, Robin Padilla was already serving 5 years. So isang taon na lang siya. Since the new law is favorable to the accused, the new law was given retroactive effect. Okay. So nakalaya si Robin Padilla. But now, pursuant to the amended firearms law, Republic Act 10591, okay, binalik ulit sa 12 years. Okay. So letter C, I think this is the child in youth. Tawag dito? Ano ba yung PD 968? This is the adult probation law pala. Okay. The adult probation law, PD 968, if I'm not mistaken. Therefore, I'm left with nothing but letter D, Republic Act 6981. Uy, tama ako. Okay, number 27. Act 3815 is also known as the Revised Penal Code. When was this code approved? Okay. So to give you a background, before the enactment of the Revised Penal Code, we are adhering to the Spanish Penal Code, the old Spanish Penal Code. Okay. But due to an administrative order issued by the DOJ, nagkaroon ng Criminal Code Committee. Okay? May 4 na miyembro yan. Okay? Yung Criminal Code Committee. Okay? And they crafted the Revised Penal Code. And this was ratified or this was approved on, kailan siya na-aprobahan? It was on December 8, 1930. That's the correct answer, letter C. Kaya lang, the Revised Penal Code took its effect in the Revised Penal Code took its effect on January 1, 1932, pursuant to Article 1 of the Revised Penal Code. Okay? So, sir, ano yung nangyari between December 9 hanggang December 31, 1931? Okay? Ang nangyari po during those period ay nagkaroon ng publication. Pinablish muna yung Revised Penal Code so that effective January 1, 1932, okay, there was already a notice in re, meaning the publication serves as the notice to the whole world that there is already a Revised Penal Code, okay, which should take its effect on January 1, 1932. Okay. Sir, kung halimbawa lalabas sa board exam namin, what law is applicable for violations on halimbawa from December 9, 1930 hanggang December 31, 1931? Okay? Ano yung mag-effective doon? Revised Penal Code na ba? The answer is hindi pa pwede magkaroon ng retroactive effect ang Revised Penal Code. Okay? Kasi we are adhering to the prospective application of criminal law. So, ano yung mag-govern na batas? It is the old Spanish Penal Code. Okay? During those times. Number 28, ay ito, napakadali nito. This can be found under Article 4, Paragraph 2. What crime is committed which is made against persons or property but which is of impossible accomplishment because of its inherent impossibility or on account of the employment or of ineffectual or inadequate means. Okay, yung tinatawag natin inherent impossibility dyan, this may be physical or actual impossibility. Okay? So, ano yun? I don't want to spill a cup of tea, but the answer is letter B, impossible crime. Okay? Bakit ba tinawag siyang impossible crime? Okay? Kasi dapat krimen siya. But due to inherent impossibility, like there is a physical impossibility, you cannot kill a dead person. Okay? So, like in the case of, if I'm not mistaken, this is the case of Intod versus Court of Appeals. Okay? Si Intod and with a group, pinalibutan nila yung kwarto na pinaghahalaan nila na nandun yung kanilang papatayin. Nirat-rat nila ng bala. Okay? It turned out, sa ibang bahay pala nakitulog yung papatayin nila. Okay? The person was not there, was not present in that room. Okay? When Intod and others perpetrated the crime. Okay? So si Intod and others were charged with impossible crime. Because you cannot kill a person who is not present. Okay? There is a physical impossibility. Now, I'm talking with legal impossibility. Anong concept ng legal impossibility naman? You cannot steal your own property. Like for example, si A, okay, nawalan siya ng cellphone. Okay? Si A, nawalan siya ng cellphone. So, after 2 weeks, okay, meron siya nakita na cellphone na gamit ni B. Okay? So, sabi na, ay, nawalan na ako ng cellphone dati. Hello guys? Narinig niyo ba ako? Medyo nagwawala-wala yung internet ko. Okay? So nami-miss ni A yung cellphone niya. So ang ginawa niya, sabi niya dahil wala akong cellphone niya, wala akong manggamit na pang ML, nanakawin ko na yung cellphone ni B. So ninakaw niya yung cellphone ni B, kinuha na sa bag, tapos dali-dali siyang umuwi. Nung nakauwi si A sa bahay nila, it turned out that the cellphone of B was the missing cellphone of A. Okay, few weeks ago. Okay? So meaning, you cannot steal your own property. Property mo yun eh. Okay? So, impossible crime po ang tawag natin. Okay? So, ano naman yung sinasabi niya na on account of the employment of ineffectual or inadequate means. Yan yung mga klase example na, halimbawa, nilagyan naman ng lason yung kanyang iinumin. But it turned out na akala mo lason pero ang nilagay mo asukal. Hindi siya namatay. Okay? Yun yung mga klase example. O kaya, nilagyan mo ng totoong lason. Pero ang problema, yung katawan niya masyadong immune. O kaya, hindi sufficient yung nilagay mong amount. Meaning, konti lang, binudburon mo lang ng konti, pero hindi siya sufficient para ikamatay ng tao. Ininom niya yun. What crime is committed? Impossible crime. Because there was employment of ineffectual or inadequate means. Okay? Realistically, guys, walang prosecutor, okay? Walang prosecutor o walang abogado na magpa-file ng impossible crime. Okay? So, I have been in the legal service for the past 7 years. Up to now that I am now a lawyer, wala pa ako na-encounter na prosecutor na nag-file ng impossible crime. Okay? So, wala pa ako nakita, wala pa ako nabasang desisyon na or na resolution ng prosecutor na nag-charge sila ng impossible crime. Okay. And why are we punishing impossible crimes? Okay? Kahit napakababa lang ng penalty dito kasi 200 fine I think the imprisonment here is arresto minor and a fine of 200 to 500 pesos. So, ang reason kung bakit kahit mababaw ito, kahit wala naman talagang nangyaring krimen, okay? Bakit pinaparusahan natin yung impossible crime? It is because we are punishing your criminal motive, your criminal propensity, and it is to suppress criminal propensities. Okay? Dahil nag-iisip ka ng masama, dahil nag-iisip ka ng bagay na kriminal, paparusahan ka dahil sa pag-iisip ng bagay na yun. Although maswerte ka kasi hindi nag-resulta dun sa intended crime mo. Okay? Now, number 29, Article 6 to. This takes place when the offender commences the commission of a felony directly by overt acts and does not perform all the acts of execution which should produce the felony by reason of some cause or accident other than his own spontaneous desistance. I want you to memorize this. Do not come into your board examination without memorizing the concept of Article 6. Okay? Right now, I'm teaching criminal law 1 in a university. Ang mga bata, pinag-iisa-isa ko sila. Pinapamemorize ko sa kanila yan. Okay? What's my reason? I am compelling them to memorize that kasi magagamit nila yan pagdating ng criminal law 2. Okay? Kasi hindi nila maiintindihan kailan ba nagkakaroon ng attempted, frustrated, at saka consummated felony. And might as well, halimbawa, gusto nila mag-proceed sa College of Law, talagang record na inaaral natin kung ano yung definition na yan. Okay? So the answer here is, there was an attempted felony. All you have to remember, guys, is, in consummated and in frustrated, the offender performed all the acts of execution. Yun yung similarity ng consummated at frustrated. The offender performed all the acts of execution. Pero sa attempted, yung offender, kinomens lang niya, okay, by showing an overt act and does not perform all the acts of execution. Okay? Meron tayong dun sa tinatawag natin tawag dito, the process or the development of a crime. Una, magsisimula yan sa internal act. Okay? Yung internal act na tinatawag natin, halimbawa, yung pinag-isipan mo na gusto mong gumawa ng crime. You are thought of committing a rape, you're having thought of committing a homicide. Is that already punishable? The answer is no. Okay? Because mere thinking, your internal act is generally not punishable. Okay? So kahit pag-isipan ko na habang ginagahasa kita, pinapatay at pinagnanakawan kita, hindi mangyayari yon, hindi mapaparusahan yun because there is no crime if there is punishing or prohibiting it. That's the internal act. Now, yung external act, okay, halimbawa, nagmanifest na, lumabas na sa katawan mo. Hindi lang sa isip, lumabas na sa katawan mo. Meron tayong tinatawag na, ang unang stage dyan, meron tayong tinatawag na preparatory acts. Halimbawa, you are perpetrating a crime of, ang nasa isip mo, gusto mong gumawa ng arson. So, ang ginawa mo, as per your preparatory act, bumili ka ng gasolina. Okay? Bumili ka ng gasolina. So, the moment ba na bumili ka ng gasolina, is that already punishable? Paano kung halimbawa yung gasolina gagamitin mo sa motorsiklo mo? O kaya gagamitin mo sa pangluto? Okay? Sa pangsindi ng uling? Okay? Kasi gusto mo mag-ihaw, mas mabilis magpaningas ng uling kapag may gasolina. Ganun ang ginawa mo. Okay? So, therefore, I would like to say that preparatory acts are generally not punishable. Pero, ibang usapan na yan kapag meron ng overt act. Okay? Ang overt act niya, once there is already manifestation of an overt act, like in my previous example, bumili ka ng gasolina. Okay? Punishable na ba? Hindi pa. Kasi ano pa lang yun preparatory act pa lang yun. Pero kung halimbawa yung gasolina, sinaboy mo na dun sa sa walls ng bahay kubo. Okay? Dun sa lipahat. Okay. It is already an overt act, okay, for the crime of arson. Okay? Sinabuyan mo ng gasolina. Okay? So, pero, sinasabi dito, sa attempted, give the acts of execution. Ang ginawa mo nga, sinabuyan mo lang ng gasolina. Pero kung halimbawa, sinabuyan mo ng gasolina, tapos kumuha ka ng torch, binato mo yung torch mo, okay? Doon papunta dun sa bahay kubo. You're already performing all the acts of execution. Okay? And halimbawa, may nasunog yung bahay, consummated. Frustrated, posible ba yun? The answer is, sabi kasi ng new law on arson, parang imposible na yung frustrated arson. But if I will be illustrating frustrated arson, pwedeng mangyari yun. Paano yan? Halimbawa, there was a nipahat. May isang bahay kubo. Binusirabuyan mo ng gasolina. Okay? Tapos ngayon, kumuha ka ng torch. Kumuha ka ng sulo. Sinindahan mo. Tapos pagbato mo ng sulo mo, okay, ng torch, papunta dun sa bahay, okay, while on its flight, biglang because of the wind resistance, namatay yung apoy. Pagdapo na dun sa nipahat, walang nasunog na kahit anong portion. So the answer to what is the stages of execution? Attempted daw. Pero sa tingin ko hindi yun attempted eh. It is already frustrated and not attempted. Why? Because the offender already performed all the acts of execution. But which nevertheless do not produce the felony because of some causes independent of his will. Okay? Kaya frustrated yun. Eto. Yan yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. For number 30, a felony is blank when the offender performs all the acts of execution which should produce the felony as a consequence but which nevertheless do not produce it by reason of some causes independent of the will of the perpetrator. Ginawa mo lahat, pero yung ginawa mo hindi pa rin sapat. Outsue. Okay? So, what is that? Pag hindi mo ginawa lahat, you did not perform all the acts of execution, you just commence, okay, the felony directly by your overt act. That is attempted. Kapag ginawa mo lahat, okay, tapos nakompleto yung elemento, consummated. So technically, the answer here is frustrated. Okay? Sa frustrated class, ginawa mo lahat. Okay? Pero hindi nangyari yung intended felony because there are some causes which are independent of your will. Okay? Like, I have to give you a case. Okay? In the case of People versus Orita, okay, sinabi ng Supreme Court na the slightest penetration of the male organ to the female genitalia dun sa kanyang labia minora o mahora, okay, constitutes the crime of rape. Meaning, halimbawa, there is intent to penetrate, tinutok mo yung troso dun sa ari. Okay, tinutok mo pa lang pero wala pang penetration na nangyayari. That can be attempted. Okay? Pero kung halimbawa, you successfully had your slightest penetration with the vaginal walls. Halimbawa, tinamaan yung napasok mo, there was a slightest penetration of the labia minora o mahora. Kahit maikli pa lang, konting-konti pa lang. Sabi ng Supreme Court in the case of People versus Orita, consummated rape na yun. Dati kasi, ang sinasabi nila, ang konsepto, ang pagtuturo sa mga estudyante is, pag attempted, tinutok mo pa lang. There is intent to penetrate, tinutok mo pa lang. Pero wala ka na ipasok na kahit na. Pag halimbawa, kalahati lang na ipasok mo, frustrated daw yun. Okay? Ang consummated na isagad mo daw yung troso. Pero mali yun. That was ruled in the case of People versus Orita. Okay? Now, sir, ano pala yung konsepto ng rape? Kasi paboritong topic ko yan. Di ba? Hindi na sinasabi mo. Lalo pagka criminal law yung subject. Paborito ko po, sir, basta may usapang rape. Okay? Yung rape na tinatawag natin, okay, it is punishable under Republic Act 8353. Okay? The Anti-Rape Law of 1997. Rape may be committed either by sexual intercourse or by rape by sexual assault. Okay? Pero generally, yung attempted, frustrated, tsaka consummated, dun lang yun sa rape by sexual intercourse. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Sana natututo kayo kahit kaunti. Okay? Number 31, what aggravating circumstance generally can be applied to all offenses or crimes like recidivism, dwelling, price, and etc. Okay. So, may mga iba't ibang characteristics or classification ng aggravating circumstance. And, nandiyan na nga yung sagot eh. Okay? What aggravating circumstance generally can be applied to all? Ano yung pwedeng i-apply sa lahat? Okay? And the answer to that is letter B. Generic. Okay. Pag sinabi natin inherent, okay? So ibig sabihin, ano yan, pag sinabi natin inherent, talagang kailangan yan. Okay? It is usual to be present there. Like, in the case of ang tawag dito, in the crime of murder, okay? Usually, treachery is an inherent circumstance. Okay? Kailangan, halimbawa, when you are trying to perpetrate a murder, okay, you must do it, okay? You must do it in treachery, okay? Which is, treachery is, can also be attributed to be a qualifying circumstance. Pag sinabi naman natin qualifying, it changes the nature of a crime to a more severe crime. Okay? Next, number 32. How do you call an offender? Teka lang ha. How do you call an offender who within a period of 10 years from the date of his release or from the date of his release or last conviction of the crimes of serious or less serious physical injury, robo, hurto, estafa, or falsification is found guilty of any of said crimes a third time or oftener. Okay, yung mga choices class, those are the classes of habituality. Okay, all you have to remember there is yung letter A. Ano ibig sabihin ng recidivist? Ang ibig sabihin ng recidivist, you are found guilty, okay, of two or more crimes embraced under the same title of the revised penal code. Halimbawa, gumawa ka ng homicide. Okay? Homicide is a crime against person. Okay? Rape. Rape is also a crimes against person. Okay? Pursuant to Republic Act 8353. Kaya nga naging 266A yan. Okay? So dahil yung homicide crimes against person, yung rape crimes against person, they are embraced under the same title of the revised penal code. Ang tawag sa iyo recidivist. Okay? Now, ano naman ang ibig sabihin ng reiterasyon? Para madali niyo siya ma-figure out, dapat same yung penalty pero of different title. Halimbawa, you committed the crime of murder, which is a crime against a person. Okay, title 8. Tapos, you were found guilty, convicted. Okay? On some other occasion, you were also found guilty with serious physical, serious illegal detention with kidnapping. Okay? Ano ang penalty dun sa dalawa? Reclusion perpetua, pareha sila ng penalty. Pero, they are of different title. Kasi yung murder, under siya ng crimes against person. Yung serious illegal detention with kidnapping, nasa crimes against personal liberty and security. Okay? So, magkaibang title sila, Title 8 at Title 9. Pero same yung penalty. Ang tawag doon, reiteration. Okay? Do not be confused, guys, ha? Are you learning, guys? Okay? Next. Yung quasi-recidivism, or yung quasi-recidivist, while you are serving your sentence, another crime was committed. So, halimbawa, you committed the crime of rape. Okay? Nakulong ka. Nasa bilibid ka. Eh, pagdating sa bilibid, medyo sigaw. Hello, hello? Hello, guys? Nawala yata ako. Tama ba? Okay. So, bakit bigla akong nawala? Okay? Mga ano yan, technical difficulties yan na hindi natin masasagot. Okay. Okay. Let me share my screen again. Teka. Clear na ba ako, guys? Teka. Share screen ko lang. Okay, good. Hindi ba kayo nakakapag-unmute? Okay, guys, nakikita nyo na ba yung naka-flash na screen? Can you please confirm? Check ko lang ha. Nakikita na ba? Yes. Okay, maliwanag na. Okay. So, eto, pag sinabi naman nating habitual delinquency or you are a habitual delinquent, okay, within the span of 10 years, okay, so halimbawa, today is 2020, meaning 2022, from 2012 hanggang 2022, you committed 3 or more, okay, okay, you have been found guilty for 3 or more times with the crimes of serious or less serious physical injury, robbery, theft, estafa, or falsification. Sir, parang yun lang yung enumeration ng crimes. Okay? Para hindi kayo malito, guys, ang acronym natin dyan, SLURF. Okay? Within the span of 10 years, na-convict ka for 3 times or oftener for the crime of SLURF. S-L-E-R-F-T. Ulitin ko ha. S-L-E-R-F-T. Okay? Slurf. Okay? Ano yan? S, serious physical injury. L, less serious physical injury. E, estafa. R, robbery. F, falsification. T, theft. Okay? So, you committed that 3 times or more, okay, within the span of 10 years. So, yun ang tinatawag natin na habitual delinquency. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Okay. Habitual delinquent. Okay. For number 33. Number 33. What is the prescriptive period of crimes punishable by death, reclusion perpetua, or reclusion temporal? Nasa revised penal code din natin yan. Okay? So, yung prescription of crime at saka prescription of offenses, nandyan po yan sa ating revised penal code. We just have to familiarize. Okay? Pero, ang lagi nyo tatandaan dyan, usually, okay, kapag halimbawa severe yung penalty like death, reclusion perpetua, or reclusion temporal, hanggang 20 years yan. Okay? The answer to this question is letter D. Okay, 20 years. Okay? Number 34, what characteristics of criminal law says criminal laws undertake to punish crimes committed in Philippine territory? Okay. So, yung mga nahihirapan po sa pag-i-English, ang gawin nyo, Tagalogin nyo yan. Okay? So, sabi yan, no, criminal law, yung criminal law ay nagpaparusa ng mga krimen na ginawa sa loob ng Pilipinas. Okay? Or sa Pilipinas, sa teritoryo ng Pilipinas. Okay? So, the correct answer here is, ano yung three characteristics na huwag natin kakalimutan? Generality, territoriality, at saka prospectivity. You eliminate extraterritorial. Okay? So, ano yung may kinalaman sa where? Okay. It answers the question where. The answer is letter C, territorial. Okay. So, ganyan lang guys ha. I-master nyo lang yung mga ganitong klase ng tanong. I think you will 2, in order to conceal his identity, such as covering his face with a bonnet or handkerchief at the time of the commission of the crime. Okay, para hindi makilala yung tao. Okay, it is an aggravating circumstance, you underline, to in order to conceal the identity. Okay? Halimbawa, gumamit ka ng bonnet, gumamit ka ng face mask, gumamit ka ng panyo para hindi ka makilala. Okay? So, the crime committed, the aggravating circumstance present is, what do you think is that? That is disguise. Okay? So, disguise. This guy's in love with you, pare. Parang ganun. Joke lang. Okay? Disguise. Para hindi ka makilala. Okay, nasagot na natin ito. There is blank when a person who has decided to commit a felony proposes its execution to some other person or persons. This should be letter B, proposal. Okay, number 37. Ay, ito baka posibleng mahirapan tayo dito kung hindi tayo na-familiarize. Blank are those where the act committed is a crime, but for reasons of public policy, okay, no penalty is imposed. Meaning, under our jurisdiction, yung ginawa mo, krimen ito. Okay? But due to public policy, sinasabi ng batas na na hindi natin paparusahan to. Kasi we are in sentiment of you. Like for example, ang pinakamaganda example dito guys, Article 247, okay? Death and physical injury inflicted under exceptional circumstances. So, halimbawa si A gusto na sorpresahin yung miss niya na si B, okay? Kaya umuwi siya ng maaga galing ng Taiwan, okay? Tapos, hindi na sinabi kay Mrs. Kaya lang akala ni A, siya yung makakasorpresa kay B, pero siya yung nasorpresa. Bakit? Kasi pagtingin niya, kay B na natutulog sa kama, 4 yung paa. Okay? Nagulat siya, it turned out kasi nakikipagtalik. They are in the course of actual sexual intercourse. Okay? And due to passion or obfuscation, napatay ni A si B, including the paramour. Okay? So what crime is committed by A? So parricide yun. Pero sabi ng batas natin under Article 247, because of public policy, hindi siya bibigyan ng penalty, but binigyan siya ng penalty pero hindi siya makukulong, okay? Ang siniserve sa kanya ang binibigay sa kanyang penalty ay deskero lang. Okay? Deskero is you keep away from a distance of 25 to 250 kilometers. So what is that? Letter A, absolutory cause or causes. Yan po yung tawag natin. So we are exempting him or her. Now, number 38. In the old days, okay, what was followed was retreat to the wall. Noon, ang sinusunod natin is retreat to the wall. Ibig sabihin, halimbawa, bago ka mag-invoke ng self-defense, kailangan takbo ka muna. Okay? Pag wala ka nang mapuntahan, okay, you are already trapped with the walls, it's the time wherein you can impose your right to defend yourself. Okay? Pero ngayon, okay, we are adhering to the doctrine of stand ground when in the right. Okay? Ano yung ibig sabihin ng stand ground when in the right? Okay? Letter A, where the accused or defender is where he has the right to be, the law does not require him to retreat when his assailant is advancing upon him with a deadly weapon. That's A. Letter B, the accused or defender must, as much as possible, retreat when his opponent is attacking him and fight only when there is no other way of escaping, such as when cornered against the wall. Okay? Letter C, the accused or defender must not fight in any event. Okay? And letter D, the accused or defender must stand and wait for the fatal blow until he dies. Okay? Pati ko hindi yan letter D. Okay? So, ang sagot po natin dyan, the best answer here is letter A. So, ibig sabihin yan, hindi na natin nire-require na na tumakbo ka hanggang matrap ka na kung saan. Okay? You are granted under our law ng karapatan na ipagtanggol yung iyong sarili at all times against anyone who would be transgressing upon you. Okay? Pero subject to the conditions of the elements of self-defense. Okay? Number 39, okay? Sandro, Yasi, and Zenon, okay, conspired to rob the Philippine Bank in their secret safe house, okay? While they are planning how to commit the crime, operatives of the NBI barged in and arrested the group. What crime was committed by Sandro, Yasi, and Zenon? Okay. So, the answer to this question is, hindi po pwedeng attempted, hindi po pwedeng frustrated robbery. Okay? The answer here is, no crime was committed. Kaya lang parang dalawa yung tamang sagot din, letter A o letter B. Sabi dyan, mas best answer yung letter B kasi merong explanation. Okay? Under the facts, no crime was committed as mere conspiracy to commit a crime is not punishable. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Okay, next, number 40. Sander was charged before the court. During the pendency of his trial, he died. Okay, what would be the effect of his death on the case involved and his criminal liability? Okay, so I think this is a ruling in the case of People versus Bayotas. Okay, ano ba mangyayari dun sa criminal liability and also pati dun sa civil liability? Pero ang tinatanong lang dito kung ano yung nangyayari sa civil liability. And pursuant to Article 89 of the Revised Penal Code, okay, the death of the accused extinguishes his criminal liability. So the answer here is letter A, okay? The criminal case will be dismissed and this criminal liability is extinguished. Okay? Number 41. All of the following are exempted from the operation of our criminal laws except, okay? Ang mga sumusunod ay exempted, okay? They are exempted from the operation of our criminal laws. Ano yung hindi exempted dito? Okay? Do not be confused. All of them are foreign sovereigns, meaning they are diplomates, okay? Pero may isa diyan na hindi siya exempted under the exception to the general principle. And he is no other than letter C, consul. Sir, yung sabi mo nga kanina, di ba, yung A, B, at saka D, they are all diplomatic representatives. Pati yung C, okay? Pero bakit yung C? Merong criminal liability. Okay? This is as simple as this. As explained in the case of as explained in the book of Justice Sagani Cruz in political law, in Philippine political law, consuls are not exempted from criminal liability because yung A, B at saka D, they are diplomatic members who are representing the political entity of their origin country. Okay. They are representing as their political agent of one country to another. Like for example, yung yung ambassador ng US to the Philippines, okay? Galing siya ng US pero ang nire-represent niya yung US sa Pilipinas. Gumawa siya ng krimen, the ambassador is exempted from criminal liability. Okay? Pero bakit ang consul? May consul din ang US na nasa Pilipinas, pero bakit ang consul hindi siya exempted from criminal liability? Ang reason po diyan ay dahil kasi yung consul po It is a diplomatic member which is in charge not with political matters of their origin state, but they are here for purpose of commerce and navigation. Ang objective ng mga consuls, they are here for commerce, for business. They are here for travel, for leisure, for tourism. Okay? But they do not represent the political entity of their origin state. Okay? They are not political representatives. Okay? Yun yung reason. Okay? I hope that everyone's learning. Okay? Number 42, which article of the Revised Penal Code talks about the extraterritorial provision of the Revised Penal Code? That is, even if certain crimes are committed abroad, still Philippine courts will have jurisdiction to try those certain offenses. Okay? General rule, territoriality. Pero may mga pagkakataon under ng ating Revised Penal Code, although you are out of the Philippine territory, okay, and you committed an acts or omission there, acts or omissions there, the Philippine criminal law shall be applicable with you. Saan natin makikita yan? Tingnan natin. Article 1, applications of its provision. Okay. Article 100 talks about every person's criminally liable is also civilly liable. Tapos, yung letter D, those are, if I'm not mistaken, final provisions yan. Okay? So, the answer here is letter B. Okay? Article 2. Specifically, yung dinidiscuss dito, yung extraterritorial provision, which can be found under Article 2, Paragraph 2. Okay? So, number 42, letter B. Okay? Now, number 43, which among the following is already punishable by law by mere decision to commit it? Okay? General rule, mere conspiracy to commit a felony is not punishable. However, if there is a law which prohibits the same, then it is punishable. Which among the following choices, okay, in which the law would say mere conspiracy to commit the same is already punishable? Okay? The answer here is letter E. Okay? Both B and C. Okay? Mere conspiracy to commit rebellion or insurrection and mere conspiracy to commit treason is already punishable. What is the reason? Because there is a law. Okay? Because under the Revised Penal Code, it is punishable. Okay. Number 44. All of the following are exceptions to the territorial characteristics of our criminal laws, except, ano yung exception dito? Dun sa choices. Okay. Okay. Letter A. Those who should commit an offense while on a Philippine ship or airship. B. Those who should forge or counterfeit any coin or currency note of the Philippine obligations and securities issued by the Philippine government. Letter C. Those who shall commit rebellion against the government or the Philippine Islands even though committed outside the Philippine territory. And letter D. Those who while being public officers or employees should commit an offense in the exercise of their function. Okay, balikan natin yung tanong ha. All of the following are exceptions to the general territorial all of the following are exceptions to the territorial characteristics of our criminal law. Okay? Meaning, the following contains extraterritorial characteristics. Ano yung hindi kasama dito? Okay? Let us spot. Okay? Pag ganyan na nakita na sa choices, parang sa tingin ko, all of them eh. Okay? They are, A, B, C, and D are choices which are under Article 2, Paragraph 2. Okay? Tama ba? Okay? Parang it would give us an impression, di ba? Na ang sabi natin yan ay parang Parang lahat sila tama. Okay. Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, mayroong best answer dyan. And that is letter C. Those who shall commit rebellion against the government or the Philippine Islands even though committed outside the Philippine territory. Okay? Kasi ang pinagbabawalan lang, you committed a crime, okay, against the law of nation, the fundamental law of the against national security and laws of nation. Okay? So rebellion is not part of that. Okay. Number 45, which of the following is always exempted in all cases from criminal liability? Ano dito sa mga sumusunod yung palagi silang exempted, okay, from criminal liability? So we should check the provision under Article 12. Okay. And the correct answer here is letter D. Okay, both A and B. Kapag ang edad mo mababa sa 15 years old, kahit ano pa man ang nagawa mong krimen, okay, you are exempted from criminal liability. You are an imbecile, meaning ikaw ay isip bata. Ang mental age mo ay 0 to 2 years old. Although you are mature enough, okay, you are old enough already. So halimbawa, you are already 25 years old, pero ang pag-iisip mo 0 to 2 years old lamang. Okay? So you are exempted from criminal liability. Now, sir, yung insane, di ba baliw yan? Okay? So, yes, an insane person is exempted, okay, from criminal liability. However, ang tinatanong dito which of the following is always, okay, always exempted? Ang insane po kasi hindi po siya always exempted. You ask me why? Okay? Why, sir? Because an insane person has this particular phenomena, okay, which is termed to be as lucid interval, wherein yung taong baliw, kahit siya ay baliw, nakakapag-isip siya ng tama. Ang tawag doon lucid interval. And if the person or the culprit would be perpetrating a crime during his lucid interval, okay, siya ay baliw, nakapag-isip siya ng tama, tapos nagawa na yung krimen, he is not exempted from criminal liability. Okay? Yun ang sinasabi ng ating batas. Number 46, which of the following is not an element of crime committed by means of dolo or deceit? Ano yung hindi elemento ng dolo or deceit? Sa madaling salita dyan, para maintindihan niyo yan, yung dolo, you memorize the acronym FII. FII. Dapat merong freedom, merong intelligence, at merong intent. Okay. So kapag nakita niyo yung freedom, intelligence, intent, yun ang dolo. Okay? Kapag nakita niyo naman FIIN, okay? FIIN pala, FIIN. Okay? Freedom of action, intelligence, imprudence or negligence. Hindi yan dolo. Culpa po yan. Okay? So going back with number 46, which is not an element of dolo, syempre that is letter B, imprudence or negligence of the offender. Kasi kapag negligence or imprudence, ano yan? Culpa po siya. Okay. Number 47, are you still learning? Are you still with me? Siguro marami na nagka-cutting pero I don't care. Tao dito, wala namang problema sa akin kung marami na magka-cutting sa inyo, marami na inaantok, etc. Basta I will finish this lecture. As long as meron kahit isa lang na participant dito, itutuloy ko itong lecture na ito. Tatapusin ko ito. Okay? Number 47, blank is a misapprehension of fact on the part of the person who caused injury to another. That person, however, is not criminally liable because he did not act with criminal intent. Okay? Pero may konting mali dito It is expressed in the Latin phrase, dapat ignorantia legis excusat, hindi non-excusat. Ignorantia legis excusat, meaning, not ignorantia legis, yung ignorantia legis non-excusat, ibig sabihin yan, ignorance of the law excuses no one from compliance therewith. But what should be here is ignorantia facti excusat. Ignorance of the fact is an excuse. Okay? And this was best illustrated in the case of US versus Achong. Oh. So, para ma-recall nyo yan, okay? Si Achong, siya ay isang chef sa McKinley. Okay? Isang madilim na gabi, okay, talamak yung nakawan sa area nila. Ang ginawa ni Achong, bago siya matulog, sinangga niya yung, dahil walang lock yung pinto, sinangga niya yung upuan sa pintuan. Tapos natulog na siya. After some time, he was awakened by the banging of the door. Kumakalampag yung pintuan. May kumakatok. Sabi ni Achong, sino yan? Naman ulit. Sino yan? Sabi ni Achong. Tapos bigla na naman tumigil. Kaya lang, nung pangatlong instance, nagulat na lang si Achong kasi hindi siya nagising dahil doon sa kalampag ng pinto. Kaya siya nagising kasi tumama yung upuan na sinangga niya sa pintuan sa kanyang paa. Sabi ni Achong, sino yan? Pag pumasok ka dito, papatayin kita. Yun ang sinabi ni Achong. Makakita siya ng shadow ng tao. Ang ginawa niya, paniniwala ni Achong siya ay he is now under threat. May either magnanakaw o merong taong gusto magsamantala sa kanya, pwede siyang patayin. Ginawa ni Achong, binunot niya yung kitchen knife sa ilalim ng kanyang unan, tapos sinaksak niya yung tao. Okay? And it turned out na yung kanyang nasaksak ay yung kanyang ka-roommates, yung tarantadong si Pascual. Okay? So, he was charged with homicide before the regional trial court. Pagdating ng Court of Appeals, na-convict pa rin siya for the crime of homicide. Okay? Kaya lang, nireverse yung kaso niya. Okay? Nireverse yung kaso niya pagdating ng Supreme Court. Because according to the Supreme Court, there was misapprehension of facts, okay, which is termed to be as ignorantia facti excusat. Okay? Ignorance of the fact is an excuse. Because, teka lang, ano ba yung sagot dito? Sir, ang dami mo na sinabi. Sagutin mo muna yung tanong ko. Okay? The answer is letter D. Okay? Mistake of fact. Okay? In the case of Achong, the Supreme Court believed that there was a mistake of fact. Considering that, due to the misapprehension of fact by Achong, naniniwala si Achong na he is under threat, and because of self-preservation, okay, he had no other recourse but to kill the perpetrator. Had he known, okay, that the perpetrator was his friend, siguro hindi na gagawin. Okay? Kasi yun si Pascual, yung tarantadong si Pascual, mahilig talaga mag-trip yun. Okay? Yan yung trip na yan yung trip na hindi nakakatuwa kasi nakapatay ka. Okay? Like, what is a good example of mistake of fact? Okay, halimbawa, you are walking in the aisle, biglang may naramdaman ka na parang tumutusok sa tagiliran mo, may umakbay sa'yo na tao, sabi sa'yo, pre, kung ayaw mo masaktan, ibigay mo na yung cellphone mo. Okay? Eh kaya lang, medyo nag-a-assess ka, hindi mo na chinek kung sino yung tao. Nag-a-assess ka ng sarili mo, kaya ko ba to? Sabi mo, jumbo hotdog ako eh. Jumbo hotdog, kaya ko ba to? Naisip niya. So, ang ginawa niya, nanlaban siya. And in the process, ikaw, na nagtatanggol ng iyong sarili, bumunot ka ng tunay na kutsilyo. Halimbawa, may dala kang yung automatic knife, nasaksak mo ngayon yung tao. And it turned out na yung tinutusok lang pala sa'yo ay fake lang pala na kutsilyo. Tropa mo lang pala yung nag-trip sa'yo. Ang tanong, are you criminally liable? The answer is, yes, dapat yes. Kasi pag may taong namatay, intent to kill is always presumed. So, homicide yun. Kaya lang, it is incumbent upon you to produce evidence or to prove that there was a mistake of fact, letter D. Okay? Next. Number 48, what is meant by actus me invito factus non est meus actus? Sir, kailangan ba talaga mag-memorize kami ng mga Latin maxim? Siguro hindi ko siguro may ensure na posibleng maglalabasan to. But trust me, okay? If you take this seriously, yung my story would like be your story. Kasi when I took the board examination way back 2014, parang 5 items ang may kinalaman sa mga ganito, mga Latin maxim. Halimbawa, tinanong kami, what is the literal translation for in flagrante delicto? Lumabas yun sa board exam namin. 2 beses pa yata na ulit yun, if I'm not mistaken, in CLJ subject. Tapos ang hindi ko pa makakalimutan, lumabas yung concept of el que es cosa de la cosa es cosa del mal causado. Memorize ko yan. So parang, if you have that guts to study well and to learn those things diligently, so tingin ko mas magbo-boost yung confidence para mag-excel. And with that, you will not fear. Okay. Especially in taking the board examination. Okay. So, anong tamang sagot dito? Check natin. Letter A, there is no crime if there is no law punishing it. Ay, alam niyo yan. Crime kayo eh. Nullium crimen, nulla pena sine lege. Hindi yan. Letter B, an act done by me against my will is not my act. This is the answer. Okay. Letter B, okay? Actus me invito factus non est nullus actus. Ano naman yung C? The act itself does not make a man guilty unless his intention were so. Yan naman yung actus non facit reum nisi mensit rea. Okay? A person is not criminal when his intention is not so. Okay? And letter D, ignorance of the law excuse no one from compliance therewith is ignorantia legis non excusat. Okay? Ayan, ito yung sabi ko kanina. What is meant by actus non facit reum means actus non facit reum nisi mensit rea? Nabanggit na natin yan. So, the correct answer here is hindi yung letter A, hindi yung letter B, lalong hindi yung letter D. So, the answer is letter C. The act itself does not make a man guilty unless his intention were so. Ang good example ko niyan, halimbawa, someone is trying to jump. Okay? Halimbawa, gusto niya tumalon mula sa building. Okay? Yung isang fire rescuer, dumaan siya sa bubong. Okay? Dumaan siya sa bubong. Tapos yung tao na dapat tatalon sa bintana, ang ginawa nung volunteer, tumalon siya mula sa bubong, eksakto doon sa may bintana, nasipa na sa mukha yung taong papakamatay. Sabi ng taong papakamatay, ito na, nagkabangas ako sa iyo. Napingas yung yung uso ko dahil sa sinipa mo. And number 50, which of the following crimes over which the Philippine laws have jurisdiction, even if the same is committed outside the Philippine territory? Ano yung mga krimen na kung saan kahit although it was committed outside the Philippine territory, okay, the Philippines can still have jurisdiction over the case? And the answer to this question is all of the above. Sir, ano po yung espionage? Espionage is pang-espiya. Okay? So, it is a crimes against the fundamental law of the state and law of nation. Okay? Yung mistreatment of treason is yung hindi mo sinabi na merong tao na gagawa ng treason or pagtataksil sa bayan. Okay? Piracy and mutiny in the high seas. Okay? Pirates are considered as hostes humanis generis, meaning they are enemies of the mankind. In the case of people versus Lolo and Sarao, okay? May mga pirates, may mga tawag dito? I think these are Malaysian. These are Malaysian pirates who were intercepted along the islands of Sulu. Sabi nila, "Ops, teka lang, walang jurisdiction ng Pilipinas dito. Kasi kami ay mga Malaysian. Okay? So, ginawa namin yung pamimirata, hindi sa Pilipinas, kung hindi sa Malaysia. Kaya lang, meron kasing doctrine under public international law that pirates are considered hostes humanis generis, meaning they are enemies of the mankind. And with that, any court with competent jurisdiction can take over the case, can have cognizance of the case against these pirates. Okay. There you are. So I'm done discussing I'm done already discussing criminal law book 1. Okay. So let me pause for some time to allow my switch off presentation, and also I will entertain your questions now. So paano ko ba stop sharing? So may questions ba tayo, guys? Clarification bago tayo mag-start? And if you would like to have a CR break, okay, mag-CR break muna tayo. Kahit 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Gusto mong uminom ng tubig, gusto mong magtimpla ng kape, you may do it. Okay. So may natutunan ba tayo, guys? For those who are on cam, ano muna, thumbs up muna tayo kung meron tayong natutunan kahit pa paano. Okay? So my goal is not to bombard you. Okay? I am here to inspire you. Okay? To make you confident with the examination. Okay? Kaya ibibigay ko na sa iba yung yung pagkakataon para gawin kayong top notcher. Ang gusto kong ibigay sa inyo, gusto kong matutunan ninyo mula sa akin, yung maging confident kayo sa pagsasagot sa board exam. That's my purpose. Okay. So, let's have a break, 5 minutes break. Thank you. Hello guys. So, while some are having their coffee breaks, ako nag-eat din ako ng kape para inom ako ng salabat ngayon. I'll check yung chat box natin kung mayroon akong pwedeng sagutin. You may post your questions in the chat box and I'll try to help you. Ay, nadamay si Pascual. Sige, kumain. You may eat, okay? In front of the cam, wala namang problema sa akin. Okay. Paulit, sir, no explanation sa number 49. Ano ba yung number 49? Actus non facit reum nisi mensit rea. The concept of actus non facit reum nisi mensit rea is a person is not criminal when his intention is not so. So your objective there is in good. Okay? Halimbawa, nakakita ka ng tao na na naghihingalo sa kalsada. Okay? So, you would like to aid him. Okay? So, sabi mo, teka lang, tutulungan kita dadalhin sa pinakamalapit na ospital. Kaya lang, paghawak mo sa kanya, may bali pala siya. Pag-lift mo sa kanya, may bali pala siya. Okay? And, yung condition niya, mas lalong naging malala dahil dun sa pagbuhat mo sa kanya. Namatay siya. Okay? So, ang tanong, would you be liable for the, would you be liable for the death of the victim? Sabi ko nga kanina, di ba? Intent to kill is always presumed kapag namatay yung biktima. Pero ang depensa mo dyan, ito, yung Latin maxim of actus non facit reum nisi mensit rea. A person is not criminal when his intention is not so. Your intention is to aid the ailing victim, di ba? In fact, you have all that good faith to help him. Kaya lang, hindi mo naman alam na may bali pala siya eh. And due to that aid, napasama pa yung sitwasyon. Okay. So, it may be a defense in order for you to be exempted. And that can be an absolutory cause considering that due to public policy, okay. So, due to public policy that one who is helping another can be exempted from criminal liability. Okay. So, yung concept ng French rule at saka English rule, sige, discuss ko ulit yan ngayon ha. Okay. Tapos, ito, sir, proximate cause and efficient intervening cause. Okay, discuss din natin yan bago tayo magpunta sa book 2. A, with intent to commit suicide upon jumping, he hits B and died o namatay si B. Okay, si A, dahil siya ay isang sad boy, okay, tumalon siya mula sa pinakamataas na building sa Makati and in the process, nabagsakan niya, aksidente, nabagsakan niya si B. Sa kasamaang palad, ang nabuhay ay yung magpapakamatay na si A at namatay si B. Ang tanong, would A be liable for the death of B? Okay? Yun ba yung gusto mong itanong, Mr. Jonathan Fontanilla? That is a classic example. Okay? So yung liability na binabanggit natin dyan, pwedeng dalawa yan. Okay? It may be criminal liability o civil liability. If you will be asking me for civil liability, siguro pa pwede siyang managot under Article 2176. Okay? Yun yung tinatawag na culpa actiliana. Okay? A may be liable for damages. Now, with regard to criminal liability, may criminal liability ba si A? Okay? There are various of opinions surrounding that kind of classic example. Okay? Sabi nung iba, liable daw si A. Sabi nung iba, hindi siya liable. Okay? So, iba't iba kaming pananaw bilang abogado, especially mga lawyers, di ba? Kaya nga kung mapapansin nyo, although we read the same books, okay? We read the same books, we read the same cases, we have the same set of professors. Bakit sa loob ng korte magkakaiba kami ng pananaw? Kasi yun ang ibig sabihin ng ng pagiging abogado. You are trying to defend your case. Now, in that classic example, this is my opinion. Okay? And I think I will support this with legal basis. The answer to that question is A is not criminally liable. Huh? Sir, parang hindi ganun yung turo ng professor ko eh. Okay? So, one, parang katulad nung professor ko when I was in college, sabi niya sa akin, teka lang, sino muna nagturo sa inyo yan? Kung ang nagturo sa inyo yan, kung ang sinasabi mo natutunan mo ay tinuro sa iyo ng hindi abogado, usaping batas ito, maniwala ka sa abogado. Okay? Para ganun yung pagyayabang niya. Pero kung hindi yun yung pagyayabang ko, ako ang sasabihin ko, ang sagot ko diyan is, what is the objective of A? Okay? What is the intention of A? A is just perpetrating to commit suicide. Is the commission of suicide punishable under Philippine jurisdiction? The answer is no. Wala tayong crime diyan, di ba? The commission of suicide is not a crime in the Philippines. And might as well, might as well, when A, okay, his full intention is just to commit suicide. Okay? So, nung nasa taas siya ng building, okay, nung tumalon siya, objective phase nung nasa taas siya. Okay? Nasa isip niya, gusto ko magpakamatay. Pero nung tumalon siya, okay, yun yung tinatawag na subjective phase. Meaning, nung tumalon siya sa building, hindi niya nakontrolado kung ano yung pwedeng mangyari. Hindi niya na rin alam kung may matatamaan siyang punggok na tatanga-tanga na naglalakad doon. Okay? O kaya kung may tatamaan siya, wala siyang chance para umilag pa. Tama ba? Therefore, I can say that A is not criminally liable. Okay? Yun yung premise ko. It's up to you kung paano niyo siya i-appreciate. Okay. By the way, for tomorrow I will still be your lecturer. And I am intending to discuss criminal procedure at saka CJS, criminal justice system. Okay? So, mas magiging intention lecture natin tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. And sa tingin ko, that's my forte. Honestly, I don't practice now as a lawyer, I don't practice criminal law 1 and criminal law 2. Okay. Hindi ko na siya nagagawa. Okay. So, ano na lang tayo. May tanong pa ba? Teka lang, I just have to get my coffee. Okay. French rule at saka English rule. Ang konsepto niyan, basahan lagi natin tatandaan, the Philippines is adhering with the English rule. Pag sinasabi natin English rule, yung krimen ay punishable kung saan siya, kung ano yung jurisdiction, kung saan jurisdiction siya nag-commit ng crime, yun yung meron jurisdiction. Like if you commit a crime here in the Philippines, whether it may be in land, water, or air, okay? Basta sakop ng Pilipinas yan, tayo ang may jurisdiction din. That's the English rule. Okay? Ang French rule, ang sinasabi nun, if a country would be adhering to the French rule, hindi importante yung territory. Okay? Ang importante dito, kung ano yung sinasakyan mo. If you are on board of a Japanese vessel sa loob ng Pilipinas, okay? You are traversing the Philippine waters, okay? On board a Japanese ship. Sino ang magde-determine ng jurisdiction? Sino ang may jurisdiction kung may nangyari inside the Japanese vessel? Under French rule, it is the Japanese law. Bakit? Kasi ang importante dito kung ano yung nationality ng vessel or yung flag-bearing state. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng French rule. Doon nyo lang lagi tatandaan niya. Okay? So sana maliwanag na ha. Ano pa ba? So Mikay, naintindihan mo na ba yung sinasabi ko sa inyo? Okay? Sir, pag nagbigay ka ng assistance sa nag-suicide, ano po ang liability? Doon, meron tayong liability dyan under the revised penal code. If you aid or if you give aid or you render assistance to commit suicide. Halimbawa, pre, alam ko sad boy ka. So, eto lubid, pre. O kaya, eto sinturon. Gusto mo, pare, ako pa magsabit nito? Okay. So, nakasabit na. Pre, abang nakasabit ka na dyan sa, sa sinturon, okay? Gusto mo, sipain ko yung, yung tinutungtungan mo para malambitin ka dyan. If you do that, okay? If you do that, you would be liable under the revised penal code. Kasi there is a crime which talks about giving assistance to suicide. Okay? That is punishable. Pero yung taong gusto magpakamatay, okay, wala siyang liability. Okay? Now, reiterasyon, okay? Yung reiterasyon, ulitin ko ha, recidivist, same title. Halimbawa, nag-commit ka ng homicide at saka nag-commit ka ng rape. Okay? Pareha sila na crimes against person. Okay? So, merong conviction, same title, tawag sa'yo recidivist. Kailan siya magiging reiterasyon? Ang reiterasyon dyan is you committed 2 crimes of same penalty pero magkaibang title. Halimbawa, ang kinumit mo for example ay murder. Okay? Ang punishment diyan reclusion perpetua, which is crimes against person. You committed the crime of serious illegal detention with kidnapping. Yun naman ay under Title 9, okay, which is crimes against personal liberty and security. Okay? Ang penalty nila parehas ay reclusion perpetua. Okay? So, since same yung penalty of different title, tawag doon reiterasyon. Okay? Yun ang pinagkaiba niya, sino ba to? Mr. James. Okay? Sana malinaw ha. Please confirm kung naintindihan natin or if I may need to cite another example. Pag sinaksak sir, nabuhay, ilang araw, tapos kinalaunan namatay. Tapos ang cause of death is, what is peritonitis? Ano ba yun? I'm not aware of that. Namatay sa infection. Okay? If the infection is a natural, okay? It is a natural, ang sinasabi kasi ng proximate cause the cause should have natural, direct, and consequential effect of the cause. Halimbawa, dahil habang ginagamot yung tao, parang yung tao sinaksak mo. Okay? After some time, nagulat ka kasi namatay. Bakit siya namatay? Dahil siya ay natetano. Okay? Sabi mo, hindi ko naman kasalanan na may tetano pala, na namatay siya sa tetano. Malay ko ba na hindi nagpa-tetanus vaccine yan? O kaya, malay ko ba na yung kutsilyong sinaksak ko dyan ay may kalawang? Okay? Namatay yung tao. Okay? Can you be excused for the death of the victim? The answer is no. Okay? Basta ang importante dito, class, kailangan may relationship. Okay? May relationship yung cause dun sa effect. Okay? Pero merong nangyaring isang kaso This is a medical malpractice case. May isang babae na niraspa ng doktor. Ano to medical jurisprudence sa legal med. May isang babae na niraspa ng doktor kasi siya ay nag-encounter ng I'll just answer this question before I proceed with criminal law book 2 ha. Okay lang ba? Discuss ko lang tong yung na to. Yung case na to. Si babae, nakunan siya, so kinailangan na raspahin siya. Okay? Naraspa meaning parang kinakayod daw yung mga walls, yung vaginal walls para ma-ensure na walang natitirang dugo at mag-lead sa infection. Okay? And after some time, sabi sa kanya ng doktor, after the raspa operation, Mrs., bumalik ka dito after 3 days. Kasi magkakaroon tayo ng post-operation procedure. Okay, i-check ko kung merong naging problema o kaya re-resetahan kita ng antibiotic kung kinakailangan. So sabi nung pasyente, sige po doc, babalik po ako. Nakalipas yung 3 araw, ang nangyari is, hindi bumalik yung pasyente. Okay? Hindi siya bumalik kasi sabi niya, I'm feeling well. In fact, After 1 week, nagsimba siya sa Quiapo. Okay, nagsimba siya sa Quiapo. Pag uwi na galing sa pagsimba niya sa Quiapo, nagulat siya, bigla siya nagbi-bleed. Dinudugo siya. It turned out na yung puwerta nung ari nung niraspa na babae, it turned out may mga naiwan na may naiwan na needle sa loob ng needle o sponge doon sa loob ng kanyang ari. Okay? Yun yung nagkukos ng pagbi-bleed. And excessive yung bleeding, it turned out naubusan siya ng dugo. Okay? Masyadong malakas. So, it turned out namatay siya, yung babae. Yung babae ngayon, nagkaso ng medical malpractice. Okay? Against the physician. Ang pinag-usapan dito, yung kamatayan ba, it is the proximate, whether the medical malpractice is the proximate cause of the death of the victim. Sabi ng Supreme Court in that case, posible na yun yung proximate cause. Okay? Kasi we are adhering to the principle of res ipsa loquitur. Okay? The thing speaks for itself. May naiwan dun sa niraspa. Kaya lang, sabi ng Supreme Court, we cannot deny. Anong efficient intervening cause? Di ba ang sabi sa'yo ng doktor, after 3 days, mula nung niraspa ka, bumalik ka sa kanya for post-operation surgery or post-operation check-up. Pero anong ginawa mo? Hindi ka bumalik, di ba? Okay? Kasi feeling mo magaling ka na. Kung sana bumalik ka, okay, posibleng nalaman ng doktor na posibleng may nangyayari pala sa iyo na hindi inaasahan. Okay? With your negligence, that can be attributed against you. Okay? Kaya ang nangyari ngayon doon, yung doktor ni-reprimand siya, pinagalitan siya, at pinagbayad ng danyos, pero hindi siya nakulong. Hindi rin siya natanggalan ng lisensya. Okay? Kasi meron nakitang efficient intervening cause. Okay? I hope that's fine with you. So let's now proceed with criminal law book 2 para makapag-discuss pa ako ng special penal laws. Okay. Criminal law 2. So I'll share my screen. Alam niyo, bilib ako sa inyo kasi kahit ngayong gabi, nag-aaral pa rin kayo. Okay. So, ganyan na ganyan din ako dati. Ganyan talaga pag galing sa hirap. Okay. Yan. Nakikita na ba yung screen ko, guys? Can you please comment kung nakikita nyo na? Criminal Law 2. Basic tayo, katulad nung kanina. Okay? Number 1, this felony is committed by any Filipino citizen or an alien residing in the Philippines who levies war against the Philippines or adheres to her enemies, giving them aid or comfort in the Philippines or elsewhere. Okay. So this crime is no other than letter A. This is the crime of treason. Now, I have my question. Can you make a treason right now? Ano ba ngayon? Pwede ba kayong gumawa ng treason? Okay. Can someone be convicted for the crime of treason right now? The answer to that is no. Why? Because treason is a war crime. Okay. Since we are not now in a war, okay, we are not under the state of war, okay, treason cannot be committed. Okay. There are 2 ways of committing treason. Number 1 is via levying war, levies war, ito yun. Levies war. Or number 2, by adhering to enemy country, giving them aid or comfort. Paano yan? Said for example that the Philippines is now under the state of war against China. Okay? So ang ginagawa mo, number 1, you are adhering war. Paano yan? Dahil tayo ay ginigera ng China, ang ginawa mo, sinusunog mo yung flag ng China sa harapan ng Chinese embassy. Para, your intention is, para lalong magalit ang China sa atin at lalo tayong birahin. Okay? And it can be attributed to be a treasonable offense. Kasi, yung treason, ang Tagalog pa rin yan, pagtataksil sa bayan. Okay? So ikaw ang gumagawa ng paraan para lalo tayong tirahin ng ibang bansa. Okay? That's one, by levying war. Number two is, you are adhering to enemy country, giving them aid or comfort. We are under the state of war under the China, with China. Okay? Ang ginagawa mo, may mga Chinese troops dito sa Pilipinas. Instead of closing your doors against them, ang ginagawa mo, pinapainom mo pa sila, binibigyan mo sila ng pagkain, okay? Binibigyan mo sila ng pagkain, binibigyan mo ng mga comfort ladies. Those are certain examples of adhering to enemy country. Binibigyan mo sila ng matutulugan, okay? Ano yun? That is a treasonable offense. Ang kakaiba pa sa krimen ng treason, treason can be proven, okay? It may be prosecuted with two-witness rule, okay? Meron tayong tinatawag na two-witness rule sa treason. Kasi may mga pagkakataon na, halimbawa, ordinary crime, like in the crime of rape, kahit yung rape victim lang ang mag-testify against the accused, pwede ma-convict yung accused. Okay? Walang requirement na kailangan isa o dalawa o tatlo. Ang nire-require ng batas kahit isa lang. Okay? And it must be substantiated. But in the crime of treason, kailangan at least meron dalawa. Okay? Bakit may two witness rule or twin witness rule in the crime of treason? In order to avoid fabrication. Okay? Kasi madaling mag-fabricate na, uy, ito, lalo alam mo naman sa Pilipinas, maraming mga marites. Ay, ito si A. Ano yan? Gumagawa yun ng treasonable offense. Okay. Pero wala nang ibang nakakita. Okay? Ikaw lang. So, hindi yan kakatigan ng court. Kasi merong requirement for two witnesses. Okay? Number two, what crime is committed by one who on the high seas or in Philippine waters shall attack or seize a vessel, not being a member of its complement or passengers, shall seize the whole or part of the cargo of said vessel, its equipment or personal belongings. We call this as what crime is committed? Okay, this is yan? That is the crime of piracy. Okay? So, ang piracy class, ang talagang ginagawa nila, hindi sila pumapatay ng tao. Ang mga pirates, originally, ang ginagawa lang nila, kinukuha lang nila kung ano yung nilalaman ng ibang vessel. Okay? So, halimbawa, ang ginawa ng mga pirates, pinaulan na nila ng bala, okay? O kaya pinagbabaril nila, gumawa sila ng it was accompanied by murder, o kaya nagkaroon ng rape. Yan na yung tinatawag natin na qualified piracy. Okay? Another example is, halimbawa, niransak nyo yung lahat ng naman nung vessel na pinagnanakawan nyo. Halimbawa, yung isang ang tawag dito? Cruise ship. Okay? Yun ang pinagnakawan nyo. Inubos nyo lahat ng supply nila. To the point na wala nang kahit na anong means para dun sa mga crew para mag-survive. Inubos nyo lahat ng pagkain, tubig, gamot, and etc. Qualified piracy po ang tawag natin dyan. Okay? So, if there was a classic example na siguro po pwedeng, if I will be the examiner, papalabasin ko sa exam nyo to eh. Kasi hindi ko makakalimutan to dahil hindi ko matanggap sa sarili ko when I was in the College of Law. Criminal law ang subject namin. Tapos nagkamali ako sa isang tanong. Bakit? Paano yung tanong ng professor ko? My professor right then in criminal law is Court of Appeals Senior Associate Justice Elihu Ibanez. Ang tanong niya ganito, si A ay nasa Manila Bay, siya ay busy na namimingwit ng isda. Okay? After some time, nakatulog siya habang namimingwit ng isda. Tapos, mayroong isang swimmer, si letter B, nakita niya na natutulog na si A. Okay? Nakita niya natutulog si A. So, ang ginawa niya, lumapit siya dun sa bangka, tapos nakita niya may mga valuables. Kinuha niya yung mga valuables. Okay? Now, it is done with intent to gain. Okay? Now, what is the crime committed by B, if any? Yun ang tanong. Ganun sa College of Law eh. Hindi sasabihin sa'yo kung may ginawa kang crime. Ang tatanong sa'yo, Is there a crime committed, if any? Oh, so, meron ba o wala? So, tignan ko nga kung ano sagot nyo. Meron bang crime na kinumit si B? And what crime is that? Tignan ko nga sa chat box nyo. Meron ba? Okay. May sabi, yes, theft. Oh, theft. Puro theft ang sagot. And in fact, if you will be asking me, ang ganda pa ng sagot ko. Yes, B committed the crime of theft under the law. Theft is committed by any person who with intent to gain, okay, take away the property not belonging to him or her. Ang dami kong sagot, ganyan, ang haba. Nung nag-deliberation kami ng sagot, mali yung sagot ko. Ako yung may pinakamagandang sagot, pero mali ako. Sabi ng professor ko, pinatayo niya ako. Kasi ako yung parang in College of Law during our batch. Pinatayo ako. Tapos pinarecite sa akin, bakit daw theft ang sagot ko. Di enumerate yung answer. Isa lang ang sinabi sa akin ni Justice Ibanez. Where did the crime occurred? Saan ba nangyari pag nanakaw? Sabi ko, nasan ba yung mga item? Nasa bangka po ni A. Nasan ba yung bangka ni A? Nasa Manila Bay. Ay, bigla napakamot ako sa ulo ko. It was committed in Philippine waters. Yun na yun. Yun pala yung gusto mo sabihin sa akin, Justice Banis. So, ang crime committed is not theft or simple theft, but it was piracy. Doon ako nagkamali. Okay, kaya pag nagpapa-exam ako, ganyan ang gagawin ko eh. Okay, kasi hindi ko makakalimutan talaga yun. So, kung lumabas yun sa exam niyo, sigurado ako, piracy ang tamang sagot doon, hindi theft. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Number 3. This felony is committed by any public officer or employee who without legal ground detains another. Okay? In this case, you can see that the identity of the perpetrator is a public officer or employee. Okay? So kung siya ay isang public officer or employee, this is a crime committed by public officer. Okay? Anong ginawa niya? Who without legal ground detains another. Ikaw ay isang public officer, kinulong mo yung tao. Okay? Without legal ground. Maraming sasagot siguro sa inyo, illegal arrest. Okay? So, ang illegal arrest po, it is a crime committed by a private individual. Okay? Kapag ang private individual nag-detain ng isang tao without legal ground, okay, he will be liable for illegal arrest. Pero kapag siya ay isang public officer or employee, hindi po yan illegal arrest. But it is arbitrary detention. That's the distinction. Okay? Pag public officer ka or employee, hindi po yan illegal arrest, but instead it is arbitrary detention. Okay? Number 4, okay? This felony is committed by a public officer or employee who, not being authorized by judicial order, okay, you shall enter the dwelling of another against the will of its owner. So parang, kung titignan natin, pinasok mo yung bahay na hindi mo pagmamayari at tawag dito, it is done against the will of the owner. Pero ang trick dito, you are a public officer or employee. Okay? Kung ikaw ay isang private individual, that is trespass to dwelling. Okay? If you are a private individual, you entered the dwelling of another against the will of its owner, that is trespass to dwelling or trespassing. Pero kung ikaw ay isang public officer or employee, the term is letter B, violation of domicile. Okay? Wag niyo kakalimutan yan ha. Yung interplay ng what is violation of domicile vis-a-vis trespass to dwelling. At saka arbitrary detention versus illegal detention. Okay? So, doon na makikita yun kung sino yung tao na gumawa. Next, number 5. This crime is committed by rising publicly and taking arms against the government for the purpose of removing from the allegiance, okay, to said government, the territory of the Republic of the Philippines, or any part thereof, and or deprive the Chief Executive or Congress any of their powers or prerogatives. Okay. Meron ako nabasa na na reviewer, okay? Sabi nila, the crime committed here for number 5 is no other than letter D. There is rebellion. Para masabi mo na merong rebellion, kailangan daw merong puta. Kailangan meron daw puta. Ha? Ang puta, sir, parang meron ba dapat word? May pokpok, ganyan. Hindi, pag sinabi mong puta, yan, public. Okay? Public uprising. Okay? Public uprising. Yun yung doon. Yung taking up of arms. Okay? Puta. Yun ang keyword doon. There is a public uprising and taking up of arms. So, para magkaroon ng rebellion, kailangan merong puta. Pag walang puta, hindi yun rebellion. Okay. Yan, nabasa ko sa review. Okay. For number 6, eto. What felony is committed by person or persons who belong to the military or police? Okay? Or those who hold public office or employment who shall make, ito yung keyword natin dyan, there is a swift attack. Pag nakita niyo yung swift attack na yan, wala nang ibang sagot dyan kung hindi letter B, coup d'etat. Okay? So, pag sinabing swift attack, may biglaan na pag-atake yung mga members ng military and police. Okay? And ano ang purpose? Para mag-take over sa state or bawasan or to reduce the power of the state. Okay? Like yung ginawa ng mga Magdalo members during the time of President Lore Macapagal Arroyo. Okay? Number 7, what crime is committed by a public officer or employee who shall arrest or search any member of the Congress while Congress is in regular or special session, excepting those cases when such member has committed a crime punishable under the revised penal code by a penalty of prison mayor. Ang haba. Okay? Ito lang ang tatandaan nyo dito. Ang sinasabi dito is, hindi mo pa pwedeng arestuhin yung mga members ng Congress. Hindi mo sila pa pwedeng arestuhin o hindi ka pa pwedeng maghalugog. You cannot conduct a search while the Congress is in session, be it regular or special. Okay? Hindi mo sila pa pwedeng arestuhin. Like, in the case of, there was a case, yung kaso ni Congressman Rodolfo Pariñas, nag-violate siya ng traffic law. Ang ginawa ngayon ng MMDA, hinabol siya papunta ng Senado, papunta ng batasan. Tapos inaresto siya. Okay, for reckless driving. Sabi ng hindi mo pa pwedeng arestuhin kasi you are doing that while the Congress is in session. Anong tawag doon? That is letter D, violation of parliamentary immunity. Okay? So, yan yung case, letter D. Violation of parliamentary immunity. Okay? Pag sinabi natin parliamentary immunity, marami yan. Parliamentary immunity from arrest or also yung parliamentary immunity for criminal cases like in the case of libel or slander. Halimbawa, eto, talamak ngayon yung ating senador, yung senator number 1 natin, si Robin Padilla, di ba? So halimbawa, marami siyang papasaringan na kung sino-sinong mga entity, mga tao. Halimbawa, hindi na sila maging goods ni PRRD, ni dating President Rodrigo Duterte. So ang gagawin niyan, magkakalat yan ng expose sa Senado. Okay? And some of these statements may be libelous. Okay? Kaya ang gagawin ng mga senador diyan, dapat humingi muna sila ng permit para mag-privilege speech sila. Okay? So, ngayon, pinagbigyan. O sige, Senator Padilla, pwede ka na magkaroon ng, ng privilege speech. Lahat ng sabihin niya sa privilege speech, hindi yan pa pwedeng maging ebidensya o hindi siya pa pwedeng sampahan ng kaso ng libelo, slander, and etc. Oral defamation, hindi siya pa pwedeng sampahan ng kaso. Kasi he is invoking his right for parliamentary immunity. Huwag niyong gayahin yung isang senador. Sino yun? Yung isang tatangatang senador. Ang pangalan nito? Si Senator Trillanes. Okay? Hindi naman siya tatanga-tanga pero hindi siya nag-iisip. Anong ginawa niya? May expose siya against the former Solicitor General, and now the chairman of the Commission on Audit, si Attorney Jose Calida. Ina-allege niya na marami raw mga illegal transactions si Calida sa government, okay? And merong conflict of interest kasi yung security agency niya, okay? Yung security agency niya kumukuha ng mga kontrata sa mga government offices. Ang nangyari ngayon, sinabi niya yan during privilege speech. Biglang nag-adjourn yung Senado. Sabi niya, sige, tapos na tong meeting. Sabi niya, Senate President, sa susunod na araw naman, natapos na ngayon yung kanyang privilege speech. Kaya lang, hindi natapos yung kanyang pagsasalita. Ang ginawa niya is, habang siya ay naglalakad, nasa hallway, inambush siya ng mga media man. Okay? So kinausap siya, Sir, totoo po ba yung mga sinasabi nyo, ng mga binibintang nyo lamang kay Attorney Calida, etc. So ang ginawa niya naging accommodating siya sa media, pinagsasagot niya yung lahat, and etc. And with that, the former Solicitor General filed a case of libel and oral defamation against Senator Trillanes. Sabi ni Senator Trillanes, teka lang, I have parliamentary immunity. Nabutasan siya ni Attorney Calida. Kailan mo ba ginawa yung mga pinagsasabi mo na yan? Right after the adjournment of the Congress. So, that's the case of Calida versus Trillanes. Okay? Are you learning? Naintindihan niyo ba yung kaso? Okay? That's the beauty of hindi hindi sapat na nababasa niyo yung codal provision. Kailangan merong mga cases. Kasi yung cases, yun yung nagbibigay buhay din sa mga provisions. You may just read the codal provision pero walang effect yan. Okay? Hindi niyo yan makukuha on its first reading. Kailangan ma-supplement ng cases yan palagi. Okay? For number 8, the felony of blank, okay, is committed by any founder, director, and presidents of associations organized for the purpose of committing any of the crimes punishable under the revised penal code or for some purpose contrary to public morals. Okay? So, if you are making an assembly and your assembly is against public moral, halimbawa, what is the crime committed here? That is letter B. You are committing illegal associations. Halimbawa, meron tayong karapatan under our Constitution. We have the right to self-organize. Malaya tayo na gumawa ng sarili nating institusyon. Okay? It is protected under our Constitution. It is our basic right. Pero kung halimbawa, gumagawa ka ng organization mo, para gumagawa ka ng isang organization na samahan ng mga gun for hire sa Pilipinas. Okay? O kaya samahan ng mga bank robbers sa Pilipinas, that is considered already an illegal association. Okay? Because what you are doing is contrary to public morals. Okay? Pero kung halimbawa, gumawa ka ng isang samahan, halimbawa, Alpha Pichu Papi, okay? Ang ginagawa mo, tumutulong ka sa mga kapederasyon, sa mga mga members ng LGBTQ. Okay? Nagtataas ka ng social awareness and etc. Nagpa-fundraising kayo. Walang violation doon. Pero if your purpose or if the objective of the organization is contrary to public moral, that is illegal association. Yun ang kailangan nyo maintindihan. Okay? Number 9, This is committed by any person who shall attack, employ force, or seriously intimidate or resist any person in authority or his agents while engaged in the performance of his duties or on occasion of such performance. Okay? So, this is the case of letter A, direct assault. Okay? Ang direct assault, it is an attack, employment of force, or seriously intimidating or resisting to persons in authority or his agents. Halimbawa, I am the police officer, okay? Aarestuhin kita, okay? So, while I am in the performance of my lawful duty, ang ginawa mo, sinuntok mo ako, tumba ako ngayon. Tapos, sabi ko, B, tulungan mo ako, arestuhin mo siya. Okay? Tumulong ngayon si B. Okay? Tumulong ngayon si B kay police officer. Okay? Si B rin napuruhan, nasuntok din. Okay? With regard to the policeman, the crime committed is direct assault. Paano naman pagdating kay B na sinamon niya? Okay? Para arestuhin yung taong aarestuhin. The crime committed is still direct assault. Why? Because a person of authority, okay, the one who is summoning becomes his agent. Okay? So si B, na sinamon ko para tulungan ako na i-effect yung aking lawful duty, becomes my agent already. Okay? Now, sir, meron ba distinction ng person of authority at saka agent? Baka pwede mo kami mabigyan ng tip kung paano mapapadali yung buhay namin. Ano pinagkaiba ng person in authority at saka agent of persons in authority? I'll teach you. Pag sinabi natin persons in authority, these are persons which are, these are persons vested with jurisdiction. Yun ang term. Okay? Pag nag-exam kayo yan, sabihin nyo. Pag nakita nyo yun, persons in authority are those persons vested with jurisdiction. Anong best example ng persons in authority? Who are the persons? Barangay captain, mayor, governor. Yan ang mga example ng persons in authority. Bakit? Because they are vested with jurisdiction. Meron silang karapatan na magpasunod ng mga tao. Okay? Eh, sino naman yung agent? Pag agents of persons in authority, you remember, they are vested with tasks involving peace and security. Yun ang kanilang purpose. They are vested with jurisdiction for peace and order. Like halimbawa, barangay captain, barangay tanod, okay? Mga pulis, okay? Ang police class hindi sila persons in authority, but they are only agents of persons in authority. Okay? So, ano pa example ng person in authority? Mga school principal, school administrator, teachers. Okay? Kaya nga halimbawa, hindi mo gusto yung pagtuturo ng professor mo. Ang ginawa mo, habang nagdi-discuss yung professor mo, nilapitan mo, sinampal mo sa harap ng klase. Ang kaso mo hindi slander by deed lang. Your case is indeed direct assault. Okay? Because your teacher, while he or she is performing his duty, he is acting a person in authority. So if you violate that one, alam ba, ganun ang ginawa mo. Okay? Hindi lang yung sinaktan mo, alam ba, binato mo ng sibuyas. Okay? O kaya, pinagsabihan mo ng masasakit na salita, tinakot mo habang nagkaklase kayo. So that is direct assault. Okay? I hope that you are learning. Sana tumatama yung ating frequency. Okay? For number 10, any person directly vested with jurisdiction. Ayan yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Any person directly vested with jurisdiction. Alam nyo na yan. Whether as an individual or as a member of some court or governmental corporation, board or commission shall be deemed to be blank. Okay? Alam na natin yan. The answer here is letter D. Okay? Person in authority. As simple as that. Pag naspat nyo yun, person directly vested with jurisdiction, that is person in authority. Okay. Ito naman yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, kanina din. A person who, by direct provision of law, or by election or by appointment of competent authority, is charged with the maintenance of public order and protection and security of life and property, okay, such as policeman, and any person who comes to the aid of persons in authority shall be deemed to be blank. Okay, na-discuss na natin yan. Hindi sila persons in authority, but they are agent of a person in authority. Are you learning, guys? Okay. Next, number 12. Okay. This is committed by any person who shall remove from any penal establishment any person confined therein, or shall help the escape of such person by means of violence, intimidation, or bribery. Ano yun? Sino yung nagko-commit nito? This is committed by any person. Okay? Nang ginagawa nyo, pinapatakas niya yung ibang tao. And it was done through violence, intimidation, or bribery. Okay? So, plus, ano bang pinakaiba ng ano? Halimbawa, ano ba ang concept ng bribery? Ang bribery class, halimbawa ako, I am a private individual. May isa akong public officer, di ba? Tignan natin kung tama. May isang jail officer. Binigyan ko siya ng pera ngayon. Okay? Yung ibinigay ko sa kanya na pera, okay, tinanggap niya. He will be liable for the crime of bribery. Okay? Tama ba? Ako na private individual, I will be liable for the crime of corruption of public official. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Okay? In this case, what is the case to be filed? That is letter B, delivering prisoners from jail. Okay? This is ano to eh, crimes committed, crimes against fundamental law of the state. How about this? Number 13. This felony is committed by any convict who shall evade the service of his sentence, okay, by escaping during the term of his imprisonment by reason of final judgment. Okay? Meron ka ng sentensya, tumakas ka. Hindi ko alam kung anong ginawa mo. Pero ang ginawa mo, tumakas ka. Okay? What is the crime committed by you? That is, madali lang yan, letter D, evasion of service of sentence. This is the same case. Halimbawa, lumabas ang facts ito ha. Halimbawa, si A at saka si A ay na-convict for the crime of death inflicted under exceptional circumstance. Okay? So napatay niya yung misis niya na nakikipagsiping sa ibang lalaki. Okay? Kaya ang ibinigay sa kanya ng court ay deschero. Okay? Hindi ka pa pwedeng lumapit within 25 kilometers hanggang 250 kilometers. A radius of 25 to 250 kilometers. Pero ang ginawa ngayon ni A, pumasok siya dun sa radius na binibigay sa kanya ng court. Is there a crime committed by A when he did that? The answer is letter D. Okay? There is evasion of service of sentence. Sir, bakit? Wala nga siyang pagkakakulong. Okay? Class, yung ginawa niya na death inflicted under exceptional circumstance, okay, wala siyang ini-impose na pagkakakulong. Pero ang batas may in-impose sa kanya na parusa, and that is deschero. Okay? Hindi ka pa pwedeng lumapit dyan sa radius na 25 kilometers hanggang 250 kilometers. Yun yung binigay sa kanyang parusa. Violate niya yung parusa. Ang kaso niya, ayan, evasion of service of sentence. Ang importante dito, class, merong final judgment. Paano kung halimbawa ganito? Si A, okay? Siya ay nakakulong for the crime of murder, okay? Habang dinidinig yung kaso niya, siya ay nakakulong sa BJMP sa Quezon City, okay? One night, nakita niya na tulog yung bantay, tumakas siya. Okay? Is A liable for evasion of service of sentence? The answer is no. Hindi siya liable. Kasi wala pang conviction or wala pang final judgment. Yun yung interplay dito ha, na kailangan yung ingatan sa facts. Okay? Number 14. Okay. Ito naman yung tatawag namin STAL. Okay, STAL. Special Time Allowance. Okay. So, when a convict evades the service of his sentence, okay? Ay, hindi pala to STAL. Ay. Oh, yes. STAL pala to. When a convict evades the service of his sentence by reason of or on the occasion of disorder, earthquakes, or other calamities, he should return to the penal institution within 48 hours following the issuance of a proclamation by the chief executive announcing the passing away of such calamity. If he does not do this, he will suffer an additional penalty of how much? So, ganito yan. Ang haba naman na sinabi mo, sir, kwento mo na lang kasi mas madali pa maintindihan. Halimbawa, you're already serving your sentence. Nagkaroon ng bagyo, nagkaroon ng lindol. Okay? So, halimbawa, yung city jail, binaha. Okay? Halos maanod lahat ng tao. Okay? And syempre, as a matter of self-preservation, gumawa ka ng paraan, nakatakas ka. You successfully escape in the walls of the jail. Okay? So, nagkaroon ng state of calamity. Tapos, after 48 hours, after na i-declare yung state of calamity, what will happen if you did not return within 48 hours, within 2 days? Ano mangyayari? What are you going to suffer? The answer is yes. Okay? There would be letter C. 1/5 of the remaining of under the original sentence will be added to your sentence. So, halimbawa, ang sentence sa'yo ay 20 years. Okay? Nakakapag-serve ka na ng 10 years. Okay? 10 years na yung nasa-serve mo. Okay? Ngayon, nagkaroon ng calamity. Hindi ka bumalik after 48 hours. Okay? Bibigyan ka ng additional 1/5 ng iyong original sentence, which is another 4 years. So, instead na dapat makakalaya ka na by 12 years, dadagdagan pa yung 10 taon na pagkakulong mo ng 4 na taon. Kasi that is 1/5 of your original sentence. Okay? So, plus 4 years. Okay? Number 15. Class, are you learning? Thumbs up na tayo. Okay. Number 15. Wala na yata akong boses eh. Number 15. A form of repetition wherein a person shall commit a felony after having been convicted by final judgment before beginning to serve such sentence or while serving the same. Na-discuss ko na ito kanina. Nakakulong ka. Okay, you're being convicted by final judgment. And while you are serving your sentence, you committed another crime. Okay? So, anong tawag sa'yo? Okay? Or anong tawag dun sa ginagawa mo? There is, ang tawag po natin dun ay quasi-recidivism. Okay? Are you learning, guys? Okay. Number 16. Okay? It is committed either by, letter A, by giving to a treasury or bank note or any instrument payable to bearer or to order the appearance of a true and genuine document, or by B, erasing, substituting, counterfeiting, or altering by any means the figures, letters, words, or signs contained therein. Anong tawag dun? Nameke ka, pag sinabi natin banknote, nameke ka ng pera. Okay? Or nameke ka ng any instrument, usually mga negotiable instrument or cheque. Okay? Which is, pineke mo yung mismong dokumento. O kaya, binura mo, pinalitan mo, nameke ka ng mga figures, letters, words, pati pirma na nakaloob dun sa treasury o kaya sa banknotes o kaya sa negotiable instrument. Para madali yung parang ang simple way of understanding anong pinagkaiba ng perjury, forgery, counterfeiting, basta lagi natandaan. Pag ang pineke mo, falsification, yes. Oh, okay. Sir, tulungan mo naman kami. Hindi ko maintindihan yung pinagkaiba-iba niyan eh. Falsification, forgery, perjury. Yan. So, yun muna tatlo. Pag forgery, lagi nyo tatandaan dyan, ang pineke, yung pirma, okay? Yung nilalaman ng dokumento. It may either be by yung treasury, meaning yung pera, okay? Or yung cheque, yan ang pineke mo. Yan yung usual. Kapag halimbawa, ang pineke mo naman yung mismong dokumento, okay? Halimbawa, nameke ka ng DTR, nameke ka ng logbook, etc. Falsification yan. Okay? Ano naman yung perjury? Okay? Halimbawa, nameke ka ng isang bagay na made under oath. Halimbawa, gumawa ka ng complaint or gumawa ka ng salin. Okay? Yung salin mo, pinanumpaan mo na lahat ng sasabi, di ba may portion doon? Kung nakapagawa na kayo ng salin, may portion dyan na sinasabi mo that you are attesting to the veracity of the you are attesting to the accuracy and veracity of the informations included in the SALN, etc. And I am binded by the law on perjury whenever there would be misdeclarations and other blah blah blah. Okay? So ginawa mo, pumirma ka. Ibig sabihin nun, pinanunumpaan mo na yung nilalaman ng dokumento na yan ay totoo. Okay? Pinanunumpaan mo yan usually sa mga notaries public. O kaya pinanunumpaan mo dun sa officers authorized to conduct oath. Usually, like in our office, yung mga state solicitors. Okay? Tapos, false pala yung mga pinagsusulat mo doon. That is already perjury. Okay? Sir, yung perjury at saka false testimony, anong pinagkaiba nun? Ang perjury, it may be contained under a document and it was made under oath. Ang false testimony, you are making a statement while you are inside the court. You are making false statements sana naiintindihan. Hello, parang nawala ako, guys. Tama ba? Naglalag ako? Okay. Saan ako natapos? Ano yung naintindihan nyo? Okay, number 16. Sige. Sir, yung pinagkaiba po ng perjury sa false testimony. Okay. So, sana all sabay nawawala. Okay. So, let's continue with our discussion. Okay. Ayan, nakikita na yung PowerPoint natin. Ito pa tayo natapos. Sige. Ito pa tayo natapos, guys. Okay. Iniwan pero bumalik. Sana all. Di ba? Sana ganun. Sana lang. Pag natuto kang umalis, matuto kang bumalik. Parang ganun. Yeah. Okay? So, the answer in number 16 is no other than this is forgery. Okay? Ay, ano pala ibig sabihin, sir, ng counterfeiting? Usually, ang counterfeiting is yung pamimeke ng pera. Okay? That's the technical term. Pamimeke ng pera, kahit yung pamimeke ng notes, yung pera papel, o kaya pamimeke ng barya. Okay? Usually, lahat sila, under sila ng forgery. Okay? Kasi lahat sila ay pandadaya. Hello? Hello, guys? Hello? Okay na? Ano yung uulitin ko? Ano yung uulitin ko, guys? Ayun, yung concept ng counterfeiting. Okay. Yung counterfeiting, mas gamitin natin siya. Although, yung falsification, yung forgery, false testimony, perjury, lahat yan nasa nasa konsepto ng fraud or forgery, pandadaya. Pero pag pinag-uusapan natin yung pandadaya sa perang papel, halimbawa gumagawa ka ng fake money, gumagawa ka ng fake banknotes, o kaya fake na barya, ang tawag doon ay counterfeiting. Okay? Kapag halimbawa ang pinipeke mo naman mga pirma, okay? Forgery 'yun. Okay? So, halimbawa ang dinadaya mo naman yung testimony in court. Okay? False testimony 'yun. Ano pa ba? You are making falsities, okay? Naglalagay ka ng mga hindi totoong bagay sa ang tawag dito, sa isang dokumento which should be under oath, that is perjury. Okay? Now, for question number 17, what felony is committed by any person who shall knowingly and falsely represent himself to be an officer? Pinapakilala mo yung sarili mo that you are an officer, agent, or representative of any department or agency of the Philippines or any foreign government, or who under pretense of official function shall perform any act pertaining to any person in authority or public officer of the Philippine or foreign government or any agency thereof without being lawfully entitled to do so. Wala ka naman talagang karapatan pero masyado kang atribida. Okay? You are falsely misrepresenting yourself. Okay? That is letter C. Usurpation of authority or official function. Class, hindi kasama dito yung halimbawa, nagsuot ka ng gowa ng pulis. Okay? Halimbawa, usually marami ako nakikita na ganito mga cream students. Sinusuot yung athletic uniform ng PNP. Okay? If they do not represent themselves to be a police officer, halimbawa, ang gusto lang nila, suot lang nila yung uniforme ng police. Hindi yun usurpation of authority. Ibang kaso yun. Okay? Doon tayo pupunta ngayon. Sa number 18. Okay? This is committed by any person who shall publicly and improperly make use of insignia, uniform, or dress pertaining to an office not held by such person or to a class of person of which he is not a member. Yan. You are making use of the insignia, uniform, or dress. Okay? Pero hindi ka naman member. Okay? Meaning atribida ka. Okay? Tawag namin dyan mga atribida. Yan, ang tawag dyan, hindi yan usurpation of authority ha. But instead, yan yung tinatawag natin na illegal use of uniform or insignia. Class, marami akong comment dito. Hindi porke nakasuot ka, like, meron sino ba to? Naging issue ito Merong isang set there is a set of a film na yung mga artista kinasuhan sila ng yung illegal use of uniform or insignia kasi they are portraying the purpose of the film. Okay? And in fact, yung film nga na yun, that is done to recognize the contribution of the police force. Okay? Pero kinasuhan sila, including the directors. Okay? So, if I will be the counsel of the of this accused or defendant, i-contest ko yan. Bakit? My stand with that or my argument would be illegal use of uniform or insignia. That the intent to deceive is always material. Halimbawa, kaya mo sinusuot yan kasi gusto mong lokohin yung tao na you are part of this organization but instead you are not. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, lagi mo tatandaan class most of the time, the crimes included in the revised penal code are crimes mala inse. Okay. Most of the crimes, but if not all, but most of the crimes in the revised penal code are crimes mala inse. And you have to remember that good faith is a defense. Okay? Pero may mga pagkakataon na even your good faith is not a defense. Like for example, you are illegally possessing picklocks. Okay? Mere possession of picklocks. Uy, hindi ko alam na mga master key para to, etc. Na ginagamit ng mga magnanakaw na tagpuan sa possession mo. Can you exempt yourself? The answer to that is no. Okay? Pero generally, alam nyo, kapag napatunayan yung good faith and that crime is punishable under the revised penal code, madidismiss yung kaso. Kasi nga, hindi siya crime na prohibited. Okay, usually pag mga RTC, pag mga crimes under the revised penal code. Okay, number 19, this felony is committed by any person who shall offend against decency or good custom or any highly scandalous other article of the revised penal code. What is this? This is letter C, grave scandal. Okay. So, ang ginagawa mo dito, you are maliciously, okay? You are maliciously offending the public, okay? Against its decency or good custom. Halimbawa, sa EDSA, okay? Ang ginawa mo, naggubad ka, you barely naked yourself. Naggubad ka sa gitna ng EDSA. So ngayon naman, nagda-drive, nagulat sila, uy, ang laki naman. Okay, so nagkaroon ng banggaan, nag-cause ng, halimbawa, may mga iba na humihinto doon para makapicture sa'yo, etc. Nag-cause ng commotion, etc. That can be grave scandal. Okay? Kaya yung mga gumagawa, yung mga nagpapapansin, halimbawa, magpapakamatay ka. Okay? Magpapamatay ka, so dumating ngayon yung mga tao. Okay? Pero usually, pwedeng, ano yun, iba yung grave scandal is somewhat similar to alarms and scandal. Okay? Number 20, okay? He is any person who having no apparent means of subsistence, who has the physical ability to work and neglects to apply himself to some lawful calling. Halimbawa, ang sinasabi dito, you have the capacity, meron kang kamay, meron kang paa, meron kang isip, meron kang lakas ng katawan. Pero ang ginagawa mo, parang you're embracing in the premise of being a batugan. O, nagiging palamunin ka at the same time, palakad-lakad ka lang sa kalsada. Technically, these are beggars. Okay? Ang technical definition dito is the answer to this question is letter A, vagrant. Okay? Yung crime of vagrancy class, dati, during the time of martial law, hindi naman lahat ng mga nauhuli, okay, ay talagang mga ngaliwa, okay? Or yung mga elitista, okay? Mga dilawan, mga kaliwa, etc. Karamihan din doon, halimbawa mahuli ka sa curfew, okay? Lumabag ka sa curfew hours during martial law, tatamputin ka ng pulis. Okay? Dadamputin ka ng pulis militar. Okay? Anong kakaso sa'yo? Vagrancy. Kasi pag gala-gala kang hayop ka wala ka naman dapat ginagawa dito. Kaya alam nyo, class, maraming umaalma noong panahon ng martial law kasi naabuso yung power na binibigay sa ating sa ating military. Okay? So yan, puro vagrancy. Tsaka usually ang mga pulis kanya na ginagawa. Kapag wala nang isang pangkaso under ng, wala na sila maiisip na pwedeng mag-apply na kaso sa'yo, kakasuhan ka ng vagrancy, bagansya. Nakita ng mga legislators na ginagawang excuse yan. Okay? Kaya sometime in 2017, vagrancy was legislated to be decriminalized. Meaning to say, ngayon class, wala na po tayong kaso ng vagrancy. Okay? Wala nang nakukulong dahil sa bagansya. Okay? So, kahit may pulubi dyan, pag-alagala, etc. Yung mga pulubi class, sila yung nagko-commit ng vagrancy. Okay? Number 21. Okay, this is a technical term. I hope that you are learning. Number 21, blank is any women, okay, who for profit or for money or profit habitually indulge in sexual intercourse or lascivious conduct. Okay? So siguro alam na alam niyo yung sagot diyan. Baka siguro I don't want to say this, but maybe you have a close encounter with this kind of ladies, okay? Ako kasi hindi ko pa naranasan 'yan eh. Ang tawag sa kanya, okay, ang tawag sa kanya ay letter D, prostitute. It is very important that in order to say that you are a prostitute, that a woman is a prostitute, unang-una sa lahat, dapat meron siya ay isang babae. Okay? Number 2, yung kanyang means of profession is doing sexual intercourse or lascivious conduct. Okay? And that is for money or profit. Ito yung pinaka-importante. Halimbawa, ginawa mo lang ng isang beses. Okay? Dahil sa pangangailangan. Okay? Ginawa mo lang ng isang beses, hindi mo na inulit. Pwede ka may considered as prostitute? The answer is no. Okay? Kailangan kasi habitually. Okay? Pag palagi mong ginagawa yon as a means of your profession, as a way of sustaining yourself, okay? You are called to be a prostitute. Sir, I have a question. Paano kung halimbawa ang prostitute ay lalaki? Okay? Halimbawa, may isang lalaki na for money or profit, he is habitually indulging himself for sexual intercourse or lascivious conduct. Kasi yung term na prostitute, intended lang yan para sa babae. Paano kung halimbawa ang gumagawa ng prostitution ay lalaki nga? Okay? Prostitute din ba ang tawag sa kanya? Okay? The correct answer to that is no. Okay? The term prostitute is exclusive with women. Eh sir, paano kung lalaki nga siya? Okay? At ginagawa niya yung ginagawa ng prostitute. Pero hindi siya babae. What is the proper term? The technical term should be, he is considered a vagrant. Okay? Pag lalaki ka na gumagawa ka ng prostitution, you are considered a vagrant. Okay? Are you learning? Next, number 22. He is any person who, by direct provision of law, popular election or appointment by a competent authority, shall take part in the performance of public functions in the government or shall perform in said government duties as an employee, agent, or subordinate official of any rank or class. Okay? So ano yan? You shall take part in the performance of public functions of the government. You are now called to be a letter A, public officer. Ang public officer class, dalawang klase yan. You may be an elected public officer or you may be an appointive public officer. Okay? So, elected, halimbawa mga barangay captain, mayor, governor, they are appointed, elected. Pero katulad ko, I am a government official, okay? Pero ang ano naman namin, nag-apply kami o kaya in-appoint kami dun sa aming pwesto. So, ang tawag sa amin, appointed public officer. Okay? Number 23, okay? This one is committed by public officer or employee who in the dereliction of the duties of his office, okay? You shall maliciously refrain from instituting prosecution for the punishment of violators of law or shall tolerate the commission of offenses. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, dapat pinaparusahan mo yung tao na to pero hindi mo pinaparusahan or hindi ka nagsasampa ng kaso para dun sa mga lawful violators. Okay? Unlawful violators. Anong tawag dyan? That's the case of prevarication. Okay? Siguro first time nyo narinig yan. Okay? But there is a case of prevarication or negligence or tolerance in prosecution of offenses. Okay? So ano yan? Yung tanong na yan, pang top notcher yan. So ibig sabihin, hindi lahat ng tao alam yan. Okay? But if you hit that one, sigurado ko, you will be top-notcher. Kasi hindi naman halos tinuturo yan. And even me, personally, hindi ko naintindihan yan when I was in my college days. And even in law school, hindi naman tinuro sa amin. Okay? Number 24, okay? What crime is committed by any public officer or employee who shall agree to perform an act constituting a crime? Ayan. You agree to perform an act which constitutes a crime, okay? In connection with the performance of his official duties in consideration of any offer, promise, gift, or present received by such officer personally or through the mediation of another. Okay? Because of that price or that consideration or that reward, you are making a crime. Okay? You are agreeing to perform a certain act which is constituting a crime. Anong tawag natin dyan? That is letter A. That is direct bribery. Okay? Ibig sabihin, yung taong tumanggap ng pera at gagawa ng illegal, okay, he is committing direct bribery. Okay? Yun ang laging tatandaan yun, ha? Yung nagbigay ng pera doon sa tao na mangungurap, okay, yung tao na public officer, yung taong tumanggap ng pera, okay, ang tawag sa kanya, ang kaso niya ay direct bribery. Yung tumanggap ng pera. Yung taong nagbigay ng pera doon sa public officer, ang kaso niya ay corruption of public officer. Okay? Huwag niyong pagbabalik ta rin. Kasi dati ganyan din ako. Na pagbabalik ko sila. So, number 25, what crime is committed by a public officer entrusted with the collection of taxes? Ay, very good na yun. Okay? Hindi ka nangungulekta ng tax. Okay? Entrusted with the collection demanding the payment of sums different from or larger than authorized by law. Okay? Or voluntarily failing to issue a receipt. Okay? Hello, guys? Hello? Narinig ba ako? Nawawala-wala yata ako eh. Okay? Okay na, okay na. Laban lang. Okay? So, halimbawa, pinapakolekta ka ng tax, hindi ka nangongolekta. Hindi ka nag-i-issue ng resibo. Okay, nangongolekta ka pero sobra-sobra. Anong tawag doon? Kadugasan. Okay? So, what crime is committed by you? The answer is letter B. Frauds against public treasury. Okay. Kada yan. Number 26, this is committed by any accountable public officer who shall appropriate or shall misappropriate or shall consent or through abandonment or negligence shall permit another person to take public funds or property. Okay? So, usually these are crimes committed by public officer. Okay? So, kung halimbawa, you are appropriating, naglalagay ka ng pera sa ganito. O kaya you are misappropriating, dapat ang pera dito pero sa iba mo nilagay. Okay? So anong tawag doon? That is the crime of malversation of public funds. Okay? So usually, ano yan eh. Basta pag nakita niyo yung term, may term na public funds. Okay? Malversation of public funds. Pero kung halimbawa, ang classic example dito, and usually, ito talaga yung tunay na nangyayari. May mga police na nag-aabol sa serbisyo. Okay? Ngayon, nung sila ay nag-awol, tinangay nila pati yung kanilang public property yun. Okay. Number 27. Alam nyo kasi, kaya ko nalaman yan, meron akong isang kaso na hinawakan na gano'n. Pulis siya dati na-RP-how pa nga siya eh, yung sa holding and accounting unit na PNP. Okay? Pero after niya ma-RP-how, talagang tutuluyan, nag-awol na lang siya. Okay? Instead na mag-file siya ng resignation, nag-awol siya. Okay? Pero ayaw niyang isurrender yung baril. After some time, naka-receive siya ng warrant of arrest kasi sinampahan siya ng kaso ng malversation of public property dahil dun sa baril. Tapos nagpiyansa siya ng, magkano ba piyansa? 30,000 yata. Ang Phoenix ng court. I know, maybe some of you are members of the PNP. Baka may nakakaan sa akin. So help me. Okay? So kung may ganong, kung tama ba yung sinasabi ko, nangyayari ba sa inyo yan? Sa hanay nyo, nangyayari ba yung ganong klase ng kalakaran? Okay? Or I remember na may ganong similar case. Okay? Number 27, okay? This is committed by a public officer who shall consent to the escape of a prisoner in his custody. Okay? You are the jailer. Okay? Ikaw yung jailer. Pero pinayagan mo yung tao na makalabas. Okay? So, ang tawag sa'yo, isang magaling na empleyado ng gobyerno. Okay? The answer to this is letter C. Conniving with or consenting to evasion. That's the crime committed by a public officer. Okay? Number 28. Okay? This is committed by any public officer or employee who shall overdo himself in the correction or handling of a prisoner or detention prisoner under his charge by the imposition of punishment not authorized by the regulations or inflicting punishment in a cruel or humiliating manner. Ang classic example nito na napanood mo sa TV, yung may mga huli yung mga pulis, ang ginawa nila, pinaghalikan nila. O kaya nilagyan nila ng straw, ng tali, yung ari, tapos hinihigit-higit nila. Okay, para gumagalaw yung tao. Okay? Anong tawag dun? Okay? This is what we call as maltreatment of prisoners. This is under the revised penal code. Now, sir, pwede ba na sampahan mo yung pulis ng kasong maltreatment of prisoner under the revised penal code? Sampahan mo rin ang kaso na Anti-Torture Act, Republic Act 9745. Pwede ba yun? The answer is yes. Bakit? Bakit hindi pwede? Although it originated from one incident, but there are two references which are distinct and separate from each other. Yung maltreatment of prisoner, under siya ng revised penal code. Yung anti-torture, it is a special penal. No? Magkaiba ng reference, pwedeng pagsabayin niya. Okay? Yun yung wala kang kawala. Okay? Number 29. Okay? This is committed by any public officer who shall solicit or make immoral advances, okay, to a woman under his custody or to other women like the wife, daughter, sister, or relative within the same degree of affinity of any person in the custody of a warden or officer. Maraming ganitong instances. Okay? Especially in the BJMP. Di ba? Meron silang huli na babae, kaya lang pagtingin nila, ang kinis. Okay? So, nagkagusto. So, kahit ayaw nung taong nahuli, pinipilit siya na makipagtalik at talagang may nangyayari. Okay? What crime is committed by the public officer? Yan yung tinatawag natin na abuses against justice. Okay? Sir, pwede rin ba sampahan ng kasong yan? Pwede bang sampahan ng kaso? Pwede rin torture yan. That can be a sign of torture. Pwede rin sexual harassment as the case may be. Okay? So, depende na lang kung paano tatahiin yung storya. Okay? But under the revised penal code, yan ang title, abuses against chastity. Okay? Sir, Bausi, hindi pwede. Okay? So, ba't hindi pwede? Babae yun. Class, ang Bausi mag-a-apply yan kapag merong in-dating relationship or merong tinatawag na relationship between the offender and the victim. Eh in that case, huli yung tao, wala naman silang relasyon prior to that. Okay? So, siya isang captive, yung isa yung captor, di ba? So, walang relationship dun sa kanilang dalawa. But they are in dating relationship, halimbawa, meron silang mutual understanding, etc. Doon lang mag-a-apply ang BAUSI. Okay. Number 30, this felony is committed by any person who shall intentionally mutilate another, okay, by depriving him of some essential organ for reproduction. Okay? So, technically, halimbawa, nagsuntukan kayo. Pagsuntok ko, ganyan, tinamaan yung tenga mo, natapos yung tenga mo. Natanggal ng tenga sa sobrang lakas ng suntok. Okay? So, the crime committed could be physical injury. Okay? But if the purpose is like, let's say for example, you are trying to mutilate, pinutol mo yung ethics, okay? Or pinutol mo yung yung ari ng lalaki habang siya ay natutulog. Okay? Kasi galit ka sa kanya. And your purpose is sexual organ. Okay? Ang tawag doon ay mutilation. Okay? Dalawa ang klase ng mutilation. Meron tayong tinatawag na mutilation mayhem at saka mutilation castration. Okay? Ang mutilation mayhem, it is the cutting off of a body part but it is not intended for reproduction. Halimbawa, pinutol ko yung daliri mo, yakuza ka. Okay? Pinutol mo yung daliri. Okay? Ang ginawa mo din, directly ka na pinutol mo yung daliri. Okay? That's your objective. Mutilation mayhem tawag doon. Pero kung halimbawa, pinutol mo yung ari mismo, diretso ka. That is mutilation castration. Okay? So the answer is letter C, mutilation castration. Okay? Next, number 31. Who is the present Chief Justice of the Philippine Supreme Court? Talaga bang may mga ganitong klase ng tanong? Yes. Kasi parang tawag ito, may mga tanong na current events and etc. Kaya nga usually ang rest time niyo class whenever you are trying to review tas medyo occupied ka na, ang best way to relax is to makinig kayo ng music o kaya manood kayo ng news, okay? Or maging updated kayo sa current events. Kasi posibleng baka dyan may kunin. Okay? Now, who is the present Chief Justice of the Philippine Supreme Court? Okay? The answer is letter A. Chief Justice Alexander Hesmundo. Okay? Formerly, si letter D at saka si letter C, they are former Chief Justice of the Philippine Supreme Court. Okay? Si letter B, si Mario Victor F. Leonen. Okay? Siya naman ay ang Senior Associate Justice ng Supreme Court. So hopefully sana, my prayer is that Justice Leonen also be a Chief Justice. Bakit ganun ka namang kadebot, sir, na gusto mo maging Chief Justice si Justice Leonen? Why? Because during his time, I become a lawyer. During his time as the bar chairman, okay, sa kanya ako pumasa. And we treat ourselves as this is the best bar ever. Ang tawag sa amin, mga BBE kami. Best bar ever. Okay? Now, number 32. What law is titled an act to prevent, prohibit, and penalize terrorism, thereby repealing Republic Act 9372, otherwise known as the Human Security Act. For your information, ang itinatanong dito, ano yung batas na kinikilala natin ngayon na Anti-Terror Act? Okay? Ano dyan yung Anti-Terror Act? Okay? So, in the first glance, hindi ko masabi sa inyo kung ano yung Human Terrorism Act yan. Okay? So, ang gagawin ko ulit, process of elimination. Letter D, RA 10591. Yan naman yung bagong batas. Okay? The Comprehensive Firearms Law. Okay? So, RA 9262 is VAUSI, Violence Against Women and Their Children. Republic Act 9346 is it is a law which prohibits the imposition of death penalty in the Philippines. Okay? So my answer here is letter A. Okay, that's the Anti-Terrorism Act. Okay? And to give you an update, okay, yung Anti-Terror Act na yan, in the history of the judicial system, ngayon lang nangyari na merong isang batas, okay, na gustong ipawalang bisa sa pamamagitan ng 38 petition for certiorari. Petition for review on certiorari. 38, okay, sa history ng Pilipinas. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, merong, kumbaga, pagpalagay na lang natin na isang abogado. So, may 38 na abogado na gusto nila pawalang bisa yung nilalaman ng Anti-Terror Act. But, ito naman yung hindi ka panipaniwala. After dealing with the provisions of this law, having oral arguments before the Supreme Court, okay, 2 provision lang ng Anti-Terror Act ang na-declare as unconstitutional. Okay. And the pressed with the brilliance of the Solicitor General. Okay. So, dahil sa Solicitor General, kaya na-uplift yung validity ng Anti-Terror Act. Okay. Number 33. Okay. Cain and Abel, okay, are brothers. Okay. One day, while Abel was in the fields, Cain stabbed his brother from behind. Okay. Namatay si Abel. What crime was committed? Madali lang to. Okay. Kung alam niyo yung konsepto. Okay. What is this? Okay. The crime committed here is, hindi ba pwedeng infanticide? Okay. So, infanticide talagang cross yan. Okay. The crime committed here is letter A. There was a murder. Okay. Now, for crimes against person, since I'm dealing with already with crimes against person, para madali yung tandaan, guys, ganito yung ginawa ko kasi nung ako yung nag-take ng bar examination. Para mas-spot nyo yan, ganito. Tignan niyo yung issue. Saan ba yung pinatay? Kung nasa loob ng sinapupunan, abortion yan. Okay? Nasa loob ng sinapupunan, doon mo pinatay, abortion yan. Dalawa ang klase yan. May intentional, may unintentional. Intentional, alam mo na nabuntis yung tao, nag-employ ka ng violence or you intimidate him just for the purpose of intentional abortion yan. Unintentional abortion naman, hindi mo nga sinasadya na nagkaroon ng abortion. Okay? Hindi mo alam na buntis yung tao. Okay? So, halimbawa, abortion. Na-rule out mo, wala na yung abortion. Kasi hindi na nasa loob, nasa labas na. Okay? Pag nasa labas na, i-check mo kung ilang araw na o ilang oras na. Kapag less than 3 days or less than 72 hours, hindi pa umaabot ng 72, okay, ang tawag doon, infanticide. Regardless of the relationship. What is material there is the age of the victim. Are you learning, guys? Are you learning? Infanticide. Sir, paano kung halimbawa, 3 araw na? Pag 3 araw na, i-check mo kung merong relationship. Siya ba ay direct ascendant or direct descendant o spouse? Okay? 3 days eksakto. Check mo kung yung killer ba, yung suspect ay direct ascendant o direct descendant plus spouse. Okay? Pag kasama siya dun sa enumeration na yon, okay? So, more than eksakto 3 araw, okay? That is already parricide. Okay? Kasi merong relationship. Dito naman sa parricide, ang importante dito, not the time, but instead, it is the relationship of the victim. Okay? Now, halimbawa, nakita mo na hindi siya kasama naman. May relationship pero hindi siya kasama dun sa enumeration no kanina, sir. Hindi siya direct ascendant, hindi siya direct descendant, hindi rin siya spouse. Okay? You rule it out murder. Okay? Bigay mo na sa murder, like in this case. Okay? Although they are family, okay, sila ay related sa isang pamilya, pero ang problema kasi dito, hindi naman kasama ang brothers and sisters doon sa enumeration ng parricide. So, punta ka na agad sa murder. Bakit siya murder? Kasi yung alternative of relationship becomes aggravating. Okay? And at the same time, halimbawa, walang relationship, hindi kasama dun sa exclusive na pamilya. Okay? I-check mo ngayon kung merong qualifying circumstance. Kung may qualifying circumstance, okay, which changes the nature of homicide to murder, then that is murder. Okay? Ngayon, sir, walang may intent to kill, pero walang qualifying circumstance. Punta ka na sa homicide. Okay? Ngayon, ang nangyari, sir, wala siyang intent to kill, but only the intent to injure. Ang gusto lang niya manakit. Hindi siya magiging homicide. Hindi rin siya magiging murder, but instead it is physical injury. Okay? So yung physical injury, sir, paano kung halimbawa ang purpose niya ay pumutol? Okay? Yung injury na gusto niyang gawin, yung putulin yung body part, that is mutilation. Okay? So, sir, paano kung halimbawa ang ginawa niya naman ay instead of hurting me, what he did was only to frighten me. Ang ginawa niya, pinaputokan niya ako ng baril sa paa. Okay? Kasi gusto niya akong pagsayawin ng tsa-tsa, pero wala akong natama na kahit anong injury. The intention is not to hurt me, but only to frighten me. Illegal discharge of firearms. Okay? That's the case. Nandito na. Namatay yung tao, walang intent to kill. Okay? Punta ka na ngayon sa reckless imprudence assaulting homicide. Okay? So that's my tip. Sana na-gets nyo. Na-gets nyo ba? Ang dami na Okay. So balikan ko ito mamaya yung mga questions natin, ha? Sana naiintindihan nyo yung natin, yung flow of discussion natin. Gusto ko kasing gawing simple sa inyo lahat. Okay? Next, number 34. Any of the following circumstances will qualify the felony of piracy except. Okay. Ano yung hindi magpapa-qualify among the choices? Letter A, whenever the pirates have seized the vessel, okay, by boarding upon or firing upon the same. Okay? Ang ginawa ng mga pirates, tinake over nila yung vessel. Qualifying yan. Whenever the pirates have abandoned their victims without means of saving themselves. Okay? So, ginawa nila, kinuha nila, niransak nila ng pagkain, tubig, inumin, gamot, etc. Pera. Okay. Letter C, whenever the offender is accompanied by, whether the crime is accompanied by murder, homicide, physical injuries, or rape, qualified piracy yan. Yung letter D na siguro yung exception yan. Whenever the pirates commit onanism in front of the lady passenger. Oralism dapat yan. Okay, hindi yun qualified piracy. Okay. Next. Whenever an officer has lawfully arrested a person, ito naman yung yung delay in the delivery of person to proper judicial authority under Article 125. Okay? whenever an officer has lawfully arrested a person without a warrant, he must make sure that he delivers that person arrested within certain prescribed periods to the proper judicial authorities, okay? And the delivery of detained persons to proper judicial authorities, okay? Which of the following periods prescribed is not correct? Ano yung hindi correct dito? Okay. So, 12 hours for light felonies, 18 hours for correctional, 24 hours for punishable with accessory penalty, 36 hours for crimes or offenses punishable by afflictive or capital penalties. Ano sa tingin niyo tamang sagot dito? Okay. The answer here is letter C. That is not correct. Okay? Ang tandaan niyo sa period dyan sa Article 125, 12, 18, 36. Okay? 12, 18, and 36 hours. Okay? So, walang 24. Okay? Now, number 36, the felonies of arbitrary detention, violation of domicile, expulsion, and others are contained in Title 2, Book 2 of the Revised Penal Code. They are all under the title Crimes Against the Fundamental Law of the State. Why are they so called? Okay. Bakit ba tinawag siya na Crimes Against Fundamental Law of the State? Okay. Because they violate certain provisions of the Bill of Rights, because that is what the authors of the RPC wanted their titles to be, okay? Because they are the most used crimes in the RPC, or because I don't know the answer. Okay? The correct answer here is letter A. Okay? Because yung kaya fundamental law of the state, if you will be asked, what is the supreme law of the land? You should answer, it is not the Bible. Ha? Huwag kayo sasagot ng Bible. Although you are a believer. Okay? The proper answer or the best answer should be, it is the Constitution. Okay? Kasi we are adhering to the doctrine of constitutional supremacy. Meaning, the Constitution is recognized as the fundamental. Meaning, it is the fundamental, it is the basic law, and it is the paramount law. Okay? Ito yung pinakamataas na batas to which all other laws must conform, and including the highest official of the land must defer. Okay? So, kahit yung pinakamataas sa tao sa gobyerno, dapat sumunod siya sa provisions ng Constitution. I was then lecturing in a school nung merong lumapit sa akin na estudyante. Sabi niya sa akin, Sir, tawag dito, I am a believer in a religion. We have a religion that in which we believe that the highest law of the land is the Bible. Sabi ko sa kanya, I will agree with you. Okay? Kung if that is your faith, that's your paniniwala, okay lang. Wala akong problema dyan. Sabi ko. Kaya lang, sabi ko, for purposes of your board examination, you trust me. Pag lumabas sa tanong nyo, isagot mo, kahit labag sa kalooban mo, Constitution. Sabi niya, talaga sir? Sabi ko, gawin mo yan. After that, pag lumabas yung tanong na yan, bumalik ka sa akin. Sigurado ako pasado ka niya. Nangyari nga. I think this was asked in 2018. If I'm not mistaken, 2018 nangyari ito. Nagulat ako, nung after kong nagkaroon sila ng testimonial party, lumapit sa akin yung bata, Sir, ako po yung nagtanong sa inyo dati tungkol dun sa fundamental law of the state. What is the fundamental law of the land? Okay. Ikaw si Bible, sabi ko. Yes, sir. Sabi niya, sir, lumabas po yan ng board exam. Alam ko, pasado ka na. Sabi niya sa akin, hindi po, sir. Kasi hindi ko po kayo sinunod. Nagulat ako, parang na-shock ako. Kasi akala ko, sinunod niya ako na gano'n yung gagawin niya. Yun yung isasagot niya. Pero it was the other way around. Babae siya eh. She stick with her answer. Sinagot niya, Bible. Ay, hindi Bible. Ay, Bible pala sinagot niya. Oo. Hindi siya pumasa. Hindi siya pinalad nung first take niya. Tapos, she retook the board examination, I think, just recently. Okay? And sabi ko sa kanya, to boost her moral, pag lumabas ulit yan, sumunod ka na kasi sa akin. Okay? And with the grace of God, okay, hindi ko alam kung lumabas o hindi lumabas, nagulat ako pasado na siya. Okay. Natuwa ako. Kaya pag nag-uusap kami, yun ang pinag-uusapan namin. Sabi niya sa akin, sir, kung naniwala pala ako sa inyo at sinagot ko yun, baka siguro pumasa ako. Hindi ako kinulang ng 1 point. Yun ang sinabi niya. Anyway, number 37. Okay. There are 3 ways of committing violation of domicile. Which of the following is not a way of committing it? Okay. May 3 paraan para mag-commit ang isang tao ng violation of domicile. Specifically, public officer. Ano dito yung hindi kasama? Okay. And the answer to this is letter B. Okay. So, you entered the dwelling of another to avoid greater evil. Because letter B, okay, letter B or entering the dwelling of another to avoid greater evil is an absolutory cause in the case of trespass to dwelling. Ano yung sabihin nun, sir? Yung tao sinampahan ng trespass to dwelling. Pero bakit niya ginawa yun? Halimbawa, pinasok niya yung property mo kasi nakikita niya na nasusunog yung bahay niyo. Okay, nagsisimula na yung sunog sa bahay. So, ang ginawa niya, pumasok sa loob ng bahay niyo, kinuha niya yung fire extinguisher at binigay yung masusunog na bahay. Okay. Kumbaga parang pinagmalasakitan ka na nga. Okay. In order to avoid greater evil. Okay. That's why the culprit entered your dwelling. Okay. Now, are you still going to file a case of trespass to dwelling or violation of domicile? Pag ganun ang ginawa niya. The answer to that is no. No more. Absolutory cause yun. Number 38. Okay, kaya pa. Unti-unti tayo nababawasan. But here's my pledge. Right after my lecture, up to 50, number 50, let's have a short break by 5 minutes. Then I'll be discussing special penal laws. Okay. Pero I don't have PowerPoint. I'll just discuss with you verbatimly. Okay. So tingin ko kasi mas kailangan nyo to. Kasi I will be discussing yung Safe Spaces Act. Naniniwala ako, malaki ang chance na malaki ang paniniwala ko dito, guys. Okay. And even in the bar examination, ito yung pinanghawakan ko. Yung child abuse, wag niyong kakalimutan yan. VAUSI, Safe Spaces Act, data privacy, tsaka cybercrime. Pustahan tayo, may lalabas at lalabas dyan. Okay? And I'll give you a lecture on that, on the following special penal laws right after our 50th number. Okay? Okay ba sa inyo yun? Kaya hold on pa tayo ha. Ako, kinakalaban ko rin yung antok. Okay? I just got home from work. Nag-work ako kanina. So, alam ko, ganun din kayo. But we are doing this for a purpose. Okay? Number 38. Okay? All of the following are the preferred witnesses in cases of lawful search of another's premises. Okay? Which among the following is not qualified to act as a witness or perhaps the least among them? Okay. Ano yung hindi siya qualified or maybe he or she may be considered as the least preferred. Okay. So, the correct answer here for number 38 ay usually unang-una niyan, sino po may-ari ng bahay na ito? Wala yung bahay. Sino yung nag-occupy sa bahay na ito? Okay? Now, wala pa rin yung tao. Okay? Walang kapamilya. Humanap ka ng 2 witnesses who are residing in the locality. Okay? Para maging safe ka dyan, kasi baka mamaya sabihin nila nagdala ka ng sarili mong witness, kunin mo yung mga appointed public officer. Okay, usually mga barangay captain, barangay chairman, etc. Okay, so in this case, number 38, the correct answer is letter A, members of the media. Okay. Number 39, may the crime of coup d'etat be possibly committed by a single person? Pwede ba na makomit mo yung coup d'etat kahit mag-isa ka lang? Okay. So, pwede ba? The answer is yes, pwede. As long as you are committing a swift attack and you are a member of the military and the police force, okay? And you would like to seize the state power, okay, of the government. Therefore, there is coup d'etat. Okay? Now, number 40. Which among the following is not a way of committing alarms and scandals? Ano dito yung hindi masasabi na gumagawa ka ng alarms and scandals? Okay? So, let's see. Okay. Sir, yung may nabasa ko sa letter B, ano ibig sabihin, sir, ng charivari? Charivari, this pertains to a thing which creates an vexing or annoying voice or annoying sounds. Halimbawa, example ng charivari, yung boga. Okay? O kaya yung basta nag-create siya ng music na maingay. Okay? At nakaka-istorbo ng kapwa. Bulahaw, that's the term in Tagalog. Diba? Nakakabulahaw ka. Okay? Here, the correct answer is letter D. Any person who habitually associate himself with prostitutes and profit by it. Okay? Hindi yun sakop ng alarms and scandal. All of these three are the ways of committing alarms and scandals. Number 41. Okay? What crime is committed by anyone who shall bury a pump? Okay? Who shall bury with pump the body of a person who has been legally executed. Meron palang ganito. Halimbawa, yung tao na okay? At dinagdagan mo pa ng kahit na anong mga bagay. Dinagdagan mo ng bahay na nakakapagpapahiya pa dun sa katawan ng biktima. Anong tawag dun? Okay? Sabi ng ating revised penal code, yan yung tumults and other disturbances of public order. Pero siguro sa tingin ko I will bet on this. Baka this is your first time encountering this one. Okay? Pag sinabi natin class kasi na tumults, ano yan yung tumults, rumble in Tagalog. Okay. So, meron tayong crime, death under tumultos affray. Nagkaroon ng rumble, after some time, may bigla na lang bumalagta. Okay, patay. Hindi mo alam kung sino yung nakapatay dun sa mga nag-rumble. Ngayon, lahat ng mga kasali sa rumble, ang kaso nila yun. Death inflicted and death under tumultos affray. That's the case. Next, for number 42, what is that defense in criminal case? Okay. For rape wherein the accused says that he and the supposed rape victim are sweethearts and therefore sexual intercourse was consensual between the two of them. Anong tawag doon? Usually lumalabas to class Okay. That is letter A. Okay. Sweetheart defense or theory. Okay. Class, in the case of People versus Kumawan, sinabi ng Supreme Court na kahit na yung taong mag-asawa wala silang karapatan na mamilit ng kanilang asawa para makipagtalik. Okay? Kung ang mag-asawa nga hindi mo pa pwedeng pilitin, okay? Na magtalik silang dalawa kung ayaw nung isa. Okay? Yung taong mag-asawa, under the law, pinagsasama pa nga kayo at pinag-iisa kayo ng batas. How much more yung mga tao na hindi pa sila kasal? Pwede ba natin silang pilitin na makapagtalik dahil sila ay may relasyon? The answer to that is no. Okay. Number 43. X is a detention prisoner. One night, while his jail guard was not looking, he was able to surreptitiously slip away from the provincial jail and manage to escape. Okay? Tingnan nga natin kung anong sagot dyan. What crime did he commit? Okay? What crime did he commit? What's your answer, everyone? Tignan ko nga. Okay. The crime committed here is evasion of service of sentence. Sabi ng mga hindi nag-aral. Okay? Because the correct answer here is there is no crime. Sir, but there is no crime. You check the facts. X is a detention prisoner. Okay? Siya isang detention prisoner. Hindi naman siya isang sentence prisoner. Okay? Now, in the above case, okay, what crime was committed by the jail officer concerned? Okay, walang kaso yung taong tumakas. Ang tanong, yung jail officer ba, meron ba siyang kasalanan? Meron ba siyang krimen na ginagawa? The answer is yes. Yan ang tinatawag na letter B. Evasion through negligence. Dahil sa kapabayaan mo, nakatakas yung tao. And you should be liable. Okay? You should be responsible for the escape of the detention prisoner. Okay? Number 45. Okay? So, what law recently increased the penalty for perjury? Okay? So, the answer here should be letter B. Pero ano yan? Dapat, if I'm not mistaken, that should be 15941. Okay? So check nyo na lang kung ano yun. Pero process of elimination tayo. Yun ang ginawa ko dito. Letter C at saka D, BAUC at saka drugs yan. Yung letter A is Anti-Terror Act, di ba? Yung nabanggit natin kanina. So the answer is letter B. Hindi ko lang alam kung ano yung mismong exact number. Kasi kung mapapansin nyo dito yung secretary ko na nag-type, baka nasobrahan niya. Hindi ko alam kung tatanggalin ko ba yung one na nasa harap o sumobra yung one sa dulo. Okay? So, validate nyo na lang. Okay. Now, number 46. Si X, okay, ay nahuli. Okay. Habang siya ay nakikipagtalik sa isang lalaki. Okay. During the course of investigation, okay, it revealed that X had sex with Y in consideration of 50 pesos only. Okay. Assume that it was proven that X committed the act of having sex for a fee for the first and that price time only. Okay, may X be legally considered a prostitute? Na-explain ko na sa inyo to kanina. Si X ba mako-considered ba siya as prostitute even though it was her first and precise time only? The answer is no. Okay? Because what? Okay. Are you learning? Okay pa tayo? Okay. Number 47. Ito, nabanggit na natin to. What crime is committed by anyone who shall kill a child 3 years old? Okay. 3 years old. Okay. May sumagot, infanticide. Nako. Pag nasagot mo infanticide yan, you are not reading. Okay. What crime is committed by anyone who shall kill a child 3 years old? Okay. Ang binabanggit sa infanticide, 3 days old. But here, the crime committed is against a 3-year-old child. Ang tawag doon ay, what is the proper case? Sabi ng iba, homicide. But I'm sure this should be murder. Why letter A? Kasi sabi ng Supreme Court, there is qualifying circumstance of treachery because you did not give your opponent the opportunity to defend himself. Bata yan. Okay? Tapos, siguro, kasama pa yung aggravating and qualifying circumstance of abuse of superior strength. Okay? So, dalawa lang yan na pa pwede pagpilian because there is treachery or because there was treachery at saka abuse of superior strength. Okay? Number 48. What this should be type? What type of physical injury is committed by anyone who shall wound, beat, assault another, okay, causing the offended party to be incapacitated for labor for 10 days but shall not exceed 30 days. Okay? So, maliwanag yan, that is physical injury. Okay? Ito yung timetable natin dyan or yung duration period. If the days of medical attendance or incapacity to work is from 1 to 9 days, that is slight physical injury. 1 to 9 days. 10 to 30 days is yung sagot natin dyan, letter C, less serious physical injury. Pag more than 30 days, meaning 1 month, and so on and so forth, okay, that should be serious physical injury. Sir, anong distinction natin, sir, sa serious physical injury at saka frustrated or attempted homicide or murder? Simple as this. Okay? This is as simple as this. If there is intent to kill, okay, at yung tao na buhay, posibleng attempted or frustrated yan depending on the facts of the case. Pero kung walang intent to kill, okay, there is no intent to kill but only the intent to injure, that is physical injury. Okay? Are you learning? Maliwanag ba? Next, number 49. Okay. When any person, who may be a man or a woman, by means of force, threat, or intimidation, and other means specified under Article 266-A, inserts his penis into another's mouth or anal orifice, or any instrument or object into the genital or anal orifice of another, by technical term, for the crime is blank. Okay? Under Republic Act 8353, there are two ways of committing rape. Okay? Rape by sexual intercourse at saka rape by sexual assault. Pag rape by sexual intercourse, yan yung traditional rape. Ang offender dyan laging lalaki. Anong ginawa niya? Yung kanyang pututoy, pinasok niya dun sa ari ng babae. Against the will of the women. Okay? Or the lady. That is rape by sexual intercourse. Now, yung rape by sexual assault, paano naman nangyayari yan? Yung pututoy, okay, against the will of the partner, be it a man or a woman, okay, pinasok niya sa bunganga, okay? Kung hindi sa bunganga, doon sa sa wet poo, okay? Ang tawag namin diyan, pag tumama ka sa tamang butas, that is the gateway to heaven. Pag doon ka sa likuran dumaan, that is the back door to hell. Okay? So ano ba, gusto mong bumakdoor, okay? You inserted your penis to the anal orifice of the victim. Kahit yung victim, lalaki o babae ha, that is rape by sexual assault. Or you insert any instrument or object, okay? Saan? Sa genital or anal orifice. Halimbawa, ginamit mo yung daliri mo. Pinasok mo sa genital o kaya sa anal orifice. Class, ito ang importante dito. There is intent to penetrate and at the same time, not just for sex. Paano kung halimbawa, sabi mo, bullshit technique, gano'n mo, tinusok mo yung puwet. Pumasok sa puwet, okay? Ano ba ang intention mo? If your intention is just to annoy, to vex, that is what? Unjust vexation. Pero kung halimbawa, your intention is to penetrate, okay? Tinusok mo yung puwet niya tapos naglalaway ka pa, okay? That should be rape by sexual assault. Are you learning? I have a case handled. Galit ako dito pag naririnig ko itong kaso ito, napapamura ako eh. Kasi meron akong isang kasong hinawakan, yung bata, nag-aaral, 9 years old siya. Nag-aaral siya sa isang exclusive school, isang international school. Nagkape sila ng nanay niya. Okay? Nagkape sila ng nanay niya sa isang fancy store somewhere in Cavite. Yung bata, nag-decide na, Mami, baka pa pwede po akong pumunta sa souvenir shop. Bibilang ko po ng souvenir yung aking mga classmate. So, ginawa nila, sige, yung nanay niya busy sa pagta-type kasi may hinahabol na work. Aba, after some time, yung anak niya nag-aaya na umuwi. Mami, uwi na tayo. Bakit ba tayo umuwi? Sabi niya, tapos tinuturo ng bata. Mami, si kuya. Anong ginawa sa'yo? Sabi niya, pinasubo po niya yung ari niya sa akin when I was in the comfort room. Okay? Ganito kasi nangyari noon. May isang bading, okay? Pasintabi na po kung meron man dito. Pero galit ako dito eh. Kasi yung bata, siya eh, genius looking siya. Habang umiihi siya dun sa urinal, hindi ko alam kung anong ginagawa nitong lalaki na to. Pinuntahan niya, sinundan niya. Tapos umihi rin siya dun sa katalikuran ng cubicle. Okay? Maliit lang yung cubicle, dalawang magkaharapan ng urinal. Pagtalikod ng bata, hinawakan yung ulo tapos pinasubo yung kanyang ari. Okay? Tapos ito pa matindi. Ang sinabi nung tao habang ginagawa niyo yun, hintayin mong lumabas. Kaya nga, nung binabasa ko yung PSA, galit na galit ako habang natatype ako eh. Kasi hindi ko alam may mga ganong klaseng tao pala talaga. Eh after ko mabasa na gano'n na sinasabi ng bata, tinetestify niya sa court kung paano siya minaltrato. Sabi ko, sige ako hahawak ng kaso na yan. Hello, okay na? Nawawala ako? Okay, marami sigurong gumagamit ngayon ang internet. Okay. So, saan ako natapos? Okay. By the way, babalikan ko yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. Tawag dito, huwag kayong maniniwala dun sa mga tao na nagsasabi na or especially sa mga, you are here for, by the way, I have to say this. There are 3 reasons why you are reviewing for the board examination. At ito yung 3 dahilan kung bakit nag-enroll din kayo sa review center kung nasaan tayo ngayon. Number 1, gusto mong matutunan yung mga bagay na natutunan mo noon. Okay, that's 1, to refresh your mind. Number 2 is para matutunan mo yung mga bagay na hindi mo natutunan noong college. Tama ba? At number 3, para itama yung mga maling natutunan mo noong college. That's the purpose of your review. Okay? And I think I have the opportunity to tell you, marami akong naririnig ng mga lecturer na sinasabi nila, because of the expanded definition of rape, okay? Lahat daw ng butas ng tao, pag pinasukan mo, rape daw yun. I tend to dissent with that. Paano kung halimbawa gusto ko tampagtripan, pinasok ko yung cotton bud sa tenga mo, rape ba yun? O kaya pinasok ko sa ilong mo, yung cotton bud, sa rape na ba yun? Okay? Hindi. Kasi ang sinasabi sa rape by sexual assault, it is the insertion of any object or instrument saan? Sa anal or sa genital orifice. Doon lang. Okay? Halimbawa, pinasok ko yung ballpen sa bunganga ko. Is that considered a rape? The answer is no. That is only unjust vexation. Okay? Next. Let's go with our last number, which is number 50. X is the boyfriend of Y. Okay? One night against Y's will, X forcefully had sex with Y. Okay? X now is facing charges for rape. Assuming that Y agrees to the proposal of marriage by X. Okay? What will happen to X, to X's liability if marriage takes place? Okay. Yung rape victim, nagpakasal. dun sa taong gumawa ng panggagahasa sa kanya. Okay? What is the... Alam niyo, ito yung medyo, medyo kakaiba, medyo cool sa batas sa Pilipinas. Kasi tayo lang ang meron rito eh. Sa ibang bansa, walang ganyan. Okay? The answer to this question is, what will happen? The answer is letter B. The criminal liability is totally extinguished. I have a question. This is a real case. Halimbawa, ang mga rapists A, B, and C. Okay? Sila ang nang-rape kay D. After some time, si D at saka si A nagpakasal. Dahil sila naman talaga ay magsyota. Okay? So, according to our selection for this evening, yung marriage contracted by the rape victim and the rape suspect would extinguish criminal liability. So matotal, si D na nagpakasal kay A, si A absuelto sa kasong rape. What will happen with the case of B and C naman? Okay? Kasi isa lang ang pwedeng pakasalan ni D. Hindi naman pa pwedeng pakasalan si B at saka si C. Okay? So, if you may heard it right, okay, this is a real case. Okay, what will happen? Okay, considering that A got married with D, okay, the crime with respect to B and C will also be extinguished. Okay? Kahit si A lang yung pinakasalan. Basta they are co-conspirators. Okay? Pero kung halimbawa, iba naman yung panggagaasang ginawa nilang dalawa, it is not in accord with A, okay, hindi siya magiging, they will not be extinguished with their criminal responsibility. Okay? So, I think I'm done with our book 2. May naintindihan ba tayo, guys? May nagets ba? Naintindihan ba? May tanong? Sana na-clarify natin yung mga bagay, especially yung mga bagay na nagpapagulo sa inyo. Okay? So, natin, tuloy natin to. With regard to the soft copy, okay, with regard to the soft copy of my lecture, I might be preparing this, but not for now. I'll just send with Sir Noli. Okay. So, oo nga estorbo talaga yung signal. Kung kaya nga na face-to-face to, mas maganda eh. Baka makita niyo pa akong bumabaril-baril. Okay? Joke lang. Okay. So, yan, may nagtatanong dito, who are yung tatlong klase ng principal. Okay? Meron tayong tinatawag na principal by direct participation, principal by inducement, at saka principal by indispensable cooperation. Okay. So, yung who are persons criminally liable? Tatlo yan, di ba? Principal, accomplice, at saka accessory. Okay. Yung principal may tatlong klase. Principal by direct participation. Halimbawa, si A, binaril niya si B. Okay. He is the principal by direct participation. Si A ang pumatay kay B. Okay. Now, yung second type, principal by inducement. So sinabi, halimbawa, si A, okay, meron siyang 50,000 pesos. Oh, A, sabi ni A, B, eto ang 50,000 pesos, patayin mo si C. Okay? So, ang ginawa ni B, pinatay niya si C. Okay? What is the criminal liability of A? Si A yung principal by inducement. Okay? Kasi siya yung nagbigay ng pera eh. Okay? Para isa katuparan yung krimen. Ngayon, si B, ano ang kanyang participation? B is the principal by direct participation. Okay? There was a decided case by the Supreme Court na halimbawa, in this case, sabi ba nila kung meron bang principal by inducement dito? Si A, for example, sabi niya, pre, alam mo, galit na galit ako dyan kay C. Okay? Papatayin ko yan. Sabi ni B, sige, patayin mo. Sige. Binubuyo na. Okay? Sige, patayin mo yan. Tapos pinapalakpakan, ganyan, habang nilalakad papunta ni A. Papunta si A kay C. At pinatay ni A si C. Ang tanong, si B ba principal by indispensable, ay principal by inducement pa siya? Sabi ng Supreme Court, mere claps and cheers do not tantamount to inducement. Okay? Mere claps and cheers do not amount to inducement. Okay? How about yung principal by indispensable cooperation? Ano namang ibig sabihin nun? Halimbawa, sabi ni A sa'yo, pre, alam mo ba matagal na akong galit kay C? Sabi ni A. Tapos sabi niya, alam mo, B, sabi ni A, gusto kong patayin niya kaya lang wala akong gamit eh. Sabi niya, ganun ba? Hindi mo siya mapatay. Bakit? Kasi kung ang gusto kong ibigay na kamatayan sa kanya, pinakamasakit na kamatayan. Gusto kong barilin sa noo pero wala akong baril. Sabi ni B, eto baril pre. Okay? Eto baril. Gawin mo na. Barilin mo na siya ngayon. Okay? So, ang ginawa ni A, binaril na si C. Okay? A would be attributed to be the principal by direct participation. Now, what is the liability of B? B may be treated to be as the principal by indispensable cooperation. Because without the help of would not be perpetrated by A. Okay? Kung hindi binigyan ng baril ni B si A, hindi niya magagawa yung krimen. Okay? Yun yung kaibahan doon. Maliwanag ba? Check natin ha, kung kaya ko ba. Sige. Sir, ano pong pinagkaiba ng mala inse at saka mala prohibita? Crimes mala inse, these are crimes which are evil in its nature. Kahit hindi ka nakapag-aral, alam mo na masama ito. Masama ang pagpatay, masama ang panggagasa, masama ang pagnanakaw. And usually, these are crimes which are in the revised penal code, crimes mala inse. When we talk about crimes mala prohibita, these are crimes which are regulated by the store, peace and order. Like for example, hindi naman masama na magdala ka ng kutsilyo o kaya ng baril. Okay? Because those items or articles would help you save your life. Okay? Kaya lang meron tayong batas na nagpaparusa doon sa pagdadala, although your intention is good. Maraming mga magnanakaw sa inyo, maraming holdupper, pero hindi yun sufficient. Okay? So, as long as mahulihan ka ng baril na walang lisensya, you will be liable under the firearms law. Because the firearms law is a crime mala prohibita. Okay? Your good faith is not a defense. There is a question, sir, di ba po yung French rule and English rule is for merchant vessel? Paano po kung warship? Okay? You remember this. Kapag halimbawa ang pinag-uusapan natin ay warship o kaya airship, meaning barkong pandigma, okay? O kaya eroplanong pandigma, okay? Hindi nagmamatter diyan kung yung territorial, okay? Because those vessels, okay? Whether airship or warship, these are considered to be as extension of their origin state. Okay? So ibig sabihin kung ano yung mangyari sa loob ng fighting plane at saka fighting vessel or water vessel ng US or ng Philippines, kung ano man ang mangyari diyan, hindi po pwedeng pakialaman ng ibang bansa yan. Okay? Maliwanag? So yun yung malinaw na exception. Okay? Kasi pag pinakialaman mo yan, parang you are encroaching the sovereignty of the origin country. Sir, how about po yung pag inutusan is may balak din patayin yung papatayin? Ano ulit? Sir, paano po pag yung inutusan is may balak din patayin? Okay? Yung papatayin. So ibig sabihin, halimbawa si A, inutusan siya, sabi ni A kay B, B, patayin mo si C. Okay? Si B naman talaga gusto nyo talagang patayin. Okay? So, ang ginawa niya, pinatay talaga ni B. Ano ang tanong mo dito? Okay? Because anong tawag doon? Siyempre, sabi ko nga sa inyo kanina, ang malinaw doon si A at saka si B. There is conspiracy between A and B. Meaning the act of one becomes the act of one. Okay? Sir, ano po ang kaibahan ni actual cooperation? Okay? So, si accomplice, lagi mo tatandaan, hindi siya nagpa-participate sa crime. Okay? And he may be there, okay? The accomplice must be there, okay? But only with minimal participation. Usually, hindi siya nag-take ng part in the commission of the offense. But usually, okay, ang term natin sa accomplice, he already served as a lookout. Okay? Usually, ganun lang natin makikita yun. Okay? Sir, yung qualified theft involve motor vehicle, nakaw at anti-carnapping. If ang dalawa nasa choices, ano mas pipiliin? Okay, basta tandaan nyo class ha, when the item involves motor vehicle, usually carnapping yan. Okay? Carnapping yan pagka may kinalaman sa motor vehicle. Okay. Sir, yung accessories and accomplice. Eto tatandaan nyo, pag accomplice before the crime, he was there before the crime. Like for example, the lookout. The lookout would be serving there, okay, to check kung paano sila makakatakas and etc. Okay? Ang accessory, ang palatandaan mo dyan, these are the persons who were there after the crime. Halimbawa, sila yung may mga taong yung principal, gumawa sila ng pagnanakaw. Yung ninakaw na item, kailangan ibenta. Okay? So that they would profit from the fruits of the crime. Okay? So, si accessory ang gagawin niya, hindi siya yung nagnakaw. Pero ang gagawin niya, he will take part to profit, okay, by selling the stolen property. O kaya halimbawa may nakapatay yung principal. Ang gagawin ni C, for example, ni B or ni C, sila yung maglilibing niya sa patay, magtatago, maglilinis ng katawan, etc. Okay? Basta ang tatandaan nyo dyan, si accessory, laging after the crime sila. Okay? Sana nasagot natin. Sir, how about po pag... Sir, paano kung binigay mo yung baril tapos ilang months na ang lumipas tapos nahuli yung binigyan? Ano yung binigay mong baril? Honestly, class, in the disposition of firearms, although, class, ito tatandaan nyo, although personal property ang baril, hindi sila basta-basta pwedeng ipamana, hindi sila basta-basta pwedeng i-donate. Okay? Kasi kapag nahuli yan within your possession and wala kang maipakita na kahit na anong lisensya, okay, you will be liable under the firearms law. Conspiracy na yun kung pinagkasundoan nila. Okay? Sir, explain mo na po yung about sa child abuse, cybercrime. Mikay, please be here still by tomorrow. Okay? So, doon ko na lang siguro i-discuss yan. Especially in doon sa evidence. Marami tayong time sa evidence. Okay? Sir, paano po kung may magnanakaw, nakita mo siya, binaril mo, pero yung baril na ginamit walang license. Okay? It does not make any distinction. Okay? So, ang pwedeng gawin sa inyo dyan, kahit nga klase, hindi naman siya magiging aggravating circumstance or it will not change. Halimbawa, parang ganito yung gusto mo sigurong tumbukin sa akin dito. Kung itinatanong mo sa akin kung exempted ka, okay? Or sabi ko, ang tinatanong mo sa akin kung may defense of property, yes, meron. Although you use an unlicensed firearm. So mananagot ka under the firearms law. Pero ang tanong mo, kung halimbawa itatanong mo sa akin, in the perpetration of the crime of homicide. Okay? Halimbawa, A with intent to kill, pointed his unlicensed firearm. Tinutok mo yung baril na walang lisensya kay B. Binaril mo si B, patay si B. What crime was committed? Okay? Maraming sasagot siguro sa inyo, murder. Kasi circumstance of unlicensed firearm. Okay? Yun ang mangyayari. Pero hindi siya magko-qualify from murder to homicide. Okay? A ambassador in Japan then nag-work siya dito sa Pilipinas at nakagawa ng krimen, sir. Ano liability niya? Okay? Ambassador pumunta sa Pilipinas. Okay? So under under the law on preferential application, exempted siya from criminal liability. So ibig sabihin, we cannot file a case, we cannot arrest him while he is within the Philippine jurisdiction. Ang magiging timano niyan, yung ambassador na makulit na yan, okay, na nakagawa ng krimen, pagbalik niya dun sa Japan, dun sa sampahan ng kaso ng Japanese. It is the term, okay? So siguro castration is the proper word. Hindi ko alam kung mutilation or castration. Eh. But for me, if we will be seeking for the technical term, that is castration. Pero ang act na ginawa mo, that's mutilation. Okay? Sir, paano po kung may nagnanakaw sa bahay, nakita mo siya, binaril mo, nasagot ko na to dati, nasagot ko na kanina. Ito. Special complex crime and impossible crime. Attorney, pa-deep explanation po. Ang special complex crime, ganito yan, para hindi tayo malito. Ulitin natin yung complex crime. Okay? Article 48. Meron tayong delito compuesto or compound crime when a single act produces two or more grave or less grave felony. Alam niyo na yan. Ang magandang example niyan is, halimbawa, may granada ako, binato ko sa loob ng classroom. Okay? I have a single act and it produces two or more grave or less grave felony. May namatay, may nasugatan, etc. Okay? Pero isang act lang yung ginawa ko. Okay? That is compound crime. Next, delito complejo. Okay? Delito complejo or complex crime proper. Meaning, a crime is a necessary means of committing another offense. Okay? So, gusto kong manggahasa ng babae pero hindi ko siya magagawa ngayon dahil maraming manonood sa akin. Okay? So, ano ginawa ko? Inabdak ko muna yung babae. Dinala ko sa condominium unit ko at doon ko ginahasa. What is the crime committed or what are the crimes committed? That is the complex crime of forcible abduction with rape. The first crime is a necessary crime to perpetrate another crime. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng complex crime proper or delito complejo. Okay? Yung special complex crime, ano ibig sabihin yan? When or during the occasion of a crime, another crime was committed. Halimbawa, ang intention mo, pagnakawan yung tao. So halimbawa, in-snatch mo yung cellphone, in-snatch mo yung earrings, yung necklace. Pag tingin mo, uy, makinis to ah. So, nag-ignite ng iyong masamang umiral yung iyong pagiging masamang tao. So, ang ginawa mo, after mong kinumit yung robbery, it was an afterthought na ano kaya kung rapin ko to. Okay, so you committed the complex crime of robbery with rape. Okay? So when or during the occasion of a crime, another crime was committed. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng special complex crime. Okay? And lastly, continuing crime. Ano ibig sabihin ng continuing or continued crime? Okay? In the eyes of the law, there are various acts committed. But in the eyes of the law, there are various acts committed by the culprit. However, in the eyes of the law, only one crime was committed. Halimbawa, pumunta ka sa isang manukan, 10 yung manok na sinako mo. Ang tanong, 10 counts of theft ba yung kaso mo? The answer is no. In the eyes of the law, you only committed one crime. That is one count of theft. Okay? Hindi 10 count ng theft yun. Okay? Sana maliwanag. Hello? Mm-hmm. Sir, yung malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. O ano? Konting explanation lang po, sir. O, ganito yan. Yung magkakapatid na feasance. O, mal, mis, non. Okay? Simulan mo sa pinakamababaw, nonfeasance. Okay? Pag sinabi mong nonfeasance, ang Tagalog, ang translation niyan is neglect of duty. Hindi ka nagtrabaho, hindi mo ginawa yung trabaho mo. Like for example, you are a CDM contingent. Okay? Mag-a-attend kayo sa rally. Okay? Kayo magbabantay sa rally. Hindi ka pumasok. Okay? What is the administrative case to be filed against you? That is nonfeasance. Okay? Ngayon, yung susunod, misfeasance. Misfeasance is irregularities in the performance of duty. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, ang kaiba na sa nonfeasance, dito sa misfeasance, may ginawa ka. Pero yung ginawa mo mali. Okay? O halimbawa, nag-duty ka. Okay? Pero instead na mag-duty ka, ang ginawa mo, naglakwatsa ka lang. Nag-attendance ka lang, naglakwatsa ka. O kaya, may iba ka pang ginagawa. Okay? Naglalaro ka ng ML, etc. Okay? Nag-duty ka nga, pero you are committing irregularities in the performance of duty. So, misfeasance yun. And lastly, malfeasance. Yun yung grabe. Pag sinabi mong malfeasance, that is grave misconduct or misconduct. So, babalik tayo dun sa example ko kanina. So, totoo na nag-duty ka. Okay? Sumama ka sa CDM contingent eh. Pero ang ginawa mo, namaril ka naman ng relista. Okay? Namaril ka ng relista, dumukot ka ng mga relista. O kaya, nag-commit ka ng rape. Okay? That is malfeasance. Okay? So I hope to see you in face-to-face. By the way, eto bang lecture ko, final coaching na ba to? Yan ba ang board exam? December 4, 5, 6. Maybe I would be seeing you. Sana makita ko pa kayo. At sana makapagkandak ako ng final coaching din sa inyo. Okay? And lahat ng nakikinig ng lecture ko ngayon, I see to it that you will be passing the board examination. So yung lecture ko sa inyo, hindi lang ito para sa inyo, hindi exclusive sa inyo to. Okay? So, para sa lahat ito. And my prayers are with you. Sana galingan nyo ha. And I hope sana may mag-top dito. Again, from ACLE. In the previous board, merong nag-top, di ba? May nagsabi dito. Umabol si Hans Gross. Sir, last question. Okay lang kahit hindi pa last. May bago ngayon na decision ng SC applicable na daw ang Republic Act 1962 extraterritorial na daw. Okay, that's the case of AAA versus BBB. I will discuss that tomorrow. Okay, in criminal procedure. Nabasa ko yan lahat. Okay. So, mas intense yung lecture natin tomorrow. I hope kung sana ma-double yung number natin. Mas prefer nyo ba yung question and answer o I'll just go with discussion? Okay? Ano bang mas gusto nyo? Mas gusto nyo ba discussion na lang tayo? Okay? So, yung Q&A, yung para mabilis lang na lecture. Okay? Or gusto nyo yung style natin ngayon na may Q&A tapos I will be discussing the points. Ganun na lang. Siguro ganun na lang para masanay na rin kayo. Okay? Powerhouse yung lecture natin. Sana effective sa inyo. Okay? Kaya ito yung pinili ko na na type. Okay. Sige. Okay. Yung time natin, gusto niyo ng morning. Although I cannot make it eh. So ito lang talaga yung vacant ko na 6 to 12. Pwede pero Sunday. Pero may lakad din ako ng Sunday pala ngayon. Okay? Because right now I'm still working. Mamaya nga mag-work na naman tayo ulit. Okay, nakakapagod na mag-work. Sana puro klase na lang. Okay lang ba sa inyo kahit mag-stay tayo ng ganito? Okay. So it's already 11:45. Nag-enjoy ako na magklase tayo. Sana bukas pa pwede kayong mag-mic on para we can interact. Okay. Sige. Sir, extend pa tayo. Sige, walang problema. Hanggat may itatanong kayo, kaya ko. Okay. Oo, mas maganda kung open cam. Okay. Okay. Pwede naman, halimbawa, mag-mic on kayo kapag may gusto kayong itanong, one at a time. Wala namang masama. Okay. So, I'm excited of seeing you. Bukas mas intense tayo. Sure na sure ako doon. Kasi yan ang forte ko, evidence tsaka procedure. Talagang kahit pipikitan ko kayo. Joke lang. Joke lang. Sana may natutunan tayo kahit kaunti. And I appreciate na marami pa rin ang attendance natin. Thank you. Okay. Oops, may tanong pa. Dami pa to. Sige, sasagutin ko yan. Sir, may mga nagsabi po sa akin na within 3 days old po ay pasok sa infanticide. Mali yung sinabi niya sa iyo. Okay? Kasi ang sinasabi ng batas, okay, the killing of a person less than 72 hours old. So mababa 72 hours. So kapag pumasok ng 3 araw, eksakto, hindi na yan infanticide. Okay? Mali yung sinabi sa inyo yun. Bukas i-discuss ko sa inyo. Marami nagsasabi sa inyo na walang expiration ng warrant of arrest. I have a challenge with you. Pag napakitaan nyo ako ng proof na nagsasabi na na walang expiration ng warrant of arrest, hanapin nyo sa rules of court. Pag napakita nyo sa akin yun, ililibre ko kayo sa spiral buffet. Okay? That's my challenge. Pag may nagpakita kayo sa akin. Sige. Sa prescription of crime, kahit nasa US ka or nakalabas ka ng bansa, magpo-prosper ba yun o hindi? Or would you like to say magtutol ba yung prescription of crime kung lumabas ka ng bansa? Okay? Hindi importante kung nasa ang jurisdiction ka. Ang importante dito yung oras or yung panahon. Yun yung bumibilang. Okay? Sino to? Parang si Mang Torny yata nagsabi sa inyo nito eh. Yung, ano ba yan? Nasa Refrigerator Act? Yun ba yun? Yung gusto mo sinasabi? Okay. So, wala na ba? Makahabol pa. May gusto dito sa Vikings. Mura lang sa Vikings, 1,000 lang dun eh. Sa Spiral, 3,000 yata per head dun. Okay. So, mag-ingat kayo sa mga sources na binabasa nyo. Especially, honestly when we talk about law subjects, okay, especially, alam nyo, I don't want to discourage other fellow in the profession. Okay. Marami tayong mga kaibigan in the profession na criminology sila, but they are doing books in criminal law. Parang medyo mahihirapan tayo dyan kasi minsan may mga errors. Nagkakaroon ng error. Okay? So, tsaka usually, ang nangyayari parang nagiging copy-paste. So, mag-ingat tayo sa mga binabasa natin ng mga lecture notes and etc. Especially mga books, handouts, pamphlets. Okay, maganda na magtanong kayo. You may approach me, you may get my you may add me in Facebook or whatsoever. Wala namang problema sa akin. Okay, sir, ano po ba talaga edad na pasok sa tender age? Ano yung sabihin ng tender age doctrine yan? I'm not aware with that. Okay. Hindi ko, ano yung sabihin? What's my name? It's my name, Romnick Erise. Okay. Dami namang notes bigay ng ACLE. Yun ang mahirap. Okay? Yung ang dami yung notes pero hindi nyo naman binabasa. Okay? At saka ang gawin nyo, class, my tip, paghiwa-hiwalayin nyo kasi yung notes. Hindi kasi po pwede na magsasama-sama sila. Tsaka magkaroon kayo ng scheduling. Halimbawa, ako, organize ako sa pag-aaral. Like for example, etong week na to, puro ito lang ang babasahin ko. Okay? Hindi pa pwedeng, depende kung ano yung gusto mo. Okay? Wala na. Sir, stop mo na recording. How can I do that? Okay.